This case will take us to Spokane, a city that sits to the far east of Washington and holds the record for being the second largest city in the state. Spokane was once home to a native tribe, but has since evolved into a bustling, industrialized town. The city's beautiful landscapes are perfect for a wide range of outdoor activities, including downhill skating, mountain biking, and much more. Archie Rutherford was born in 1924 in Montana, but spent most of his life in Spokane. It was in Spokane that he met his wife Eleanor. In 1948, Archie and Eleanor became parents for the first time when they welcomed their son Stanley into the world. At the time, their joy knew no bounds. Archie had a passion for art, especially stage plays. This burning desire for theatrical performance drove him to join the Spokane Civic Theater, a non-profit theater that was established in 1947. His artistic brilliance paved the way for him and the establishment, and he quickly rose to the rank of a theater director. This position offered him the opportunity to direct several plays. In addition to being active with the Spokane Civic Center, Archie also worked as a night clerk at the Tradeswinds Motor Hotel in Spokane. From time to time, he also monitored a drive-in restaurant jointly owned by him and other family members. Archie's wife Eleanor was 6 years older than him. Like her husband, she was active in Spokane's art scene. She helped organize music and art festivals. Besides this, she was involved in several philanthropic works, and this made her quite popular in the city. In particular, she worked as a writer for a popular newspaper in the city, the Spokesman Review. Eleanor loved her job, and everyone she worked with had only good things to say about her. Archie was supportive of his wife, and together they lived a very peaceful and contented life in the city. By the early 1980s, Archie was in his late 50s, and Eleanor was a few years shy of clocking 65. It seemed to the couple that life would continue at such a pleasant pace for a long time. But they were wrong. None of them had any idea that a horrible, life-changing incident would soon occur. On May 22, 1982, Eleanor took a trip to Seattle. She had been planning it for a while, and when the day arrived, Eleanor said goodbye to Archie. She had no idea this was the last time she would see him alive. On her second day in Seattle, she started to worry. Archie had not tried reaching out to her to ask how she was. By May 25th, she was done with her business in Seattle, and that afternoon, she had her flight back to Spokane. She had different thoughts while on the plane. Most of them were centered on Archie. She wondered why she had not heard from him for days. It was quite unusual, and she was deeply troubled by it. These thoughts troubled her till she landed in Spokane. Upon disembarking, she expected to see Archie waiting for her. They had planned that he would pick her up at the airport. But when she looked around, she realized he was nowhere to be found. At that point, she began to panic. She thought that perhaps he had encountered something that had delayed him. So, she decided to wait a while. The more she waited, the more anxious she became. When she could no longer bear the uncertainty, she made arrangements with a close friend to pick her up and take her home. As the car that took her home pulled up to her house, she noticed that her green 1979 Honda was not in the driveway where it was usually parked. The absence of the car meant that her husband was not at home, which puzzled her. She got out of her friend's car and headed towards the house. Something else caught her attention. On the front porch were piles of newspapers that someone had dumped there. In addition to this, a towel had also been carelessly thrown beside the newspapers. All of these things seemed odd to Eleanor. She could not make sense of what she was seeing. Much to her surprise, when she tried the door, she discovered it was unlocked. Did this mean that Archie was at home, or had he forgotten to lock the door before leaving the house? At that point, she did not know what to think. As she stepped into the silent house, she knew something was terribly wrong. The mess that had been outside the front door was nothing compared to what waited for her inside the house. The house was nothing short of chaotic, and things were all over the place. Steak knives from the kitchen drawer were scattered on the dining room table, and a colored television that was always in plain sight was missing. She took all of this disorder in at a glance and slowly made her way to the bedroom. As she opened the bedroom door, nothing prepared her for what she saw. Archie was lying motionless and naked on the bed. A television set was lying on the bed near his head, and its cord was wrapped around his neck. Archie's head and neck were bloodied, and blood covered the bed on which he lay. The wall of the room was also splattered with it. In addition to this, pieces of broken glass were visible near his head. There was no visible sign that he was breathing, and Eleanor hoped that somehow he would still be alive. But a part of her knew that there was no way he could have survived whatever had been done to him. She managed to calm herself enough to call the police and tell them what had happened. In a matter of minutes, wailing of sirens filled the air as detectives from the Spokane Police Department made their way to Eleanor and Archie's house. When they arrived at the scene, a distressed-looking Eleanor opened the door and led them to where her husband was. Even the detectives were shocked by the brutality of the scene. They were unable to immediately determine that Archie was dead. Without wasting much time, the detectives set to work. They began to collect evidence that would be of help to their investigation. While examining Archie's body, one of the detectives noticed cuts behind his left fingers and forearm. These injuries were believed to have been inflicted when he tried to protect himself from whoever killed him. More pieces of broken glass were under his back when his body was moved. But that was not all. A piece of cast iron was also found under his body, and another was on the bedroom floor. The frying pan from which these iron pieces had broken off was later discovered sitting on a stove in the kitchen. When the pan was examined, strands of hair and blood were found on it. Detectives believed Archie's killer had used it as a weapon, so they collected it as evidence. When the detectives checked the kitchen, they noticed a bloody knife in plain sight. There were also bottles of whiskey strewn across the floor of the kitchen. In the bathroom, they found cigarette butts and ash discarded inside the toilet. Soon after, detectives completed a thorough sweep of the house, and Archie's body was moved to the hospital for an autopsy. From their findings, detectives had cause to believe that robbery was likely the motive for the murder. They believed this because Eleanor revealed that several items were also missing from the house, in addition to her car. The missing items included some of her jewelry, house keys in Archie's wallet, in which he kept several of his credit cards. Detectives knew they needed to find Eleanor's car as soon as possible. They knew finding the vehicle was vital since it would likely lead them closer to the truth. Information about the car was soon released to the public. Archie's autopsy results came in the following day. They revealed that he had been stabbed multiple times in the head and neck. An object had also been used to violently hit him on the head, resulting in a fractured skull and internal bleeding. Detectives believed that the frying pan found in the kitchen was used to cause this damage. Brother Ford was likely knocked unconscious by a blow to the head before he was repeatedly stabbed to the left side of the head and neck. Spokane County Coroner Lois Shanks told the media at the time of the murder. The possibility of Archie being asleep when he was attacked was not ruled out. Friends of Archie and Eleanor were deeply saddened when they heard the tragic news. They visited Eleanor to mourn with her and also to comfort her. It was a difficult time for Eleanor, and she needed all the emotional support she could get. Simultaneously, the detectives were hard at work trying to solve the case. To help the detectives in their investigation, several people who had seen Archie hours before his death came forward to say what they knew. A friend of Archie, whose name was He later saw Archie at work on the night of the same day. A police officer also reported that he had seen Archie that same night driving the missing Honda. As for the stolen car, it did not take long for it to surface. It was found the next day at a car dealership, which was about 4 miles from where the murder had occurred. Detectives immediately examined the vehicle and found a fingerprint that did not belong to Eleanor or Archie. This discovery excited the detectives who felt closer to solving the crime. The fingerprint was immediately submitted for analysis, but after several days of cross-checking it against the database, no match was found. This was something detectives had not expected, and they were left disappointed. They had the fingerprint of an unknown person who was most likely the killer, and they could not identify him. It was a frustrating time for them. After this, the pace of the investigation began to slow down, and it seemed as if Archie's killer had vanished into thin air. Days soon turned into weeks, and detectives made little to no progress with the investigation. However, when they least expected it, an incident occurred that allowed the investigation to pick up pace once again. Some of Archie's credit cards that had been reported missing suddenly turned up a few weeks after the murder in Kalispell, a city located northwest of Montana, about a 4-hour drive from Spokane. According to the police, one evening, 2 men had strolled casually into a radio station in Kalispell. They looked respectable, and no one seeing them would have thought that they were up to no good. The 2 men quickly made friends with workers at the radio station and were allowed to stay the night. This turned out to be a terrible decision because the 2 men had vanished the following day. Employees of the radio station did not give much thought to this until they discovered that some vital items in the radio station had also vanished along with the 2 men. It was then that they realized that the 2 men had been thieves. The incident was reported to the police, who took time to carry out an investigation. During the investigation, it was discovered that the 2 thieves had used Archie's credit card the night they arrived at the radio station. It was a significant discovery, and police knew that apprehending one or both thieves would lead them closer to solving Archie's murder case. However, they could not do much because they did not have the name of either of the 2 thieves. None of the employees at the radio station knew their names. Detectives did not have to wait too long for the name of one of the thieves to become known. This happened due to a random phone call Eleanor received from a stranger a few weeks later. During that phone call, the stranger identified himself as Bob Neville, and much to Eleanor's surprise, he had told her he had one of Archie's credit cards. Bob was soon found and interviewed by the police. During the interview, he revealed that a man called Jerry Provost had given the credit card to him. According to Bob, he had met Jerry in Spokane and they had struck a deal. The deal was that he would drive Jerry to the state of Idaho in exchange for some cash. However, for some reason, they had gone to Montana instead. They had also picked up a local disc jockey along the way. Bob told police that he dropped Jerry off at Polson, Montana, and that was the last he saw of him. With this information out in the open, detectives knew exactly who they were looking for. A manhunt for Jerry began. Unexpectedly, Jerry turned himself in to the police. When he was interviewed and asked about the credit cards, he confessed that he had gotten them from 2 black men. Nothing ever came out of this confession because the identity of the 2 men remained a mystery. Soon after this series of incidents, the investigation died down due to a lack of leads and the case went cold. It would remain like this for many years. On August 18, 1996, Eleanor sadly passed away at the age of 78 without ever finding out who murdered her husband. Years passed and most of Spokane's inhabitants soon forgot about Archie's murder. But the detectives of the city's police department never forgot. From time to time, the case was revisited, but no progress was made. Then, in October 2020, the case took a positive turn. A match was found for the fingerprint that had been lifted from Eleanor's Honda all those years ago. Detectives could not believe their eyes. The fingerprints belonged to a man by the name of Tracy Pruitt. The discovery was remarkable, but detectives knew they needed something more solid to be sure if Tracy was indeed the man they had been looking for. Due to this, they decided to take another look at the evidence that had been taken from the scene of the murder. The evidence they had were swabs of blood drops that had been obtained from the kitchen of the house the murder took place. There were also swabs that had been taken from Archie's body. All of these were submitted for forensic analysis. Soon enough, the results were out. There was a match from the DNA from the blood drops, and it was none other than Tracy. It was the final piece of the puzzle, and detectives knew they finally had their man. Tracy was not a stranger to the police. He had been involved in several criminal activities in the past and had even spent several years in prison for one of his crimes. In the same year that Archie was murdered, 2 women had accused Tracy of sexually assaulting them. He was arrested in Ohio for charges relating to the crime and received about 50 years of jail time after pleading guilty to rape, an aggravated assault. However, he spent only 27 years in prison and was then released. After he gained his freedom, he settled in California, where he lived an everyday life. But authorities kept a close watch on him due to his criminal past. On October 27, 2022, Tracy woke up not knowing he would be back behind bars before the end of the day. He was arrested in Los Angeles by Spokane police detectives, who also received help from the Los Angeles Police Department. After this, he was charged with first-degree murder and second-degree robbery. In addition to this, his bond was set at $1 million. At the moment, Tracy remains in custody in a jail in California, but he will soon be moved to Spokane to answer for his crimes. It took 40 years for Archie's murder to be solved, and sadly, in those years, many of his relatives and friends passed away, not knowing who killed him. The case of Blumell family. Roger Blumell, born January 17, 1965, was raised in a big, close-knit family with strong values. Even in high school, he was driven and ambitious. He worked in transportation and later discovered his talent in sales, where he excelled. Friends say he could sell anything to anyone, thanks to his kind, cheerful personality. He was always happy and loved making others smile. Roger enjoyed a fulfilling life and a strong bond with his family, but something was missing: a life partner. That all changed one day when he met the right person. Although the details of their meeting are unclear, a close friend recalled that Roger was immediately smitten with a young woman and confidently declared his intention to marry her by the end of the evening. The woman who caught his attention was Melissa. Born on January 1, 1960, in Wichita, Melissa grew up in a loving family of 6 siblings, although she tragically lost a younger sister in infancy. Melissa was a kind, diligent, and helpful person who always put others before herself. She started her career as a bank cashier and worked her way up the ranks, earning promotions through her dedication, teamwork, and strong work ethic. Her career was marked by success, ultimately leading to her appointment as vice president of the bank. The first meeting of Roger and Melissa marked the start of a lifelong partnership between two kindred spirits who tied the knot in 1991. On the surface, the Blumells seemed to have it all. Melissa's rapid rise through the banking ranks, while Roger's charisma enabled him to successfully launch his own business venture. With a natural talent for bringing people together, Roger thrived on sharing good times with friends and spreading joy to those around him. In Melissa, he had found the ideal partner to share in his adventures. What's more, the couple's strong sense of social responsibility drove them to participate in and contribute to various charitable, sporting, and community-driven initiatives in their locality. The Blumell had an idyllic life, but it lacked one thing: a child to bring laughter and joy. After years of trying to conceive, they decided to adopt. A social worker introduced them to Kesha, who was putting her 2 sons, Tony and Chris, up for adoption. The Blumell wanted a closed adoption, but Kesha preferred open. In the end, the Blumell approached one, and Tony and Chris became part of their family, starting a new life. Tony was amazed by daily dinners. The kids quickly adapted, thriving in elementary school and beyond. They excelled in high school, making diverse friends and starring in sports like wrestling and football. Tony's wrestling prowess earned him second place in a division competition, promising a bright future for the family. Tony's family life took a drastic turn for the worse during his senior year of high school. Until then, he had been a model child, but suddenly he became rebellious and constantly clashed with his parents, resentful that they favored his younger brother Chris. He started drinking, breaking curfews, and even smoking marijuana, causing chaos at home and making it seem like all hope was lost for him to get back on track. Tony had always dreamed of joining the United States Air Force after graduating, but his new behavior ruined his chances. In 2013, he was arrested for a violent offense and then again for driving under the influence, which meant his records would prevent him from pursuing a career in military aviation. Tony's life spun out of control after these events. Lacking direction after high school, he shunned education and jobs, preferring to sleep in and get high on cannabis. Melissa lived in fear of his violent outbursts, and there was another secret the family didn't know. Since 2013, Kesha contacted her biological sons on social media. Tony was excited to reconnect, but Chris seemed unreceptive. Kesha was devastated after giving them up, relieved they were with a good family together. Reconnecting with Tony thrilled her, but she resented the family for allegedly turning Chris against her. Moreover, when Kesha learned about Tony's troubles with his adoptive parents, she saw an opportunity to reconnect with her son and swiftly extended an invitation for him to visit her. At the adoptive home, things worsened. Tony's rage boiled over and he punched a hole in the wall. This was the last straw. The family realized they and Chris were no longer safe. After failed attempts to address Tony's behavior, Roger and Melissa made the tough decision to ask him to leave. He started by wandering aimlessly, but he soon understood he needed to take action to support himself financially. He got jobs at fast food restaurants, and to make some extra money, he also sold cannabis. Despite having no fixed address and sleeping at different friends each night, he eventually fell in with a group of young people who were heavily into drug abuse. Among the midst of despairing events, a lifeline emerged for Tony when Kesha extended an invitation for him to move to California and live with her. Tony seized the opportunity with eagerness, and the reunion took place in September 2013 at Kesha's California residence. Accompanied by his high school best friend, Braden, who had dropped out in his junior year to pursue a life of drug dealing, he arrived filled with hope, seeking Kesha's support, who was well-versed in the drug trade, to establish a large-scale marijuana operation in the area, and even discussed entering the medical cannabis market. The reality was that they had arrived to live in a small apartment, which had only one room. It is not hard to imagine that the situation in the place began to be tense, particularly because Sean, Kesha's partner, had 2 jobs and was the only one bringing in money to cover the expenses for 5 people. Kesha only contributed a part of the social assistance she received for her daughter. Kesha, Tony, and Braden spent their days using drugs, and the woman's younger daughter was all the time under that bad influence. Sean reached a breaking point when she discovered Tony and Braden selling marijuana near her house. She told them to stop, citing the danger to her as the property owner. Then, she issued an ultimatum: get a job or leave the apartment. But instead of complying, the group banded together against her, eventually leaving for a nearby hotel for 2 weeks. However, without income, they couldn't afford the hotel bill. They didn't consider getting a decent job due to their financial struggles. Their initial plan was to head back to Kansas, possibly because Tony was familiar with the area from his drug dealings. After nearly a day of driving, they decided to stop in Arizona and spend the night at a hotel. It was during their stay that Tony shared an idea with his companions to kill his adoptive parents in order to inherit their wealth. Once they arrived in Wichita and settled into a hotel room they'd rented for a month, they focused on finalizing the details of this plan. Tony had devised a straightforward plan. He would kill Roger and Melissa, collect the insurance payout, sell off their assets, and use the proceeds to launch a more extensive drug operation. Tony was convinced that his original family would amass a fortune by growing and selling marijuana. He even pinpointed the ideal day to carry out the crime: Friday, November 15, 2013. This date suited him perfectly, since his brother Chris would be away, attending a wrestling event related to his practice. As a former wrestling star, Tony still maintained connections with some team members, which is how he learned about his brother's commitment that evening. Tony hatched a plan to invite Roger and Melissa to a meeting under the guise of discussing their past issues and making amends. While they were out, Braden would bring Kesha to the empty residence, where she would steal valuables. Tony knew the location of a stash of emergency cash his adoptive parents kept at home. The plan was to make it look like a botched robbery. When Roger and Melissa returned, Kesha would kill them. Initially, everyone thought the plan was solid, but Braden later got cold feet and refused to participate. He did agree to help by obtaining the necessary guns. As an alternative, he suggested his friend Andrew, a former high school acquaintance, who could drive Kesha to the residence and play a supporting role in the crime. Braden obtained 2 pistols from other criminals as promised. It's worth noting that there was never any plan to share the money with Andrew, who was hired to drive and provide backup for Kesha during the robbery in exchange for $11,000. Kesha would ultimately be the one carrying out the heist. In early November 2013, Kesha shared a photo on social media of herself with Tony, accompanied by a caption that read, "A bond that cannot be broken." Then, on Friday, November 15th, Tony's prediction came true. His adoptive parents agreed to meet with him, just as he had foreseen. The encounter took place peacefully. At the Blummel's house, a completely different scenario unfolded. Following Roger and Melissa's departure for the meeting, Kesha and Andrew snuck in, broke into the garage and started searching through the house. They seized the chance to steal some small valuable items and the cash the couple kept on hand for emergencies. With the first part of their plan accomplished, Kesha and Andrew concealed themselves near the secluded residence, lying in wait for their victims to return. Tony called, saying his meeting ended and he was dropped off at the hotel. The wait was short. As the Blumble vehicle stopped, two attackers emerged. Kesha stood by Melissa's side. Andrew aimed at Roger. Melissa, still shocked, recognized the mother of the adopted children. She barely said, "Oh my God, Kesha," before a shot to the head made her collapse. Roger, frantic, tried to help his wife. Kesha approached, gun aimed at him, but it jammed. She tried again, Roger frozen in shock beside his wife's body. The gun finally fired and he collapsed next to her. After the fatal plan was executed, Kesha and Andrew hastily departed in the vehicle they had arrived in. The Blumell spouses remained at the scene until approximately 9:15 p.m., when Chris returned from his meeting to find the devastating scene. He quickly called 911, reporting that he had just arrived home to find his parents semi-conscious inside their van. He described Roger as coughing and Melissa as nodding her head up and down, both with visible gunshot wounds to their heads. The dispatcher instructed him to attempt resuscitation efforts while emergency services arrived shortly thereafter to take control of the situation. Miraculously, the Blumell were still alive, their lives clinging to a fragile thread, and were swiftly rushed to a hospital. Meanwhile, back at the hotel where they were staying, Kesha appeared to suffer a panic attack, declaring that she urgently needed to take an illicit substance, which she proceeded to do, joined by the other boys. Also, at that moment, Kesha handed over the used gun and a wallet containing stolen cash and micas to be discarded in a nearby stream. Andrew disposed of the evidence in a nearby park's pond. The next day, Tony used the proceeds to start dealing marijuana, earning his first $100 profit. Tragically, on the same day, Melissa lost her battle with illness and passed away at the age of 53. Tony visited his father in the hospital, unaware that he had been previously removed from the Blumell's will and insurance policies. As it turned out, the two heinous crimes had been committed for nothing. In the days that followed, it emerged that Andrew had not received payment and was even unaware that Kesha had stolen cash from the Blumell family's home. Eventually, fate caught up with them. During the initial inspection of the Blumell residence, the police observed that the garage door had been forced open, and upon entering the house, they found everything in disarray, with items scattered haphazardly. It was confirmed that money, jewelry, and other valuables had been stolen. The authorities considered the possibility that the attack on the couple had been a consequence of their arrival, while the thieves were still inside. However, since the fatal assault had occurred prior to the couple's entry into the home, this initial hypothesis was soon dismissed. In the van where Roger and Melissa were attacked, no significant fingerprints were found, although investigators did discover a book casing. Then the authorities shifted their focus to the victims' workplaces, suspecting that a disgruntled client might have sought revenge. However, this theory was also ruled out, so it was time to interview people close to the couple. Tony was first on the detective's list, as he had been the last person seen alive with the victims, but he vehemently denied any involvement, claiming he knew nothing about the incident. According to him, after finishing dinner, he had returned directly to the hotel where he was staying with his mother. The hotel staff corroborated this alibi. Next on the list was Chris, who had discovered the bodies, but he was quickly cleared after verifying that he had been at a dinner with the wrestling team at the time of the incident. However, the investigators discovered an anomaly in his behavior. He didn't appear overly distraught, instead seeming lost in thought. When police pursued this lead and questioned him about his parents' disappearance, Chris promptly replied that one person came to mind. He added that the only individual who might harbor a grudge against their parents and possibly be capable of such an act was his older brother, Tony. With this significant lead, the authorities caught a fortunate break in their hunt for the culprits. A man contacted the police, revealing that a young acquaintance of Tony's had approached him to buy a gun. The detectives homed in on this individual and, upon digging into his background, uncovered a long history of drug-related offenses. Furthermore, They discovered he had accompanied Tony on a trip to California. The suspect was none other than Braden. Shortly after, Braden received a message from his family warning him that the sheriff's office investigators were seeking to question him about the Blummel case. The morning after, Braden voluntarily went to the police station. According to a press report, on his way to the station, Braden stopped at a pond to dispose of an item, allegedly the guns used in the crime, which had not been discarded as planned. As it happened, he was already under surveillance, and when the police searched the water, they found an unused pistol in the bag he had thrown away. Braden's interrogation lasted 3 days, during which he initially denied any involvement in the incident. However, he eventually cracked under the pressure from the authorities, confessing everything he knew, revealing that the idea for the attack originated with Tony. Tony Blummel, 18, and his biological mother, Kesha, 35, were arrested on November 19, 2013, at their hotel. Andrew, also 18, was taken into custody, and Braden, another 18-year-old, was arrested the following day. Initially, Kesha denied any involvement in the robbery and other crimes, while the 3 young men confessed. On November 25, 2013, the accused made their first court appearance via video conference, facing identical charges: first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, 2 counts of aggravated robbery, burglary, and theft. Bail was set at $500,000 for the 3 young men and $1 million for Kesha. On December 21st, Roger's heart stopped beating, and at just 48 years old, he was reunited with his beloved Melissa. Following Roger's death, the situation for the woman and the 3 young men took a dire turn as they faced the possibility of being charged with capital murder, which carried the risk of a death penalty sentence. On January 3, 2014, the 4 detainees were formally charged with 1 count of capital murder for allegedly killing multiple people in the same incident. Kesha also faced additional charges: 2 counts of aggravated robbery, 1 count of burglary, and 1 count of theft. The preliminary hearing took place on July 17th of that same year, by which time Braden had cut a deal with authorities, agreeing to become the prosecution's star witness in exchange for leniency in his sentence. In 2015, following a year of negotiations, Braden and 2 others implicated in the crime reached agreements with the prosecution. Under these agreements, the accused parties would not contest the charges brought against them, and in return they would relinquish their right to appeal their sentences. In exchange, the prosecution agreed to refrain from pursuing the death penalty and to dismiss certain charges. In a series of separate hearings commencing mid-2015, each of the accused parties formally confirmed their intention to plead guilty. Kesha got life in prison without parole for capital murder, plus 10 years for aggravated robbery. Her sentences will run back to back. In court, she expressed regret and respect for the victim's family, but denied involvement in the crime. She's still in a high-security prison today. Tony Blummel, known to all as Tony, received the same sentence as his mother. At the hearing, his Aunt Christina read a victim impact statement, thanking authorities for justice, and mentioning the love Roger and Melissa had shown Tony. Tony listened in silence, tears welling up. Christina told him he'd chosen his path, and one day he might understand the consequences of those choices. Tony's now in a correctional facility with a record of many infractions. A week later, Andrew was found guilty of first and second-degree murder, sentenced to life and 155 months. Last, Braden, who'd made a deal with prosecutors, was guilty of second-degree murder, sentenced to 242 years. His first release chance is May 28, 2035, but he's had 71 disciplinary reports for bad behavior. District Attorney satisfied with case outcome. Despite waiving appeal rights, Kesha tried and failed. Undisputed, Roger and Melissa Blummel's lives ended tragically. Kesha's excess-driven life led to tragedy, sparked by a descendant rejecting her. For his part, Tony repaid the couple's love and care with resentment, envy, and violence, opting for an unjustifiable path of substance abuse that ultimately led him to commit a double crime. As a consequence, Kesha's younger daughter was forced to grow up in a foster home. In contrast, Chris Blummel, with the support of his family, managed to overcome the ordeal and build a fulfilling life. The case of Natalie Connolly. In the picturesque English countryside, a story of love and betrayal took a tragic turn, leaving a young mother's life in jeopardy. This is the story of Natalie Connolly, a tale of domestic abuse, resilience, and the pursuit of justice amidst unimaginable cruelty. Natalie, a devoted mother and partner, found herself trapped in a cycle of abuse that would culminate in a harrowing ordeal. Her story stands as a stark reminder of the hidden dangers lurking behind closed doors and the courage required to break free from the shackles of domestic violence. Natalie Connolly was a captivating beauty, both in appearance and charm. Her identical twin sister shared her lovely looks and deep connection. Natalie had a natural talent for bringing joy to others, easily sparking laughter and engaging in conversation with everyone she met. Despite the challenges of being a single parent, Natalie was wholly devoted to ensuring her daughter Madison had everything she needed. Natalie's unwavering dedication as a mother was evident in her constant presence and adoration for Madison, which fostered a strong admiration from her daughter. In a bustling bar, Natalie met John, a charming and debonair man who immediately caught her eye. Their connection was instantaneous, drawn together by an undeniable magnetic pull. Despite John being in his late 30s, his charm and wit quickly captivated Natalie's heart. Before long, they exchanged contact details, eager to explore their budding connection and spend more time together. Natalie found herself irresistibly attracted to John from the moment they met, though initially unaware of his occupation or wealth. As they grew closer, John revealed his status as a multimillionaire, a fact reinforced by his extravagant displays of affection. Lavish gifts flowed freely from his generous hand, and their evenings together were filled with luxurious dinners at high-end restaurants. His opulent mansion seemed to be plucked from a fairy tale, leaving Natalie spellbound by his refined and gentlemanly demeanor. Contrary to the charming facade John projected, he harbored a trove of hidden truths. It soon came to light that John's life was far more complex than he had let on. Amidst his engagement to a pregnant partner, with whom he anticipated their second child, John concealed the existence of 3 additional children. His involvement with Natalie was revealed to be an affair that persisted even as he navigated the dissolution of his prior relationship, ultimately choosing to redirect his focus towards her. Their romance unfolded like pages from a fairy tale from the onset. John and Madison formed an instant bond, while Natalie effortlessly won over John's children, showering her with lavish gifts and luxuries like spa days and a personal chauffeur. John seemed to fulfill every dream imaginable, yet amidst the opulence, reality set in. When Natalie moved in with John on his estate in Kinver, Staffordshire, England, their relationship was initially fueled by passion. However, living together revealed the true nature of their dynamic. True understanding emerges when you share every aspect of your daily lives. John's preferences leaned heavily towards the rougher side, reminiscent of scenes from the 50 Shades of Grey series, much to Natalie's discomfort. He derived pleasure from causing her pain during intimate moments, often leaving visible evidence of his aggression in the form of bruises and cuts. The extravagant dinners and romantic gestures began to lose their appeal when Natalie realized the steep emotional cost they came with. What once seemed like a fairy tale now bore the stark reality of a tumultuous relationship. Despite her reservations, Natalie reluctantly acquiesced to John's demands during their intense encounters, driven by a fear of abandonment similar to what he had done to his pregnant ex-fiancée. Despite struggling with this significant issue, she found contentment within the relationship and hesitated to leave, fearing a return to the monotony of her previous life. Seeking solace and guidance, she confided in her sister and mother, revealing the wounds and bruises that bore witness to John's violent tendencies during their intense sexual encounters. While acknowledging John's prowess in the bedroom, she also disclosed the distressing reality of his penchant for inflicting pain. Natalie found herself torn between the pleasure John provided and the harm he caused. She was caught in a dilemma, struggling to reconcile her desire to maintain the lavish lifestyle with John and her dissatisfaction with the intimate aspect of their relationship. Signs of strain became apparent as both Natalie and John sought connections outside their partnership. John engaged in conversations with other women, while Natalie also found herself messaging other men. When John uncovered Natalie's exchanges, his reaction was one of fury. While he didn't hesitate to pursue interactions with women himself, he vehemently opposed Natalie's involvement with other men, revealing a glaring double standard in their relationship dynamic. However, he remained silent, masking any signs of unease. On December 18, 2016, John proposed what seemed like a normal evening together. Drinks, watching a football game, and sharing supper. He ensured Natalie had an abundance of alcohol, and even provided cocaine, though to a lesser extent than he consumed himself. This wasn't the first time he had orchestrated such a scenario, suggesting a pattern of behavior aimed at loosening her up before subjecting her to his despicable actions once they were alone at home. Natalie's heavy drinking on these occasions may have been an attempt to numb herself to the anticipated pain she knew she would endure once behind closed doors with John. For him, maintaining absolute control was paramount, ensuring he could fully indulge in his intentions towards Natalie without compromising his faculties. He meticulously regulated his alcohol intake, aiming to achieve a state of mild intoxication that wouldn't impede his actions. During their sexual encounters, following a seemingly delightful day out, culminating in a satisfying meal at one of their favorite establishments, John arranged for their driver to transport them home. However, beneath the facade of normalcy lurked John's sinister and malevolent intentions for that day. Natalie's intoxication was clearly evident, and the meal had not helped sober her up or absorb the alcohol. Disoriented, she stumbled out of the car upon their arrival home, inadvertently leaving her phone behind. The responsible course of action would have been to provide her with water and guide her to bed to sleep it off. However, John Broadhurst had far darker intentions in mind. Upon the driver's return with Natalie's phone, it remains unclear whether John accessed her messages. Subsequent toxicological testing and autopsy results painted a grim picture of Natalie's state. Despite her incapacitation, John was resolute in his desire for retribution, disregarding any potential consequences. Natalie became the unwilling recipient of his brutal advances, as he orchestrated her suffering to inflict maximum harm. He subjected her to a barrage of violence, including punches, kicks, stomps, and the act of throwing bleach at her face and genitals. To compound her agony, he used a bottle of carpet cleaner as a weapon, twisting and tearing at her. Once he had finished his cruel assault, he abandoned Natalie, naked and bloodied, at the base of the stairs. Her skirt pulled up around her waist, left to succumb to her injuries. She lay in a pool of her own blood as John callously retreated to bed. Hours later, upon awakening, he discovered Natalie lifeless, having succumbed to the numerous horrific wounds inflicted upon her, totaling a staggering 40. John's subsequent actions, including his unconvincing performance during the emergency call for an ambulance, revealed his warped psychological state. His detachment and lack of remorse were chillingly evident as he casually informed the operator of his futile attempts at CPR, referring to Natalie's lifeless state with callous indifference. Following Natalie's pronounced death, he was apprehended by authorities. In a feeble attempt to justify his heinous deeds, he offered the excuse of rough sex gone too far, claiming innocence and alleging that Natalie had actively consented to the extreme acts inflicted upon her. According to John's twisted narrative, Natalie purportedly requested the injuries, the violence, and even the insertion of the carpet cleaning bottle into her body, and she purportedly reassured him amidst the blood and pain. He claimed that she reassured him of her well-being, and expressed a desire for more of the same, painting himself as a mere pawn in her tragic demise. John attempted to deflect responsibility by asserting that Natalie willingly participated in rough sexual activities, claiming they had engaged in similar encounters numerous times without issue. When questioned about leaving her partially clothed at the foot of the stairs, he offered the feeble excuse that it was a routine occurrence, and that he had never provided blankets, as the house was consistently warm throughout the proceedings. John displayed a notable absence of remorse or contrition, instead placing blame squarely on Natalie's shoulders. Despite being found guilty of manslaughter, he received a lenient sentence of 3 years and 8 months, serving only 22 months before regaining his freedom. The Natalie Connolly case sparked widespread criticism, leading Fiona McKenzie to launch the We Can't Consent to This movement. McKenzie aims to ignite discussions on sexual assault and eliminate the rough sex defense, which trivializes violence in relationships. However, some still accept the court's decision, viewing it as an isolated incident rather than a systemic issue, risking victim blaming. This highlights the need for advocacy and education to challenge harmful narratives and support survivors. The rough sex murder defense was unequivocally prohibited with the passage of the Domestic Abuse Bill by Parliament on July 6, 2020, following the granting of royal assent on April 29, 2021. The Domestic Abuse Act of 2021 represents a crucial step forward in addressing and combating domestic violence, ensuring that perpetrators can no longer exploit such harmful defenses to justify their actions. Natalie's untimely death left a profound void in the lives of her family and friends, who continue to grapple with the pain of her loss. Their unwavering love and support for Natalie serve as a testament to her enduring spirit. In the aftermath, the community rallied together to raise awareness about domestic abuse and to support survivors in their journey towards healing and recovery. Their solidarity and compassion stand as a beacon of hope in the face of unspeakable tragedy. Though Natalie Connolly's life was tragically cut short, her memory lives on in the hearts of all who knew and loved her. May her story inspire us to stand against domestic abuse and to offer support to those in need. Most of us can't think of anything bad happening to us as long as we stay close to our home. But on November 9, 1983, 11-year-old Laura Ann Weiser was found sexually assaulted and strangled to death after disappearing just a few feet away from her home in Fort Pierce, St. Lucie County, Florida. What malicious monster did Laura run into? Did she know her assailant, or was it a stranger? With its pristine beaches, diverse waterways, and sundry heritage sites, St. Lucie's is a postcard for how blissful Florida can be. Consisting of 688 square miles, St. Lucie County was home to beautiful communities where you could raise your family without a worry in the world. Yet, these opinions would be changed after a horrible crime occurred in this very place. Laura Ann Weiser was born on May 10, 1972, to her father, Jose Luis Navarro Weiser, and mother, Judy Marie Weiser. Other than Laura, the couple had 4 more children. Jose worked in the United States Armed Forces while Judy took care of their family. Laura was growing up in a nice home in St. Lucie County, Florida. Laura was described as a feisty and outspoken girl by those who knew her. In 1983, at 11, the bright and beautiful Laura was in 6th grade at Chester A. Moore Elementary School when everything changed. On Sunday, November 6, 1983, around 1:30 p.m., Laura was seen for the last time near Midway Road and Okeechobee Road in Fort Pierce, St. Lucie County, Florida. The night before, she had been sleeping over at a friend's house and was on her way home with a pile of clothes in her hands. She was within sight of her family's driveway when she was last spotted. Without anyone knowing how, the little girl vanished into thin air. The worry set in for Laura's family when she did not return home that afternoon as planned. Her parents called the friend Laura had been with, but they were informed that Laura had left hours ago. Panic-stricken, they quickly searched the area but couldn't find her. They then went to the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office to report her missing. Sadly, at the time, authorities did not take reports of missing adolescents seriously until they had been missing for a longer period. In their words, adolescents who did not return home on time were often playing with their friends and had simply lost track of time. This miserable strategy from law enforcement obviously forced Laura's parents to helplessly wait for their daughter to show up at home, which she never did. A bolo sheet, however, was put out for Laura after the family insisted that she would never go anywhere on her own. Unfortunately, authorities never implemented a large-scale search in the initial phase of the investigation. Soon, a piece of information regarding Laura came to the light. A deputy from the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office, James Howard Harrison, came forward saying that he saw the girl walking near a gas station close to her home. He had been on patrol in the same area on the day Laura went missing. That was the last time anyone saw Laura alive ever again. On November 9, 1983, 3 days after Laura went missing, her family received the news they feared the most. Her 90-pound lifeless body had been found in a drainage ditch of what was then called the Dun Citrus Grove near Midway Road and Shin Road, approximately 600 yards from the intersection where she was last seen walking. Her body was taken to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy. According to the report, she had been murdered on the same day she went missing. She had been sexually assaulted and strangled to death in a disgusting act of sheer brutality. Laura's family was devastated at her demise, and they were upset at the half-hearted efforts of the local authorities. They could not wrap their heads around the fact that the police had never even bothered to start a large-scale search for Laura. At the same time, their small neighborhood was shocked at this brutal crime, but it was too late for any explanation, and people wanted nothing more than to find the murderer who chose this little girl as their prey. However, sadly for them, decades would pass before the mystery could be unraveled. There were not many clues to follow. A brief investigation ensued, and detectives did a couple of interviews but could not gather any evidence to lead to a conviction or even apprehension. Soon the case went cold and remained so for 4 decades. Years later, in 2020, the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office established a dedicated cold case squad, and Laura N's cold case was selected for the team to reinvestigate along with a few other cases. Detective Paul Taylor was in charge of the investigation. Although Taylor had no personal relation to the deceased girl, he took a special interest in this case. In a press conference, he later shared that he somehow did relate to the little girl's story after losing his only son to suicide. He even saw his son and Laura in a dream, which he considered an indication to keep digging through the mystery. Keeping a picture of Laura on his office desk, he promised himself to never give up on this little girl. As a part of the investigation, Taylor traced his way back in time, speaking to the witnesses as well as the original investigators. His investigation led him to one of their own who had never been on their radar, but was a part of the original investigation. The suspect was none other than the former St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office deputy, James Howard Harrison. Yes, you heard it right. He was the last person to see Laura alive. As he dug deeper into the evidence, Detective Taylor discovered many holes in the original investigation. Not only had Harrison last seen Laura, but he was also the one who reported the discovery of Laura's body. However, he was not the one who discovered it. 2 men were working at Citrus Grove when they noticed a lifeless body of a little girl and reported it to the patrol officer in the area, Harrison. After Taylor talked to one of them, the man described the incident as deeply traumatizing. However, he could still remember the crime scene in great detail. Taylor was shocked to learn that his description did not match what was in the case file. The man further told him that Harrison asked them to immediately leave after they reported the discovery to him. This seemed strange, but what had been stranger was that no one else wanted to talk to them further after that. Was the first detective who talked to him after Harrison. Harrison spent 20 minutes with Laura's corpse before the other officers joined him. For the first time, there seemed to be a suspect in the murder of Laura and Heuser, and it was someone they could have never predicted. As the connection was made, Detective Taylor began to put the pieces of the puzzle together. The question had always bothered him as to why Harrison did not give the girl a lift. In any normal situation, even back then, a law enforcement officer who saw a little girl carrying a bundle of clothes would have assumed she was a runaway and would have stopped to at least talk to her or would have driven her home. Detective Taylor and his team theorized that Harrison moved the girl's body into the drainage ditch where she was found to get rid of potential evidence before the backup arrived. It was time for authorities to look at Deputy Harrison more closely for the first time. Supposedly, he had complaints brought forward from within the sheriff's office as co-workers felt he had been inappropriate with young women while conducting his duties as a deputy. Aside from his job in law enforcement, he also worked as a preacher in the region. Even in that job, he couldn't keep his dignity intact. Several accusations had come forward that Harrison had molested young girls at his job at Bethel Baptist Church in the city of Fort Pierce. Detective Taylor uncovered proof of Harrison tampering with evidence, moving things at the crime scene and hindering the investigation. Despite this checkered past, he was never charged. He was just kicked out of the church, and he himself resigned from the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office in 1984, just 5 months after Laura's homicide. As nobody kept any tabs on him, and he was never formally charged, He just picked up his family and left, like nothing had ever happened. Over the years, he moved around a lot and worked with 10 different law enforcement agencies in his entire career. Every time he started over, he took advantage of his position and maintained access to the potential victims. Sheriff Ken J. Mascara, who used to work with Harrison, said that he voiced concerns about Harrison's inappropriate interactions with young people. These complaints did not go anywhere at the time he made them, around 1979 or 1980. With all this new information, Detective Taylor went forward to gather more conclusive evidence. In 2021, analysts at a private DNA lab were able to recover the DNA from the sexual assault of the victim, which suggested that the suspect was male. But it was degraded too much by the time they were able to compare the DNA samples. Due to the extreme degradation, forensic analysts could not get a 100% match. Although no conclusive DNA evidence could be found, detectives decided that there was enough probable cause and circumstantial evidence to consider Harrison responsible for Laura's murder. We have established probable cause to determine that Harrison abducted, sexually assaulted, and murdered the juvenile victim, said Chief Deputy Brian Hester in a press conference in February of 2022. Unfortunately, Harrison would once again elude justice by dying from cancer in 2008. The ways our family was in disbelief at how the layers of this cold case had unfolded. It naturally was like a disbelief, a dream, Laura's older brother, Joe Wazzer, stated. After all this time, you're telling me you're able to tell us who murdered our little sister? Sadly, Laura's parents would never see this day. Her mother passed away in 2007, and her father soon followed in 2009. Regardless of the outcome, Laura's remaining family was grateful to Detective Taylor for cracking this case, especially since nobody expected it. Several police departments around the state are now checking their own cold cases because they believe there were other victims. Ironically, where one police officer put all his efforts into helping people, the other abused his power to commit the crime. But at least in the end, the truth won. The case of Cecile Bloch. 3.5 decades after the chilling and mysterious murder of 11-year-old French girl Cecile Bloch, the veil of secrecy was finally lifted by the revelation of DNA evidence. Unveiled alongside this newfound truth after the 35-year hunt was a horrifying connection. The same malevolent hand that took Cecile's innocence also stained France with the blood of other victims during the dark period. From 1986 to 1994. To make it worse, the chilling revelation was that the very person responsible for these heinous acts was someone who was supposed to be a guardian of the law, a gendarme and a policeman at the time of the murders. This is the tragic tale of Cecile Bloch. It's the fateful morning of May 5, 1986. The universe seemed to conspire against 24-year-old Luc Bloch, with the day kicking off on the wrong foot. At first, his alarm clock didn't go off, and to make matters worse, nobody in the Bloch household had the foresight to rouse him from his restless slumber. Luc, now in a mad dash to get to work, also had to make sure his young sister wasn't late to school. With a sense of urgency gnawing at his heels, he calls out to his little sister, telling her to hasten her preparations for school as he hurriedly leaves the apartment. In those days, it was common for children to go to school on their own. Every morning on weekdays, the parents Jean-Pierre and Suzanne Bloch would embark on their own journeys to work by 8 a.m. Luc too would depart the family apartment, leaving just before Cecile, who typically set off for her classes around 8:45 a.m. Lunchtime brought a cherished routine. Cecile would return home alone, savoring a comforting bowl of soup before serenading the household with her beloved violin. This gifted young girl was a maestro of melodies and really loved music. She harbored an affection for dogs and also excelled at school. At noon, her loving mother, Suzanne, would routinely dial the family apartment to make sure her daughter got home safely and had taken her lunch. But on that fateful day, an eerie silence met her call. The girl didn't pick up the phone, and this would lead to a horrific revelation that would create many questions of what had truly transpired on this fateful day. Let me take you back to the moment Luc Bloch embarked on his daily journey to work. As he stepped out of the apartment, the darkness of the landing greeted him yet again. There was no light for the third consecutive day. Frustration coursed through him as his fingers fumbled in the inky darkness to find the elevator button. The only functioning elevator glided to a halt on the 3rd floor, and inside stood a well-dressed young man. This man, possibly in his late 20s, possessed an athletic build with a pockmarked face. Luke, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, extended a cordial greeting, then disembarked on the 1st floor. The stranger wished him a strangely emphatic, "Good day." Something about this encounter struck Luke as peculiar. The man's politeness appeared excessive for a stranger. It was almost unnerving. In hindsight, Luke would recall the haunting final words uttered by this strange man. "Have a very, very good day." Little did he realize that in a matter of minutes, this very man would perpetrate the unspeakable to his young sister that would forever leave a scar in his heart. The clock struck 8:20 a.m. and within the building, the concierge perused a fresh newspaper while neighbors bustled about their morning routines. None among the building's residents could fathom that in just half an hour, young Cecile would meet her tragic fate. A fate that awaited her lifeless form in the shadowy depths of the building's basement, a staggering 3 floors beneath the building that was once her peaceful home. Suzanne, her heart sinking with each unanswered call, began to entertain a glimmer of hope that Cecile might be at her friend's house. She dialed the number, praying for a reassuring voice on the other end, but her fear intensified. As her friend confirmed the chilling truth, Cecile hadn't been to school, and she hadn't seen her that day either. By 1 p.m., panic had engulfed the parents, driving them to sprint back into the apartment, their frantic voices echoing as they desperately called out for their beloved daughter. Cecile was nowhere to be found. Suzanne's gaze fell upon her daughter's absent school bag, a sign that she had indeed departed. But to where? Meanwhile, Jean-Pierre initiated a series of agonizing calls to local hospitals. Their anxious pleas met with the same heartbreaking reply. No girl matching Cecile's description had been admitted. In the building's lobby, the parents beseeched the concierge to aid in the search for their missing child. With urgency fueling their every step, they raced to the police station, scouring the nearby streets and playgrounds as they went. Cecile was known for her unwavering attendance at school, and there were no significant issues at home to explain her absence. The question loomed large. Why had she left and where had she gone? The concierge, now joined by 2 concerned neighbors, embarked on a painstaking search of the building floor by floor, inching their way downwards, but the haunting truth remained. Cecile had vanished without a trace. All that remained was to descend into the foreboding cellar. The first room they entered was empty and devoid of any answers, while the second room stood locked. They then entered the third room, a chamber of forgotten clutter that obscured any immediate revelation. The room was a chaotic maze of forgotten possessions, a lot of junk from years past, so densely entangled that nothing could be seen at a single glance. In a breathless moment, a flashlight pierced the darkness, casting a feeble glow upon the basement's desolation. At first glance, it appeared vacant, but just as they were about to retreat, at the corner of his eye, one man caught a glimpse of something amiss in the periphery. A grimy, time-worn carpet that seemed to conceal something beneath it. He summoned the others, a glimmer of dread tugging at their hearts. Unfortunately, they found who they were looking for, but not the way they hoped they would find her. Outside the house, police cars and an ambulance had already arrived at the scene when Cecile's parents returned. They rushed past the gathered crowd in the basement. It was too late. The innocent life of young Cecile had already been taken, her innocence brutally shattered. The wheels of justice began to turn, as a relentless investigation was launched into the heart-wrenching homicide. The grim investigation unveiled a chilling timeline. The malevolent intruder had infiltrated the block, lingering within its walls, and shared a sinister 40-minute encounter with Cecile, with witnesses testifying that he had departed the building at 9:20 a.m. They all echoed a hauntingly consistent description of the suspect. A dark-haired young man, aged between 25 and 30, his face marred by the cruel reminders of severe acne scars, the very same man who had exchanged strange pleasantries with Luke that morning. Drawing from the accounts of 6 witnesses and Luke's recollection, the police conjured a rough sketch of the malefactor, which found its way onto the pages of newspapers across France, while investigators managed to secure the assailant's biological material and ascertain his blood type. The nascent era of DNA forensics limited their progress. The evidence, a tantalizing puzzle piece, remained locked in a cold, waiting silence as the promise of breakthroughs in forensic science beckoned from the shadows. Yet the revelations remained scant, leaving a trail of unanswered questions and a community haunted by uncertainty. Just a month prior, the city had shuddered at the news of a similar predator haunting their midst. A man bearing an uncanny resemblance to the male factor now under investigation had assaulted an 8-year-old girl in an elevator. Yet miraculously, she had survived to share her harrowing tale with investigators. This brave child, known only as Sarah, recounted how the man had cunningly posed as a police officer during the ordeal. What sent shock waves through the community were the eerie parallels emerging in 3 additional sexual assault cases. In these grim chapters, the assailant employing the same sinister ruse had targeted a 26-year-old woman and 2 young girls aged 11 and 14. Each victim had fallen prey to his apparent police identification card and the menacing glint of handcuffs, tools of restraint that he employed with chilling precision. The authorities were gripped by a sense of urgency as they grappled with the unsettling question. Was this a deceitful ploy to gain the trust of unsuspecting victims, or was he actually a police officer? Their suspicions were stoked not only by the violence inflicted upon his victims, but also by the chillingly calculated tactics he employed. A nagging intuition lingered among investigators, a conviction that this male factor was no ordinary criminal. Their gut told them he was either a sworn officer or a gendarme, a belief that would later be chillingly confirmed. However, capturing this predator was far from straightforward, as he continued to elude the clutches of justice with diabolical cunning. Despite widespread distribution of the sketch to the local population, it proved futile in unmasking the perpetrator. By the close of 1987, a sinister shadow had been cast over a number of crimes, all attributed to this man based on his distinctive appearance and chilling demeanor. The investigation remained in an agonizing deadlock for years, swinging back and forth between closed and reopened status. In a cruel twist of fate, the latest DNA tests conducted in a bid for justice yielded inconclusive results, shrouding the identity of the perpetrator in a veil of impenetrable darkness. Tragically, the parents of the young victim never lived to witness the moment of reckoning. Suzanne met her untimely end in a devastating traffic accident in 1989, while Jean-Pierre departed the world in 2011. Their hearts bore the heavy burden of never knowing the face of the monster who had stolen their beloved Cecile away forever, leaving a haunting legacy of unresolved pain and injustice. The embers of the unresolved mystery began to rekindle, lighting the way for the determined cold case detectives. They uncovered a piece of evidence that sparked a glimmer of hope. The killer, known to drive a white car, had once been a member of the prestigious gendarmerie. His chilling history culminated in a final crime committed near a gendarmerie training center. The techniques he used displayed the unmistakable signs of police and military training. In 2021, the police made a bold move. They called in around 750 former police officers who had worked in the Paris area during the time of the crimes. Among them was the very man who had evaded justice for so long, who was called in for questioning on September 29, 2021. The investigators' goal was clear: to collect the DNA of these suspects, hoping fervently that the murderer might finally be identified among them. The plot took a harrowing twist on September 24th, when a summons landed in the hands of a man, compelling his appearance for questioning on September 29th. The demand extended further, requiring the surrender of a DNA sample. However, in a startling turn of events, the narrative pivoted on September 27th when the man's wife reported him missing. As the clock ticked relentlessly towards the fateful date, the puzzle was far from complete. 2 days later, on September 29th, 2021, in a quiet town in the south of France, tragedy struck in the form of a suicide. François Verrev, a 59-year-old man, chose to end his own life, leaving behind a farewell note that laid bare a haunting confession. Among its chilling lines, it read, "I admit being a great criminal who committed unforgivable acts until the end of the 1990s. In a heart-wrenching conclusion, DNA tests revealed the somber truth. The man authorities had hunted relentlessly for years. The pockmarked man, the elusive predator, was unmasked as Francois Verove. However, much about his background remained shrouded in mystery. Born on January 22, 1962 in France, he had grown up under the stern gaze of a strict father, a stepmother, and 2 stepsisters. His biological mother had succumbed to the ruthless grip of the flu. In his youth, he had harbored an unsettling fascination with horror movies, perhaps offering a glimpse into the darkness that would later consume him. In 1983, Francois embarked on a new chapter as he moved to Paris and joined the National Gendarmerie. By June 1985, he had married and took it upon himself to construct a family home from the ground up, a testament to his ambitions. In the eyes of a former friend, he wore the dual masks of kindness and decency, but his temper lurked just beneath the surface, a volatile element that could erupt without warning. Behind this facade, however, lay a chilling truth. He was completely the opposite of the positive traits he may have portrayed to others. For innocent young girls had suffered beneath his sinister hand, miraculously escaping his clutches, all except for young Cécile Bloch. Francois' malevolence didn't stop there. In 1987, he cold-bloodedly murdered 2 adults, 38-year-old Jill Politi and his devoted housekeeper Irmgard Muller. Armed with crucial DNA evidence, investigators embarked on a gripping journey, determined to unravel the secrets of a malefactor whose dark deeds seemed endless. They fervently believed his sinister trail of crimes extended far beyond those already uncovered, driving them to delve deeper into unsolved cases, searching for hidden connections that could reveal the full extent of his reign of terror. Unfortunately, earthly justice may never hold him accountable for his atrocities, and retribution seems out of reach. The specter of his deeds looms large, leaving the question of inevitable justice to the realm beyond. As this harrowing tale unfolds, we are left with unanswered questions, wounds that may never fully heal, and the haunting presence of a man who committed unspeakable acts. Francois Verove may have evaded earthly justice, but his actions are forever etched in the indelible ink of infamy. Amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope stands as a testament to the relentless tenacity of those who pursued answers. With advancements in DNA technology, the truth emerged from the depths of despair. In the afterlife, in the realm beyond, justice may yet find its elusive mark, allowing the innocent souls scarred by his malevolence to finally rest in peace. In the shadow of these chilling revelations, let us remember all those who suffered at the hands of this predator. Their memory lives on as a reminder that even in the darkest corners of our world, the relentless pursuit of justice can be a beacon of hope. As we close this chapter of human frailty and malevolence, let us remember Cécile, not for the darkness that took her, but for the vibrant spirit she once embodied. For every life taken too soon, there remains a legacy that defies the shadows, a testament to the unwavering hope that someday justice will prevail. May the souls of Cécile and all the other victims rest in eternal peace. On July 23, 1980, a young farmer from a small peaceful town in Washington came across the remains of what looked to be a man. The autopsy later revealed it to be a man in his late 50s. The remains had been there for about a month. The forensic investigation, which was still in its infancy, revealed very little about the man. He was later given the moniker John Doe, even though he was gone for more than 4 decades. Why did no one file a missing report? Who was this man? How did the family react after 42 years of disappearance? Watch till the end to find out. Our story today takes us to the city of Arlington. It is one of the most beautiful river valleys in western Washington. Snohomish County has a rich and vibrant history of logging and agriculture. After World War I, agriculture, dairy farming, and shingle mills were some of the main sources of income for the residents. After the Second World War, Arlington remained a typical small American town with logging and agriculture as the main source of livelihood for many. Life was normal by those standards, but it wasn't until the 1960s that the population grew by more than 400%. Our case today takes us to this place at a time 40 years ago. when a teenage boy discovers unidentified remains of a man in the most famous river in all of western Washington, the Stillaguamish River. It was July 23, 1980. Spencer Fuentes was a young farmer and a devoted Protestant who went to the Lutheran Church in Sylvania. Spencer had his trousers carelessly rolled up above his knees with his ankles submerged in water as he threw streamers and dry flies to bait a fish. In Arlington, fly fishing was quite the trend in those days. Spencer was at the Stillaguamish River on his blueberry and hazelnut farm, working on his skill as an angler. He was alone at the time when he caught a whiff of a stench. It was invasive but tolerable, and so he began looking around for the source. It must have been a dead animal, was what he thought to himself as he looked around the premises. And that is when he found something he would have never expected. He saw something floating between the logs at the riverbank. And when he walked closer to look, he saw a man's arm with his fingers dangling on the log, with the rest of his body submerged under the river. He didn't dare go any closer and hurried back to the nearest police station. The sheriff's deputy responded with skepticism as no one had reported someone missing. But he went with Spencer to speculate anyway. The deputy later confirmed it to be a body. Soon the backup arrived and they took the remains into custody. An investigation ensued and they began checking the perimeter. The deputies could only concur that it could have been anything. It could have been a suicide or maybe another fly fisherman enthusiast who met with an accident while swinging his fishing line. He was wearing a dark suit jacket and cotton pants. And all they had was 3 letters on the belt, G-R and N to work with. These could be the initials of his name, but could just as well be anything else. They determined the age of the deceased to be anywhere between 37 to 70. But that was too wide a range to work with. The river wasn't deep, and it certainly wasn't deep enough to drown. But it could still be a possibility. And the condition that the body was in made it certain that the person must have been dead for months. When a body is submerged in water for long periods of time, anything can happen. There could be predatory animals looking for food, and there could be bloating in the remains for the bacterial activities, putrefaction, and soft tissue discoloration. All of these factors make it hard for the investigators to identify the deceased and proceed further with the investigation. July is the warmest and driest month in Washington, and the temperature of the water could turn the skin into soapy fatty acids called grave wax. The only probable explanation they could infer was drowning, but it was later ruled out when the autopsy reports came in. Dr. Clayton Haberman, who performed the autopsy, cited the cause to be apparently natural. The autopsy reports determined that the decedent had no signs of trauma or any signs of drowning. While they did find water in the lungs of the deceased, that was just because the person was in the water for a long time. But the reports had a section that could easily solve the mystery. The person had severe coronary artery disease, and that was much more likely the cause of his death. It is a fairly common disease among the elderly and those with diabetes, high blood pressure, and alcohol issues. A condition when the arteries that carry blood to the heart get hard and narrow. The case was solved and it was not a murder. But who was this man? According to Dr. Haberman's report, the deceased was a male who stood 5 feet 7 inches, tall and weighed about 150 pounds. They were not able to pinpoint an age, but he had gray hair, indicating he was on the older side. The deputies could not just take a picture and put it in the newspapers as the face was barely recognizable. With very little to work with, they sought help from a dentist. Dr. Keith Leonard sifted through his dental records comparing the deceased's teeth with the files of known missing persons. As expected, all efforts went in vain. With no hope, the Snohomish County Coroner's Office tagged the decedent as John Doe No. 2 and put the name in a file with a case number, 80-7-526. About 3 weeks after the discovery of the decedent, on the 15th of August 1980, John Doe No. 2 was buried at the Arlington Cemetery by the Weller Funeral Home, but the deputies never stopped looking. It was a common practice to bury John Doe's or unidentified remains back then, but these days the unidentified skeletal remains which are discovered are kept at the Snohomish County Medical Examiner's Office until they find the foundries. On June 22, 2013, news broke that Alfonso Rodriguez had been transferred from death row prison in Terre Haute, Indiana to Coleman II, a high-security penitentiary in Sumterville, Florida. This is where it looks like he will spend his last days. A 19-year-old girl, Linda, didn't show up for breakfast and then lunch one day. When they sent her brother Howard to check up on her, he saw something that would scar him for life. Why did Linda not come home for breakfast? Did she oversleep? What did Howard see? We are going to reveal a case which was buried under a thick layer of snow about half a century ago. The snow has now finally melted and the killer is now behind bars. Come with us as we look at what exactly happened on the fateful day of a cold February back in 1978. February is the month when Buffalo, New York's second largest city, gets the highest amount of snowfall, and this is where our case today takes us. It is located at the head of the Niagara River across the Canadian border from southern Ontario. Linda Tashari was a bartending student living alone in the family cottage, a little behind the larger home where the rest of her family resided. Even though she lived alone at the guest house, she was always in contact with everyone. Well, she only lived about 5 minutes away. As Howard, her brother, described her, she was the one who the family members talked to if they had problems. She liked to keep the family together. It was the 8th of February, 1978. It was past noon. Her lunch was cold, and when Linda's brother went over to the cottage to fetch her, the doors were invitingly open. When he entered the cottage, he was greeted by a scene so horrifying that it would scar him forever, or at least for 44 years. The house was warm, and no one dared open a window. Buffalo was in the grips of a blizzard, and there was no one outside. The streets were empty, and everything was covered in a blanket of snow. It was 8 in the morning on the 8th of February, 1978. Linda's family, her mom and her brother, saw someone walking away from the cottage behind their home and getting into a green Chevrolet Nova parked across the street from their house. He was a man who was about 5 feet 10 inches tall, had a medium build, wearing a ski cap and a navy blue coat. Howard Tashari, Linda's brother, assumed the person was Linda's boyfriend. Who else could it be? He must have stayed the night and just had to get home early. The day went rather normally, but it seemed like Linda had overslept. She wasn't there for breakfast. It was lunchtime when Linda's mother sent Howard, who was 18 at the time, to wake her up. Linda would normally come to the main house to check her mail, but she hadn't that day, which concerned her mother. She sent Howard to check up on her, and when he went to the cottage, he found the side door was unlocked. He pushed the door as it creaked open. The sound of the radio was the first thing he noticed as he stepped inside. As he made his way towards the hallway, he spotted blood stains on the floor. He knew something was dreadfully wrong as he went deeper into the room. He was horrified to find his sister in her pajamas lying lifeless, staring at him in a pool of blood on the living room floor next to the doorway to her bedroom. Howard, trembling as he stuttered her name, knelt beside her as her ice-cold body stared at him. He was frozen for a moment with a million thoughts running through his mind. How could he break this news to his mother? But he had to. He went back and explained what he saw. They called the police. They knew it was the stranger, but he had been too far away for them to identify the man. In the hours after Linda was found fatally stabbed, the Buffalo police detectives began their investigation and gathered evidence from the crime scene. At the time, the area was covered in snow. The police officers who arrived at the crime scene found a trail of blood leading away from the cottage. This led investigators to believe that the killer had injured himself somehow. With limited resources, they had very little to work with. The Buffalo Police Department notified local hospitals and medical stores in the hopes that the killer would seek medical attention to tend to his wounds. The entire cottage was filled with DNA evidence, with the killer's blood splattered on several rooms and on several items, including a Grand Funk Railroad vinyl record cover. Linda has been stabbed 13 times and had wounds on her face, neck and back. Linda has bruises on her face, abdomen and arm which were sustained at the time of the murder. The autopsy revealed that Linda died of blood loss. The police worked through the usual suspects, speaking to Linda's boyfriend, her stepfather and the handyman, but nothing came up, and soon they were out of clues and no arrests were made. The motive of the murder was ruled to likely be a robbery gone wrong. The killer had seen the cottage away from the main home. This attracted him, but when he entered the cottage, he saw a 19-year-old sleeping there. Wanting to steal things, He moved around the cottage looking for precious items to take. But it all failed when Linda woke up, and in the commotion he had no other option but to kill the witness. But the question remained. Who was the mystery man who was leaving the cottage that morning? Who was the man in that navy blue coat who got into a green Chevrolet Nova? With no other leads, the case went cold. All of the evidence collected in the case, including the DNA evidence, was eventually packaged in 39 envelopes and bags stacked into boxes put away in storage about 2 months after the crime. Even though the killer had fled the crime scene, he had left his DNA. Back in the 1980s, DNA analysis did not exist. It was determined that the blood found at the crime scene was a different blood type from that of Linda. The cold case squad began looking into the case again in 2006, and the detectives sent about 40 pieces of evidence to Erie County Central Police Service's forensic laboratory for analysis. The Tisharis knew the DNA evidence was the key to the killer, but the technology wasn't advanced enough to decipher it back then. But when the technology was upgraded in April 2016, the family members contacted a homicide detective who was on the cold case squad, seeking help. The detective tracked down 14 other men whose names were in the original case file, as well as others who might have known Linda around the time she was killed. These were Linda's stepfather, a couple of men who lived in the neighborhood at the time, and an old boyfriend. There was also a man who helped Linda's sister move. All of them willingly submitted their DNA profile, and they were all ruled out as the killer by the detectives. The team began developing DNA profiles with the blood collected from the crime scene. But the DNA wasn't complete, and so they could only create a partial DNA profile. There were parts of genetic information missing, making it complicated. A partial DNA profile is a profile made from a sample, which is considered to be partial and does not have enough genetic materials available to sample. The sample could have degraded over time, and the information might not be as accurate as they want it to be. That was exactly the reason why these 2 DNA samples from the crime scene were not allowed to be uploaded to the National DNA Database. But the rules and the standards changed 3 years later in 2019. The lab staff uploaded all the DNA data they had in their possession, including the ones from the crime scene. And the next day, they had the face of the killer. The National DNA Database had a match, and it came from Oregon. They finally had a name: John Soberin. This felt too good to be true, and so they cross-checked him with the original case file, but his name did not appear anywhere. Soberin had to have lived in the area in Buffalo at the time of the homicide. They went through the file again, and from the testimony given by Linda's mother and brother, they found that the suspect had driven a green Chevrolet Nova. That was enough for them to zero in on the suspect. The detectives asked for the records from the Department of Motor Vehicles to see people who owned the described vehicle. And even if they did not find John Soberin, they did find people who were connected to Soberin. The first address was to a woman with whom Soberin had a child, and the second one was registered to Soberin's adoptive mother in Tonawanda. It was enough for the detectives to determine that Soberin lived around the area at the time of the murder. The records also showed that he had lived in many other states since the 1980s, including Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Arizona, Colorado, Washington, Oregon, and Ohio, which earned him the name the Drifter. When the investigators took Soberin in for something that happened in the 1970s, he immediately asked for a lawyer. At the arrest, the county forensic lab performed additional DNA analysis on the original crime scene evidence, which included the bloodstains on the sleeves of the Grand Funk Railroad album. And the analysis report was consistent with Soberin's DNA. Back in the 70s, Soberin was nicknamed Chief the Thief. He was known to steal bicycles. He also has been arrested in relation to an incident involving property damage. He had been charged with robbery. There were a lot of coincidences that fit in perfectly. It was very likely that he was the man that Tishari saw walking away from the cottage that morning. He also had a green Chevrolet Nova. The crime scene looked like a robbery gone wrong. He took pride in his stealing ventures. In the case of Linda, could be one of the unfortunate ones where he broke into the cottage, but unexpectedly there was somebody inside. And to eliminate the witness, he took the drastic step of becoming a murderer. On the 11th of October this year, the jury found Soberin guilty of second-degree murder, and the prosecution and the defense both agreed that the victim and the murderer did not know each other. Sobran faces a maximum of 25 years to life as he awaits sentencing on the 13th of December. Do you think if they had stopped the man walking away that they would have at least known what had happened in the cottage? Maybe he would have tried to escape and it would still have taken 4 decades for them to find justice. Maybe they could have got to Linda sooner and saved her. But at least now, all these years later, the family has closure on what happened. The quiet, mundane life sometimes lie the most extraordinary and harrowing stories. The name of Velma Barfield forever changed the narrative of crime and punishment in the United States. Her life story reads like a tragedy that challenges our perception of evil. Known to many as the death row grandma, she became the first woman executed by lethal injection in the United States, the first woman to be executed after the death penalty's reinstatement in 1976, and also the first woman executed since 1962. But how did a wife, mother, and grandmother, once cherished and loved by those who knew her, transform into one of the most notorious figures in criminal history? Born in a time of economic despair, in the shadow of the Great Depression, Velma Margie Barfield came into the world on October 29, 1932, in Eastover, North Carolina, but was raised near Fayetteville. The second of 9 children, she witnessed a constant battle against poverty from the early age. In rural North Carolina, where life was governed by the rising and setting of the sun, Velma's family toiled on their small tobacco and cotton farm. Velma's father, Murphy Bullard, was a man worn down by the hardships of farm life. His temper was as volatile as the weather that dictated their fortunes. Velma claimed he was physically and sexually abusive to her and her sisters. However, other relatives disputed this. Velma's mother, Lily Bullard, bore the brunt of her husband's frustrations. In their world, love was a luxury they could hardly afford, leaving Velma and her siblings to navigate a childhood marked by emotional absence and the ever-present threat of violence. At a young age, Velma observed the financial differences between herself and her peers. That's when her first criminal activity started. She initially took small amounts of cash from her father to buy little things that she saw her classmates enjoying. Her petty thefts escalated to taking $80 from an elderly neighbor. When her father discovered that, he beat her severely, and Velma stopped stealing for the remainder of her childhood. Raised in a Christian household, young Velma found solace in the pages of her Bible, clinging to faith in the turmoil of her home life. This early introduction to religion was a constant amidst chaos. Yet, as she transitioned to adolescence, the psychological scars left by her upbringing would shape the woman she would later become. The world around was convulsed by World War II. The war, though distant, exacerbated the hardships faced by her family and deepened the fractures within. Velma, like many of her generation, was forced to grow up quickly. Her dreams and aspirations were often overshadowed by depressing needs of survival and duty to family. Yet it was during this time that her resilience and tenacity began to shine through, qualities that would define her in both commendable and tragic ways. As Velma stepped into early adulthood, her desire for a life beyond the confines of her home grew stronger. She dreamed of escape. At the age of 17, she dropped out of school. The search for love and stability led Velma into the arms of Thomas Burke, a union that promised freedom, but instead brought new hardships. By 19, she had 2 children, a son, Ron, and a daughter, Kim. The family lived happily in Parkton, North Carolina for over 15 years. Velma's life with Thomas seemed a hard-earned escape from the poverty and violence of her childhood. Everything changed in 1965 when Thomas got into a serious car crash and suffered head injuries. To cope with the intense pain and headaches caused by his injuries, he became a heavy drinker and drug user. His struggle with alcohol mirrored the demons of Velma's father, reigniting the traumas of her past. The cycle of abuse and neglect she vowed never to repeat began to encroach upon her own family. It was during these turbulent years that Velma's resilience was put to the ultimate test. The pressures of an unhappy marriage, the responsibilities of motherhood, and the patterns of her past weighed heavily on her soul. Velma started a job at a textile factory, but soon had to quit due to health problems. She underwent an urgent hysterectomy, which left her feeling insecure about her femininity. After the surgery, She suffered from debilitating back pain and turned to prescription drugs. What began as a means to cope soon spiraled into addiction that eroded her judgment and set the stage for the tragedies to come. Her journey was not a plunge, but a gradual descent, each step marked by an increasing desperation to maintain the illusion of control. On April 4, 1969, Velma had a fierce argument with her husband. Later that day, when she and the children were away, the house caught fire. Thomas, who remained inside, died from smoke inhalation, and the house was burned to the ground. Velma and the kids moved in with her parents. A few months after her husband's death, Velma started dating a widower, Jennings Barfield. They married in August 1970. One day, the couple had an argument, after which Jennings became mysteriously ill. On March 21, 1971, he died of a heart attack. Velma moved into her parents' home again. Soon after that, her father died of lung cancer. In the summer of 1974, her mother suffered severe stomach pain and was taken to the hospital. As she got better, she returned home. In August 1974, a man Velma was dating died in a car accident. On December 30th of the same year, her mother was taken to the hospital again with similar symptoms of a severe stomach illness. Doctors couldn't help her this time, nor could they diagnose her illness, and she died after 2 hours. No autopsy was performed. As mysterious deaths around Velma continued, her son Ronnie Burke said, "It's the saddest thing, but it seems like everybody my mother ever gets close to dies. How could the good Lord allow this to happen to a faithful Christian like Velma Barfield?" The financial strain of her addiction led to another unethical decision, forging checks to sustain her growing needs. But deceit has its price, and the trust within the community began to fray. Velma found herself trapped in a web of her own making. In 1975, she was convicted of 7 counts of writing bad checks and sentenced to 6 months in prison. However, she was released after serving 3 months. Upon her release in 1976, Velma took a job as a caretaker for the elderly. Initially, she worked for 94-year-old Montgomery Edwards and his 84-year-old wife, Dolly, in Lumberton, North Carolina. Montgomery fell ill and died on January 29, 1977. A few weeks later, in February, Dolly developed symptoms of a stomach illness similar to those of Velma's mother and died on March 1st. Velma then started looking after 76-year-old Record Lee, who had broken her leg. On June 4, 1977, Lee's husband, John Henry, began to suffer severe pains in his stomach and chest. Doctors diagnosed his condition as a severe stomach virus. He died later that month. Later in 1977, Velma moved in with her boyfriend, Roland Stewart Taylor, a relative of Dolly Edwards. He was a widower and tobacco farmer. One day, they were attending a Pentecostal revival meeting in Cumberland County. Suddenly, Stewart complained of severe stomach pain. He was taken to the hospital where he died after a few days. The search for truth begins in the quietest of ways. A question, a doubt, a pressing need for answers. Suspicion grew in the hearts of those who had watched Stewart's health decline under mysterious circumstances. It was their persistence that first brought the authorities to Velma's doorstep, initiating a chain of events that would lead to shocking revelations. An autopsy was ordered. The investigation into Stewart Taylor's death was methodical. Each test, each interview, each piece of evidence added another layer of suspicion around Velma. In the world of 52 years old, singer-songwriter Jonathan Bird, the grandson of Jennings Barfield and his first wife, wrote a song about Velma. Today's case will take us to Shepherd, a city that lies east of San Jacinto County, Texas. The city, which is named after Benjamin Armistead Shepherd, has a population of less than 3,000 people. Shepherd had once been a popular center for lumbering, but presently, it boasts an array of natural attractions. This includes Lake Livingston State Park and the Big Creek Scenic Area. In 2019, Rhonda was living a quiet life in her residence located south of Shepherd. She worked as a prison guard at the Texas Department of Criminal Justice's Pulaski Unit in Livingston. It was a job she had worked at for more than 20 years, and her retirement was close at hand. Those who knew Rhonda described her as a quiet woman who loved gardening. And when she wasn't gardening, it was common to see her walking her dogs around the neighborhood. She also had a great dislike for snakes. This dislike was so extreme that she always carried a pistol whenever she was out gardening or mowing her lawn. She was kind of a loner. She didn't get out too much. San Jacinto County Sheriff's Office Detective Timothy Keene had said she had her dog with her a lot when neighbors would see her, but rarely was she seen with others. Even though Rhonda was someone who kept to herself, she had a large family that cherished her. At the age of 59, she was a proud mother of 3 children, Chris, Trey, and Amanda. She also had 5 grandchildren whom she greatly loved. Life was going at a good pace and Rhonda was enjoying every moment of it. But things soon took a dark turn. On May 22, 2019, authorities received a 911 call about a body in the Sam Houston National Forest. This was an area close to where Rhonda lived. 2 men had been riding their quad bikes around the area and had discovered the body. In no time, police officers hopped into their vehicles and were on their way to the scene to see things for themselves. Detective Keene led the team of officers who responded to the emergency call on that day. When the officers got to the heavily wooded area shortly before 4 p.m., they made their way to the location where the body was reported to have been seen. It didn't take them long to find what they were looking for. A few meters away from a trail, they came upon an adult female, wearing a shirt and jeans and lying face down on the forest floor. The woman was long dead, and from the look of things, she had been that way for a few days. Her body, which was beginning to show signs of decomposition, had been slashed multiple times. When officers looked around the surrounding area, they did not see any sign of struggle. This made them immediately suspect that she had been killed somewhere else, and her body had been dumped right where it was found. There were also no other footprints in the surroundings except for a tire mark that had been made by a quad bike. Apart from this, something else caught the detectives' attention as they found it quite strange. The dead woman was barefoot, but right beside her body were a pair of boots. Detectives immediately knew that the shoes belonged to her. First of all, most folks will not take their boots off in the woods, and second, normally when you take off your shoes or boots, you automatically face them in the same direction as you were facing. It was just odd, Detective King said. Immediately, we grew suspicious of the nature and the cause of death due to the way she was found, and the way her body was basically mutilated. She was found face down. She was scalped, said Detective Gary Sharpen, one of the officers who discovered the body. The body was soon sent to the Southeast Texas Forensic Center for autopsy and identification. When the body was identified, it turned out to be Rhonda. Authorities immediately contacted her family and gave them the news of her death. They were devastated. By May 24, 2019, the result of the autopsy was out. However, there was a problem. The level of decomposition of her body made it difficult for medical examiners to pinpoint what had really caused her death. There was no sign that she had been sexually molested. However, on closer inspection, drops of blood were found on her shirt, jeans, and undergarment. Since there were various slashes on her body, it was apparent where the blood had come from. Apart from this, it was also discovered that she had been hit on the head and face with an unknown object. These discoveries were, in a way, significant, but detectives were not entirely satisfied. They knew that if progress was to be made with the investigation, more details were needed. An agreement was soon reached for a second autopsy to be conducted on Rhonda's body. This time around, detectives sought the help of an anthropologist by the name of Dr. Joan Bithway to carry out this second autopsy. While this was going on, detectives began to look at other angles. A thorough search of Rhonda's profile was conducted, and it was discovered that she worked at the Texas Department of Criminal Justice as a prison guard. This immediately caught the attention of detectives. They speculated that Rhonda might have been targeted by someone from her place of work, particularly an inmate. It was not uncommon for such things to happen, and detectives knew that having a look at Rhonda's place of work might just give them the answers they needed. The Texas Department of Criminal Justice was immediately contacted to launch an investigation into the prison system where Rhonda had worked. Several of her co-workers were interviewed, as well as some of the prison inmates, but all of these turned up nothing. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. When detectives realized that Rhonda's workplace might have nothing to do with her death, they decided to direct their attention somewhere else. By this time, the result of the second autopsy was ready. Just like the first autopsy, detectives were unable to gather enough helpful information. However, the second autopsy revealed that Rhonda had been sexually assaulted and then killed afterwards. The slash marks that were also found covering her body were believed to have been inflicted after she had died. Whoever had killed her had also made sure not to leave his DNA behind, and this made things even more difficult for detectives. There was absolutely nothing tangible they could work with. They soon realized that interviewing as many people as they could was a sure way to get meaningful information. They started with Rhonda's family. From talking to Rhonda's family, detectives were made aware of Rhonda's dislike for the woods as well as snakes. They were also told that it was common for her to carry a pistol whenever she was out mowing her lawn. With this piece of information, detectives knew that it was unlikely that Rhonda had ventured out on her own to the area where she had been found dead. But since there was no surveillance footage of the area, they couldn't know for sure. It was all beginning to look hopeless. A search of Rhonda's house didn't reveal much either, but detectives were able to locate her pistol inside the house. However, no matter how detectives looked at the case, nothing made any sense to them. Most murders involved drugs or money, and this case had none of those earmarks. Miss Richardson was just living a normal life. We combed through every aspect of her life. We looked at her bank records, insurance policies, and her life as a whole, but came up empty, Detective Keene said. Everyone seemed to like her. She was not into drugs. She was just living a normal life. There was no hidden gold mine. Detectives began to interview and question her neighbors, since there was a likelihood that one of them had seen and knew what she was up to moments before her death. From these series of interviews, detectives were able to discover something they had not known before. According to the accounts given by several witnesses, Rhonda's dog had run off into the woods a few days before she was found dead. It was not the first time her dogs had run off like that. Rhonda, who had been agitated by this, had then sought the help of her neighbors to help find the dogs. Only one person had allegedly volunteered to help her, and this was a man by the name of Robert Clary. The two had then gotten on Robert's quad bike, and they had driven off into the woods. That was the last anyone saw of Rhonda. Detectives also got to find out that Robert was not a stranger to Rhonda, and his house was only a short distance away from hers. Soon after finding out all this, detectives went ahead to question Robert. He was now a person of interest in the case, and they needed to know if he had any involvement with Rhonda's death. When Robert was questioned, he did not deny knowing Rhonda. He told detectives that he was aware that she had been out looking for her runaway dogs. However, he denied that he had gone with her to look for them. This was contrary to the account given by eyewitnesses. But since detectives had no proof that he had been with her on the day she was last seen, there was nothing they could do. Along the line, detectives also became aware that Robert had been one of the two men that had found Rhonda's body in the woods. The other men had been Robert's nephew. According to what they also found out, Robert had been reluctant to inform the police about Rhonda's body. This was because he feared that police would consider him a suspect since he knew and lived close to her. So he had instead gone ahead to tell his family about the discovery. At some point, Robert had also returned to where Rhonda's body was and taken photographs of it. His nephew had been the one that had finally made the phone call about the body. When all of this got out in the open, detectives found it all very strange. It's not clear at what point in the investigation they got to find out or how exactly they found out, but it was enough for them to grow even more suspicious of Robert. An arrest warrant was out of the question because detectives were not entirely certain that the evidence they had was completely valid. Most of what they had was based on the words of other people and was circumstantial at best. This is a difficult case. We have evidence, a lot of evidence, but a lot of it is circumstantial. And we have to be 110% sure of exactly what happened before we issue any arrest warrants. Detective Keene had told the media during the investigation. Detectives eventually obtained a warrant to conduct a search on Robert's property. When detectives got to his residence, which was a travel trailer that was fenced in, They immediately showed him the warrant. He did not resist and welcomed them in. Upon entering, detectives noted that the living space was generally dirty and needed a serious makeover. However, when they entered the kitchen, they were immediately hit with the strong smell of bleach. The kitchen itself was very neat when compared to other parts of the house. Detectives found this odd. They were able to locate a container of bleach on the kitchen counter. It looked like someone did a hasty cleanup job at some point. But once again, cleaning your kitchen isn't against the law, Detective King said. Much to the detectives' disappointment, a thorough search of the house eventually yielded nothing. Robert's vehicle was also searched, but detectives could not find anything that seemed out of place. In the end, they left, but not without taking along with them a rug that had been inside the house, as well as Robert's quad bike. The Montgomery County Sheriff's Office Crime Lab was contacted to carry out an analysis on the items, but after conducting the analysis, nothing tangible came out of it. Detectives soon enlisted the support of the U.S. Forest Service Investigative Unit, as well as the FBI. All units viewed the case from different angles, but they could not make head or tails of it. Robert remained a prime suspect, but all the evidence they had against him was not solid enough. Soon, the investigation began to fizzle out, and the case went cold. Days turned into months, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had gone by. Rhonda's death remained a mystery, but authorities never gave up. Detective Gary, who worked on the case, knew that to successfully solve it, there was a need to bring in new and more capable people on deck. He weighed his options and realized that veteran prosecutor Kelly Siegler would be a great addition to the team. Kelly was a former prosecutor for Harris County, and during her time there, she prosecuted more than 200 cases, of which 68 were murders. After the end of her prosecutorial career, she focused on an investigative real-life crime series known as Cold Justice. This allowed her to work alongside investigators to reopen and solve several murder cases. When Detective Gary and another detective by the name of Omar Sheikh contacted Kelly about Rhonda's murder case, she obliged and joined in the investigation. This time around, detectives were determined to solve the case once and for all. They spent hours looking at past evidence and also took time to re-interview past witnesses. But they only ended up going around in circles. As a last resort, detectives decided to use cell phone data to help them solve the case. Experts in the field of digital forensics and pathology were brought on to help with this, and work began immediately. This was around October 2022. Detectives started by figuring out the coordinates of Rhonda's cell phone around the time that she was last seen alive. Coordinates from Robert's cell phone were also analyzed, and just as detectives expected, it placed him on the trail where Rhonda's body was found. Detectives were overjoyed by this finding because they knew solid evidence was finally available. From there, things even got more interesting. A witness came forward and gave detectives some very vital information. It's not clear who this witness was or what kind of information they provided, but their testimony further strengthened the evidence detectives had. We happened across a witness in this case that we knew was out there, but we had never been able to identify or locate. We happened across this witness, and it really was just the last piece of the puzzle we needed to get a warrant, San Jacinto County Criminal District Attorney Todd Dillon said to the media. On October 31st, 2022, Robert was arrested and charged with the murder of Rhonda. He was held at San Jacinto County Jail on a $750,000 bond. A look at Robert's past revealed that he was not a stranger to the law. Between 1990 and 1994, he was arrested on 4 occasions for DWI. This means driving while intoxicated or impaired. In 1994, he was sentenced to 7 years in prison after his 4th arrest for DWI. Then, on June 2003, he was arrested for a similar crime and was sentenced to 4 years in prison. After his release, he again got into trouble with the law the year of 2007. This time around, it was for indecency with a child. For the crime, he received a 5-year jail sentence. At the moment, it's not yet clear what his motive was for allegedly killing Rhonda, but his arrest has brought some sort of comfort to her family. Rhonda's children and grandchildren have waited over 3 years for justice. Our office looks forward to Mr. Clary having his day in court, Dillon said. The respective lives of Rhonda's family members have been forever changed by her death. However, there is assurance that the law will mete out a deserving punishment to the men who brought about the tragedy. But what do you think Robert's motive was for committing the murder? During the London Olympics, a young Puerto Rican boxer, Felix Verdejo Sanchez, emerged as a shining star. Heralded as a diamond, he was seen as one of the most promising athletes from his country, with predictions of future titles and gold medals. Everyone believed that this talented and driven young man would reach incredible heights in the world of sports. In 2021, Felix Verdejo's name resurfaced in the global media, but this time it was in the crime section. The story revolves around a teenage romance that grew into an obsession, ultimately leading to a horrific tragedy. This tale also highlights how the 2014 Knockout of the Year recipient, praised and promoted by two-time Olympic champion Vasyl Lomachenko, narrowly avoided a death sentence and was sentenced to life imprisonment instead. Despite overwhelming evidence in his accomplice's confession, Verdejo continues to deny any guilt. Born on May 19, 1993, in San Juan, Puerto Rico, Felix grew up in a modest, large family and had a passion for sports from an early age. Initially, he planned to pursue a career in baseball, but a pivotal incident changed his path. At 9 years old, after a quarrel and fight with a visiting friend's son, Felix's father suggested he take up boxing if he wanted to fight. Felix fell in love with boxing from his first training session at the local gym. By 16, Felix won the Pan American Junior Championships, followed by his country's championship a year later. In 2012, he reached the quarterfinals at the London Olympics, marking the start of his impressive professional career. Verdejo had 29 fights, securing 27 victories. In 2014, he was credited with the year's best knockout against Sergio Villanueva. A year later, Felix won his first championship belt, the WBO Latino title, which he defended 6 times over 2 years. His skill and talent left no doubt that he was destined for greatness in boxing history. Keisla Rodriguez, born in November 1993 in San Juan, had a similar background. Her full name was Keisla Marlene Rodriguez Ortiz. She grew up in a close-knit family with her parents, Jose and Kayla Rodriguez, her sister, Beryliz Nicole, and her half-brother, Jonathan. Keisla was outgoing, excelled in school, and loved animals, aspiring to be a veterinarian. Her sister, Beryliz, was her confidant and best friend. Kayla and Felix attended the same school and developed a romantic relationship in their teenage years. When Kayla's parents divorced in 2011, her mother moved to Florida, but Kayla and her sister remained in San Juan, staying closely connected. At 18, the promising boxer Felix, who had already competed in the Olympics, began dating Elisa Maria Santiago Sierra, a young aspiring model. Despite being in a relationship with Elisa, Felix continued seeing his childhood friend, Keisla. Keichla's sister and mother knew about the affair and disapproved of it, recognizing the complexity of the situation. Elisa believed she was Felix's one true love and future wife, while Keisla, aware of Felix's engagement, found herself unable to break away from him. Felix's relationships were tumultuous, marked by his rising fame and the constant attention from admirers. Despite his serious relationship with Elisa, he could not let go of Kayla. This love triangle, filled with deception and emotional turmoil, ultimately led to a tragic conclusion. The once promising star of Puerto Rican boxing, who seemed destined for greatness, ended up in the criminal chronicles, his legacy forever marred by the events that unfolded in 2021. On top of that, he was her first great love. And deep down, the naive girl herself still hoped to be the one. In 2016, the boxer did marry the young Eliza, who at that time was barely 19 years old. Eliza, by that time, was already quite a famous model, had tens of thousands of followers in social networks, and also opened her own beauty studio for eyelash extensions. In August of the same year, just a few months after the wedding, the athlete got into a serious car accident when he was rushing on his motorcycle. He was taken to the hospital in serious condition with head injuries, bruises, and lacerations. His trainer, Ricky Marquez, seriously feared that his talented charge would go off the rails at the height of his career. But Felix, contrary to the disappointing prognosis, made a rapid recovery and soon returned to the ring. In September 2019, the boxer published in his profile in the social network a picture with Elise, who was in a large term of pregnancy. In the comment to the photo, he wrote, "Soon I will meet my daddy's princess." And a month later, he announced the birth of a daughter who was given the name Miranda Verdejo Santiago. The young man in public looked like a loving husband, caring father, and an exemplary family man. But secretly from his wife, he continued to meet with case law, who could not let go. As Eliza later admitted, she guessed that her husband was cheating on her. But every time he tearfully vowed to leave his mistress, Keishla repeatedly tried to break off this painful relationship. But Felix would not let her go. She had no other men because the boxer threatened that if he found out about the fact that Keishla had someone not good for her and her chosen one, Keishla herself, who had fallen in love with Verdejo since high school, continued to love him despite everything. Rodriguez, as planned, connected her life with the care of animals and got a job at the Center of Veterinary Medicine and Aesthetics. Colleagues described her as conscientious, hardworking, and very responsible. She lived with 2 dogs and a cat, which she simply adored. In 2020, Eliza discovered the correspondence of her husband with several mistresses, including Keishla. The wife gave her husband a scandal and threw him out of the house, threatening that she would file for divorce and forbid him to see his daughter. Eliza's threats had an effect. In addition, in the career of the athlete at that time, there was a serious decline and unnecessary problems where he did not need. For a while, he really stopped seeing Rodriguez, but Felix still did not let her go, trying to control almost every step Keishla. After a few months of secret visits resumed, and in April 2021, Keishla discovered that she was pregnant. She bought a rapid test at the drugstore, which only confirmed her fears. She first called her sister, who was aware of her complicated relationship with the athlete, and told her everything. It was out of the question to have an abortion because Keishla was already 27 years old, and she was ready to have a child, even if she had to raise it on her own. A few days later, Keishla broke the news to the father of her child, hoping in her heart that he would accept it. But Felix was not happy, to put it mildly. He got angry and told his mistress that she should go to the doctor, and if the pregnancy is confirmed, it will be necessary to have an abortion. Naturally, Rodriguez answered him with a firm refusal. But the boxer began to threaten her and insist. Felix said that an illegitimate child will finally destroy his reputation, and this he cannot allow. After Keishla's visit to the hospital, her pregnancy was confirmed, and she now had a certificate to prove it. She called Felix and told him everything, which made him furious. Felix shouted and demanded that Keishla immediately get rid of the child, but she again responded with a categorical refusal. Then the athlete decided to go on the sly, saying that he did not believe her and wanted to personally look at the issued medical certificate. He appointed Keishla a meeting in the evening in a crowded place, which did not surprise her, because they always tried not to draw attention to themselves and did not get in front of anyone. A few days before the meeting, the boxer stopped by his old friend Luis Antonio Paredes, who worked in a local machine shop and also had ties with the criminal world, selling illegal drugs. Felix briefly outlined the situation and asked him to help him get rid of his pregnant mistress. Luis had previously been in the field of vision of the police, and the prospect of being in prison scared him. But the athlete was persistent, assured that everything would go smoothly and the police will never come out on them. Besides, Felix promised him an impressive cash reward, and Luis agreed with the support of an accomplice. Felix called Keishla and told her that he wanted to meet her on the evening of April 29th to confirm her pregnancy and decide what to do next. Immediately after talking to her lover, Keishla called her sister back and told her everything. She still had hoped that Felix would accept her child and would not insist on an abortion. But Beryllis, all this situation is quite alarmed. She knew that the boyfriend had threatened her sister, and she was worried that he wouldn't do anything to her. Beryllis called her mother and shared her concerns, but even together they could not dissuade Keishla from that fateful meeting. At the appointed time, Rodriguez, taking a doctor's note, arrived at the meeting in her own Kia Forte automobile. Verdejo drove there in his pickup truck, in the back of which Luis was hiding. Kichla immediately got into the athlete's car and showed him the results of the tests. He once again talked about terminating the pregnancy, but Kichla, crying, again responded with a refusal. Against this background, the couple began to quarrel violently, turning to shouting. Then Felix suddenly hit Kichla in the head with his fist, from which she immediately lost consciousness. Until Kichla regained consciousness, Felix took a syringe with a large dose of illegal substances hidden in the glove compartment of the car, which Luis had obtained at his request, and injected Kichla. Then, together with his accomplice, they carried her to the back of the car, where there were already prepared pieces of wire and a concrete block. The men tied Rodriguez up, attached the load, and then covered her with a tarp so that no one would accidentally see anything. Felix then returned to the pickup truck while his accomplice got behind the wheel of Kichla's vehicle. Together, they drove to the bridge over the San Jose Lagoon. It was virtually deserted at night, and the men, making sure no one could see them, threw Kichla, still alive, into the water. Afterward, however, they decided to fire a few test shots in pursuit, using the firearms they had brought with them so as not to leave the victim any chance. Having finished the massacre, each of the perpetrators went home. Kichla's co-workers were the first to worry when she didn't show up at the Veterinary Medicine and Aesthetics Center the next day. Kichla has always been very responsible and couldn't just not show up for work without notifying anyone. Since she didn't answer the phone, it was decided to contact her sister to find out what happened. After several unsuccessful attempts to contact her sister, she went to her house. No one answered the door, but Berylus had a spare key, so she got in without difficulty. However, she was met only by hungry animals who had not eaten anything for almost 24 hours. Now Berylus was already in a panic because she realized that something terrible or irreparable had happened to Kichla. She immediately called her mother and told her everything, and then reported to the police about her suspicions and threats to her sister. She also called Felix, but he claimed that he had spent the previous evening and night at home with his family and had not gone to any meeting. The missing girl's mother took the first flight from Florida to San Juan. She thought that her lover might have taken her daughter to a private clinic and paid for her to have an abortion without her consent. Kayla didn't even want to think about the fact that Kaisla was no longer alive. The first thing to do was to question the missing girl's neighbors and co-workers, but they didn't notice anything suspicious and couldn't provide the investigation with any useful information. In parallel, messages about the disappearance of Rodriguez were posted on popular social networks with requests to respond to those who know anything about her fate or current whereabouts. The case quickly received wide publicity, and when it became known that the missing girl was in a long-term relationship with a famous athlete and was expecting a child from him, reporters literally lined up to interview any of Rodriguez's family members. The relatives did not hold anything back and spoke out about their suspicions, among other things, blaming Felix for the incident. On April 30th, Kichla's car was found abandoned on the east side of the city with her documents and personal belongings inside. No signs of struggle were found in the interior, giving a faint hope of finding its owner alive. On May 1st, a passerby strolling on the bridge over the lagoon saw a strange shape resembling a human body in the shallow water. He reported his discovery to the police, who soon recovered from the water the body of a young woman, presumably the same one the whole city had been looking for several days. Members of the Rodriguez family, who arrived to identify the body, hoped to the last that it was not Kichla, but their hopes were not realized. The body had been in the water for several days and changed a lot, but the girl was immediately identified by a remarkable tattoo on her arm. When news of the gruesome discovery hit the press, the residents of the city revolted and began to go out to spontaneous rallies demanding punishment for those responsible. The same day, Verdejo was detained and taken to the police station for questioning. But the athlete categorically denied his involvement and claimed that on the night of Kayla's disappearance, he was at home with his family. As there was nothing to charge him, Felix was released on his own recognizance. One of the key witnesses was the athlete's legal wife, who at the first interrogation admitted that she was aware of his affair with Kayla, but that she had heard about her rival's pregnancy for the first time. On top of that, she did not confirm her husband's alibi. saying that he was not at home on the night of the murder. The first thing investigators did was check traffic surveillance footage on the way to the bridge from which Kichla was thrown. That's how they found Felix's pickup truck and the victim's car traveling behind each other. But the Kia Forte was clearly not driven by its owner. On the same day, the boxer's car was seized for examination, and in its body they found some hair of the deceased. Luis was the first to surrender to the police, promising to tell the whole truth in exchange for a reduced sentence. Felix was also taken into custody, but he refused to cooperate with the investigation, did not answer questions, and continued to deny his guilt, despite the presence of irrefutable evidence. A firearm was seized from Felix, which he used to shoot the victim from the bridge, and for which he had an official permit. Also, a cell phone check confirmed the fact that Felix, Luis, and Kichla were in the same location on that fateful night. Kichla's final farewell was on May 8th, and the funeral ceremony was all over the national news. It was a kind of action calling for the perpetrators of the tragedy to be punished to the full extent of the law, as well as an action to draw public attention to the problem of gender violence. The coffin with Rodriguez's body was brought to the cemetery, not in a traditional hearse, but in a white carriage over which white flower petals were thrown from the air. Many famous Puerto Rican natives, including show business stars, athletes, politicians, and public figures, have spoken out about the high-profile incident. Verdejo was charged with carjacking, kidnapping, premeditated murder, and the murder of an unborn child. All of these crimes together carried the death penalty. But the relatives of the deceased from the very beginning asked the court to elect a sentence of life imprisonment for the killer so that he would suffer in captivity for the rest of his life. The hearing was repeatedly postponed due to the worldwide coronavirus pandemic. But in the spring of 2021, the trial was held in virtual mode. The court found that the crime was committed by a group of persons by prior conspiracy and with particular cruelty against a pregnant woman. It was possible to reconstruct the chain of events of that night and the details of the crime, mainly thanks to the testimony of Luis, who did not deny his guilt. He admitted that it was he who, at the request of a friend, got the drug for injection and also brought a wire and a concrete block to get rid of the body. But Felix continued to insist on his non-involvement in the case, although his words could not seriously affect the situation. By the way, the wife of the boxer, who acted in court as a witness almost immediately after the arrest of her husband, filed for divorce and tried to abstract from what was happening, focusing on the development of his business and raising a young daughter. According to some reports not so long ago, Elisa Santiago remarried. Elisa herself admitted in an interview that she repeatedly received anonymous calls and messages with death threats, as well as death wishes to her and even Miranda. Many considered it was the spouse of the athlete as the organizer of the crime, but no evidence was found. In the summer of 2023, it became known that the jury, having familiarized itself with all the evidence and heard the testimony of all the witnesses, was finally ready to announce the final verdict. Felix Verdejo and his accomplice Luis Cadiz were found guilty on each of the charges against them. But despite this, the killers have not yet been sentenced. The next court hearing is scheduled for mid-November 2023. Most likely both men involved in the deaths of Kichla Rodriguez and her unborn child will likely go to prison for life with no right to ever leave prison. June 17, 1924, Archibald Thompson Hall was born in Ibrox Road in Glasgow, Scotland. His childhood was fragmented and he was socially excluded in his youth. As he struggled to make and maintain friendships, he would frequently not attend school and would spend his free time watching variety shows. Struck by the praise and adulation the performers would receive, he was driven by a desire to elevate himself out of his working-class background and disjointed home life. While he was still in his teens, he began having run-ins with the law and, according to reports, was on the police's radar from the age of just 15 years old. Was also bisexual, and his marriage had fallen apart soon after it had started. In the late 1940s, Hall left Scotland and traveled south to England. London was still under rationing, as was the rest of the country, and the rebuilding of the city wouldn't fully get underway until the 1950s. Hall traveled to Soho and soon became a firm fixture in the nightclubs. During that time, not only was homosexuality illegal, but members of the LGBTQ+ community were treated appallingly by both police and society in general. The London club scene, however, was more open. During that time, various gangs controlled different parts of the city, and this gave Hall an insight into London's criminal underworld, a life he was desperate to be a part of. His love of performing made him a consummate conman, and he soon began committing theft. Between 1945 and 1977, Hall had spent more time inside prison than out of it. Alongside his love of variety shows, cinema was another fixation for Hall. Upon his release from prison, he began using the name Roy Fontaine, named after legendary actress Joan Fontaine after he saw her in Alfred Hitchcock's Rebecca. He would confidently pose as an aristocrat or a wealthy American and quickly perfected his skills as a conman and thief. He would introduce himself as Dr. Roy Fontaine to gain people's trust. And according to one report, he was jailed in the 1970s for selling secret papers to the Russians. In a letter, Hall explained that this was a miscarriage of justice and that he was an innocent man. On one occasion, he stole the invitation meant for his employer and impersonated him at a party at Holyrood House in Edinburgh. As he began to move up the social circles, he got a job as a butler in Dumfries, Scotland, working for Lady Margaret Hudson. Lady Hudson was the widow of Sir Austin Hudson, a former Conservative Member of Parliament. Hall made a good impression with those in the community, and he was described as polite and incredibly well-mannered. In 1977, one of Hall's former lovers arrived in Dumfries, throwing Hall's life into chaos. David Wright had shared a cell with Archibald Hall when they were both serving time in Hall prison together. The pair had had a sexual relationship, and Wright's presence in Dumfries was a major threat to Hall. David Wright was given a job as a gamekeeper and began doing odd jobs throughout the house. He knew too much about Hall and his past and threatened to reveal this to Lady Hudson. Wright also began to steal from the house, leaving Hall enraged. Wright stole some of the antique silver in a ring, but Archibald Hall told him he needed to return it, and this quickly sparked an explosive row. As the argument escalated, David attempted to shoot Archibald, but missed. In an attempt to defuse the situation, Hall plied Wright with alcohol before the pair slept together. Although the argument appeared to be over, Hall had made his mind up. David Wright had to die. The next morning, they decided to go rabbit hunting on the grounds. Before they left, Hall ensured that Wright's gun was not loaded. David Wright remarked what a lovely day it was. Hall, ever the performer, allegedly replied, "Lovely day. Shame this is the last day you will see." He then pulled his gun up and shot David Wright in the head. Archibald Hall had gone from a thief and conman to a cold-blooded killer. He buried Wright next to the river that ran through the grounds. When he would take Lady Hudson's dog for a walk, each time he would put more stones on where he had buried the body, so that the dog couldn't smell it. Hall told Lady Hudson that Wright had left suddenly due to being offered a job elsewhere. Soon after, Hall headed back to London. Lady Hudson was none the wiser about the sinister goings-on and gave him a glowing reference to help him secure his next job. In October 1977, he got a job as a butler for Walter and Dorothy Scott Elliott. Walter Scott Elliott was 82 years old and had served as the Labour MP for Accrington between 1945 and 1950. He was from an aristocratic Scottish background, and his wife Dorothy was also incredibly wealthy. The pair lived at 200 Sloane Street in the prominent and affluent area of Knightsbridge, West London. Like Lady Hudson, the Scott Elliots found him to be affable, polite, and developed a real fondness for him. Being part of their household gave Archibald Hall the opportunity to case nearby properties and seamlessly move about in their social circles. He intended to rob his elderly wealthy employers, but he knew he couldn't do it alone. He made contact with his former lover, an Irish woman named Mary Coggle, and asked if she knew anyone that could help him pull it off. She arranged a meeting, and in November 1977 at a pub in King's Cross, she introduced 53-year-old Archibald Hall to 39-year-old Michael Kiddo. Like Archibald Hall, Michael Kiddo had had an unstable childhood, and he also spent time in the foster care system. After moving around a lot, he ended up in the armed forces, but he was dishonorably discharged after committing a robbery. Kiddo had had 2 failed marriages and a daughter, and with no stable address, he moved serving a whole life sentence. Kiddo was eventually released, and his whereabouts are unknown to the public. The crimes of Archibald Hall were shocking, calculated, and cruel. 5 people lost their lives due to greed and ruthlessness, and many more fell victim to the consummate conman's lies. The chance checking of the tax disc had brought to an end an extraordinary chain of events that had left a trail of chaos and destruction. If they hadn't have been stopped, one can only speculate about how many more may have fallen victim. The case of Summer Baldwin. Summer Baldwin, born in 1976 in Washington, was renowned for her kind and vibrant personality. As a bright student with many friends, she aspired to pursue an acting career. Following high school, Summer enrolled in community college but struggled with her studies. Seeking a change of environment and new opportunities, she moved to Texas with her friends, supported by her parents who hoped she could start anew. However, it is uncertain when Summer's life started to decline. She struggled with addiction to alcohol and illicit drugs, but unfortunately did not reach out to her family for support. As her addiction worsened, she lost her job and began associating with people who had a history of crime. Her dreams of becoming an actress were shattered, and she was eventually forced to work as an escort to make ends meet. Summer's parents remained oblivious to their daughter's struggles, believing she was living a successful life. The information provided about Summer's friends was limited. However, a significant detail emerged. A few months before her death, Summer had been a key witness in a major federal counterfeiting case. This revelation suggested that her murder might have been a contract killing by a criminal gang, drawing the attention of the FBI and putting the investigation under intense scrutiny. The investigation led to the first suspects. Rebecca, Summer's best friend, was called in for questioning by the police. She provided insight into Summer's occupation and mentioned several of her boyfriends, one of whom had a history of aggressive behavior, including physical abuse and persistent stalking after their breakup. This man became the initial suspect in the case. Summer's ex-boyfriend was detained and brought to the station on the same day. However, he vehemently denied any involvement in the case and appeared genuinely surprised and distraught upon learning of Summer's death. Furthermore, he had a solid alibi for the night before the tragedy, having been involved in a drunken brawl at a bar and spending the night in a cell with another individual. As a result, the police were forced to release the first and, at the time, only suspect. Another friend and colleague of Summer named Marguerite provided crucial information to the investigation. Marguerite reported that she saw Summer on the evening of September 11th at a convenience store parking lot. They had a brief conversation. Marguerite recalled that a red van pulled into the parking lot and a young, physically fit Latino man got out to enter the store, likely to make a purchase. While he was inside, Summer exited the van from the passenger side to greet Marjorie. Summer mentioned that the man was a client she had met for the second time in recent days. After the man returned to the van, he got behind the wheel, and Summer quickly re-entered the vehicle. Marjorie didn't notice which direction the van took when it left, nor did she know where Summer and the man were headed. She noted that she had never seen the man before and thought he was not from the area. Her description of him was limited due to the darkness, but she remembered that he had very short hair, similar to a military style. On September 13, 2005, a sanitation worker discovered a suspicious suitcase in a landfill in Lubbock City, Texas, USA. When he opened the suitcase, he was startled to see the body of a woman with red hair. The victim's body had many bruises. The victim's leg was tattooed with the word Summer. The suitcase, which tragically became her coffin, presented a peculiar appearance. Externally, it was covered in garbage and waste, yet surprisingly, it showed no signs of wear and tear, and its wheels appeared brand new. Upon closer inspection, the interior revealed perfectly intact tags and a lining that seemed untouched, giving the impression that the suitcase was brand new. Notably, the plastic attachment for the price tag remained intact, suggesting that the purchaser had not removed it. Further investigation revealed that this particular brand of suitcase was widely available in numerous stores throughout the city. However, this specific large model was only sold in 2 stores. A crucial breakthrough came when the perfectly preserved barcode led investigators to a Walmart store in the same area where Summer was last seen alive. Records showed that 2 identical suitcases were purchased on the day preceding the gruesome discovery, one in the afternoon and the other around 2 a.m., a timing that raised suspicions due to its unusual nature. Police officers promptly visited the store and obtained the surveillance camera footage. After reviewing the footage, they discovered that an elderly couple had purchased the first suitcase. Initially, they didn't raise any suspicions, but they were tracked down and were able to present the suitcase, explaining that it was bought for a vacation. However, the second suitcase was purchased by a young, athletic Latino man with very short hair, similar to a military haircut. This raised suspicions that he might be the person seen with Summer in the supermarket parking lot, as described by a witness. Additionally, the man bought disposable gloves at checkout, further arousing suspicions. The store's external surveillance cameras provided more information, showing the man leaving the store with the suitcase and loading it into a red van. With too many coincidences, the police believed they had identified the suspect and now needed to confirm his identity, locate him, and bring him in for questioning. The man took extreme precautions to avoid detection, using cash instead of a credit card to prevent leaving a digital trail. However, he overlooked the parking lot surveillance cameras, which clearly captured his vehicle's license plate number. The police quickly tracked the vehicle to a rental car company and identified the renter as Rosendo Rodriguez, a reservist in the U.S. Marine Corps. Rosendo had a clean record and was in town for a brief training stint with his unit. Initially, it was difficult for the police to locate Rosendo, as he wasn't staying at the same hotel as his unit. But with his personal details in hand, the police discovered that he had withdrawn a large sum of cash from an ATM at a different hotel, likely the money used to purchase the suitcase and gloves. Further investigation revealed that Rosendo had checked into this hotel under the name Thomas Rosendo, matching his physical description on September 11th. It appeared that Rosendo had used an alias for unknown reasons. The investigation got a lucky break. Although Rosendo had already checked out of his hotel room, it hadn't been cleaned yet, and it contained crucial evidence. The carpet, bed, and walls had brown stains and splatters that looked like dried blood. A tag from a new suitcase was found near the bed. The trash had used contraceptives and disposable gloves in it. Forensic analysis confirmed the dried blood belonged to Summer. DNA on the contraceptives and gloves matched both Summer and Rosendo. This proved they had found the killer. However, Rosendo had already left the city by then. With this information, it was easy to track him down. Rosendo Rodriguez was born on March 26, 1980, in Wichita Falls, Texas. He came from a low-income family of Mexican immigrants and had a difficult childhood. His father, who struggled with alcoholism, was abusive to his wife and children. As a result, Rosendo was exposed to violence from an early age. He was aggressive and frequently got into fights at school. However, as he matured, he learned to manage his anger. After finishing high school, Rosendo attended Texas Tech University. He lived on his own and worked various jobs, including at a pizzeria and as an office clerk. Eventually, he decided to join the U.S. Marine Corps. His colleagues in the military described him as calm, disciplined, and reliable. They also saw him as a good friend who was always willing to help. Rosendo was well-educated and physically attractive, making him popular with women. On September 15th, Rosendo was arrested at his home in San Antonio. When the police arrived, he remained calm and seemed unaware of the seriousness of the situation. During the search, the police found a striped shirt and shorts that matched the outfit he wore when buying a suitcase. This was caught on surveillance footage. The police also seized his laptop and mobile phone. Initially, Rosendo refused to speak and denied any involvement in Summer Baldwin's murder for several weeks. However, faced with overwhelming evidence against him, he began to provide statements on the advice of his attorney. In these statements, he shared his own account of events, which notably diverged from the reconstruction put together by forensic experts. Rosendo initially stayed at a different hotel than his fellow servicemen due to a booking mistake. Although he realized the error after checking in, he chose not to relocate since the military leadership deemed it unnecessary. However, he failed to explain why he used a different name to register at the hotel on September 10th. That evening, Rosendo rented a van to get around the city more easily. He claimed to have met Summer Baldwin by coincidence. According to his account, he spotted a blonde woman sitting on a roadside bench, covering her face with her hands and seemingly crying. Concerned, he pulled over to check on her and see if she needed assistance. They started talking, and after she calmed down, they went to his hotel room, where they chatted, had a few drinks, but did not engage in any intimate activities. The next morning, Rosendo drove Summer home. They made plans to meet again in the evening. At around 9 p.m., he picked her up from the same location, and they went to a supermarket. There, Summer ran into her friend Marjorie. Afterward, they returned to the hotel. According to Rosendo, he and Summer engaged in consensual intimacy at the hotel. However, the situation took a turn when Summer allegedly became aggressive and demanded money. This caught Rosendo off guard, as he claimed he was unaware that Summer was a sex worker. When he refused to pay, Summer reportedly pulled out a knife and threatened him. Rosendo managed to disarm her and punched her in the face, causing her nose to bleed. He claimed that he was acting in self-defense and did not intend to harm her. Shortly after, Summer collapsed onto the bed and began convulsing, foaming at the mouth. Rosendo stated that he attempted to help her but was hesitant to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation due to the blood and foam on her face. After a minute, Summer stopped breathing. Realizing Summer was dead, Rosendo panicked. He went to a nearby store, purchased a suitcase and gloves, and returned to the hotel. He then placed Summer's body in the suitcase and disposed of it in a dumpster, knowing it would be taken to the landfill the next morning. Afterward, he checked out of the hotel, returned the rental car, and drove back to San Antonio, pretending as though nothing had happened. Inconsistencies in the suspect's story raised suspicions among investigators. Rosendo Rodriguez's lies were evident due to numerous discrepancies in his account. One inconsistency arose when Marguerite, who met Summer in the parking lot on the night of the crime, stated that Summer mentioned the man was a client she had previously met for a paid encounter. However, Rosendo claimed their interaction was consensual, which contradicts evidence on Summer's body indicating she was taken advantage of. It is possible their initial encounter was consensual, leading Summer to agree to meet him again. Rosendo also claimed he only hit Summer once to calm her down, and she died from a seizure. But the autopsy revealed around 30 fresh bruises on Baldwin's head and body, as well as several stab wounds. Furthermore, evidence indicates she was alive when he packed her into the suitcase, which contradicts his claim that she was already dead. A search of Rosendo's laptop revealed a disturbing information in the days leading up to his arrest. He had been actively searching for information about Summer, including whether she was being searched for and if her body had been found in a landfill. Rosendo also frequently searched for information on Joanna Catherine Rogers, a 16-year-old girl from Lubbock who had gone missing a year and a half prior. Rosendo agreed to a plea deal that included a reduced sentence and no death penalty in exchange for explaining what happened to Joanna. He said he met Joanna, a high school student, in late April 2004. After a few meetings, they went to his hotel room on May 4th, where they got into an argument over money and potential rape allegations. The argument escalated, and Rosendo panicked, covering Joanna's mouth to quiet her, which unintentionally led to her death. In a desperate attempt to dispose of the body, Rosendo put it in his suitcase and threw it into a dumpster. This was the same method he used a year and a half later to dispose of Summer's body. Initially, Rosendo admitted to these events but later claimed his confession was false and that he had been coerced into making it. The police realized they needed to find Joanna's body to build a stronger case, so they launched a massive search of the city dump. Over a year later, they made a miraculous discovery: a suitcase containing Joanna's remains. Despite severe decomposition, DNA testing confirmed the identity of the remains. This new evidence allowed authorities to charge Rosendo as a serial offender with a consistent modus operandi, committing similar heinous crimes. During the trial, the verdict was clear. Rosendo was guilty of first-degree murder. The court decided on the death penalty largely due to the fact that Summer Baldwin was 3 months pregnant when she was murdered. This aggravating factor was a key consideration in the sentencing. Rosendo was sentenced to death by lethal injection. Despite the overwhelming evidence, Rosendo and his lawyers filed multiple appeals claiming errors and misconduct by investigators. However, all appeals were rejected. While on death row, Rosendo maintained a blog on criminal justice and policy issues. On March 27, 2018, Rosendo Rodriguez was executed for his crimes at Huntsville Prison in Texas, one day after his 38th birthday. This marked the 4th execution in Texas and the 7th in the United States that year, nearly a decade after his conviction. 27-year-old Sasha Samsudin was a social media manager for an Orlando real estate agency. She was full of energy, fun, sociable, and very smart. Her coworkers said that people often underestimated her and saw her as just a pretty face, but she was so much more than that. People that worked with her said she was amazing at her job and adored being part of that environment. Friends said she worked hard and played hard, making the most of every day and every opportunity that came her way. She had recently moved into a beautiful new home at Uptown Place Apartments, 911 North Orange Avenue, and was excited to start a new phase in her life. It was the last day of the Orlando soccer season and Sasha was out in purple to support her team. When they won, she and her friends headed out to celebrate with drinks and dancing at the Attic nightclub on 68 East Pine Street. At around midnight, Sasha decided it was time to leave Attic. She told one of her friends, Anthony, that she was heading off. Anthony said his friends they would all frequently separate and meet back up later at another bar or club. So with this, everyone carried on enjoying their evening and went their separate ways. She and Anthony had made plans to meet up for breakfast the next morning, but he ordered and ate alone. Sasha didn't show up and wasn't replying to Anthony's texts. He assumed that she was simply hungover and sleeping it off. But hours passed and with still nothing from Sasha, Anthony became concerned. Sasha was always active on her phone and social media, and something just wasn't sitting right with him. He reached out to two of the friends and they both agreed to go with him to Sasha's apartment. When they pulled into the parking lot, they spotted Sasha's car. In the back seat was a gift that she was supposed to be taking to a baby shower that day. They banged on apartment 345, but got no response. Anthony phoned 911. Police in the building's security entered her third-floor apartment at 8 p.m. that night to do a welfare check. The apartment was still locked and there were no signs of a forced entry. Everything was silent and nothing in the kitchen or lounge area appeared to be disturbed. But in Sasha's bedroom, officers saw some hair coming out from under the duvet and a hand hanging off the edge of the bed. They had found Sasha Samsudin. She had been raped and strangled to death. She had strangle marks around her neck and she had been beaten too. She had defensive wounds to her arms and abrasions that were consistent with someone restraining her. Her necklace had been snatched off and it was caught in her hair. Her shirt and bra had been ripped open and her underwear had been forcibly removed, which had left abrasions on her body. Friends, family, and coworkers had absolutely no idea who would have ever wanted to hurt Sasha. And no one could offer up any names of potential suspects to the police. Sasha's purse, phone, and key fob to the building were all missing, and the bedroom smelled strongly of cleaning products. There were some discolored patches on the bedsheets that looked as if they had been caused by bleach. The cupboard where Sasha kept all of her cleaning supplies had the doors wide open. Police noted that the toilet seat had been left up, something which didn't seem impossible but definitely unusual seeing as Sasha lived alone. After this, they found a condom wrapper near the bed and the imprint of a shoe. After swabbing the underneath of the toilet seat, they found 2 fingerprints. They also swabbed Sasha's body for any DNA. While performing the autopsy, the medical examiner said he had never seen an internal neck fracture as severe as Sasha's, also trying to convince a judge that the lock on Sasha's downtown Orlando apartment was defective, and that's possibly how Stephen got inside. At a hearing, Attorney Samantha Duke, representing Spectrum Brands, said there was no way to know for sure because the lock was never collected as evidence by the Orlando police and it was thrown away by the owner of the unit when a new tenant moved in. The Samsudin's attorney fired back saying that Spectrum Brands knew its product was defective, citing an article that describes how someone could beat the lock in a matter of seconds with something as simple as a screwdriver. In February 2019, Stephen filed an appeal claiming that the court had made a mistake in denying his motion to suppress his post-Miranda statements and in denying his motion for acquittal on the attempted sexual battery charge. This appeal was denied. Ken and Tara Samsudine worked to honor their daughter's legacy by working with the Orange County Sheriff's Office to help other families deal with the grief that comes with being a victim. Sasha Samsudine was a vivacious, spirited, and gregarious young woman, someone who undoubtedly had so much more to achieve in her life. One of her friends and co-workers said, "Sasha was such a beautiful soul who cared about so many people. She made such an impact. Her loved ones continue to celebrate her life, her amazing qualities, and strive to keep her vibrant energy alive." The case of Graciela Graciela. Graciela Graciela was born on October 6, 19, in Mexico, to a working-class family who sought a better future for their children. To achieve this, her parents made the decision to immigrate to the United States, ultimately settling in Hermiston, Oregon. As Graciela was very young at the time of the move, she has no recollection of the challenges associated with relocating. Upon reaching school age, Graciela attended Umatilla High School, an institution that predominantly served students from low-income backgrounds. The school provided all students with free meals, reflecting the socio-economic status of its student body, of which 66% were Hispanic. It was here that Graciela's sociable nature and innate charm enabled her to effortlessly form friendships among her peers. After graduating, she proceeded to enroll in the business department at Blue Mountain College. From a young age, Graciela had always dreamed of becoming a hairstylist and owning her own beauty salon. With determination and hard work, she believed she could make her dreams a reality. By February 2006, she had achieved her goal and became the owner of Kaz Beauty Salon. Graciela's talent and charisma quickly made her a well-known figure in society. As the salon's owner, she always presented herself well, which added to the salon's positive image. Her passion for her job and understanding of the latest beauty trends ensured a steady stream of clients. Over time, some of these clients became close friends who were always welcome at her home. Graciela was highly respected in the town, not only for her professional success, but also for her interesting and happy personal life. Her first love, with whom she had 2 daughters, Annabelle and Gabriella, also known as Gabby, was someone she met in her youth. Although the relationship didn't last long and the father of her children left the family, Graciela didn't let this setback hold her back. Instead, she focused on self-improvement and continued to move forward as a single mother. Graciela later earned a degree in cosmetology. She then met a kind-hearted man of Mexican descent named Romero Sanchez, and they got married. Her children from a previous relationship reported that she never regretted this decision. Her husband was caring not only to her but also to her children, treating them as his own. The family later welcomed 2 more children, Arthur and Jacob. Although he had biological sons, Graciela's husband still affectionately referred to Annabelle and Gabriella as his girls. Gabby considered her stepfather to be her real father, as he consistently supported, protected, and cared for them. The couple prioritized keeping their family united and happy, raising 4 children together. This did not deter Graciela from pursuing her passion. Instead, she would often take her children with her to professional meetings. The family developed a lovely tradition of traveling together, exploring new cities, local attractions, and cultural features. They also prioritized staying connected to their roots, frequently visiting Mexico and enjoying quality time together. Everyone made a genuine effort to make each other happy. However, after 17 years of marriage, the couple decided to separate. Graciela and her ex-husband chose not to burden each other with their dwindling feelings, opting to preserve the respectful relationship they had built over the years. Even after the divorce, they maintained a warm and strong connection. The father remained involved in the children's lives, regularly seeing them and sharing custody of their youngest son with Graciela. The other children were grown and lived on their own, but they remained close to their parents. They would get together to celebrate holidays and often sought each other's advice. Graciela handled her divorce well, remaining optimistic and confident, thanks in part to her ex-husband's kind and understanding behavior during this challenging time. On November 9th, 2019, Romero made an unexpected visit to Annabelle, Graciella's eldest daughter. Annabelle was surprised to see her mother's new husband show up unexpectedly. Romero told Annabelle that Graciella had disappeared. According to Romero, he and Graciella had met with Jacob the previous night. Afterward, Romero returned home and went to bed beside Graciella, who was already asleep. However, when he woke up in the morning, Graciella was gone. He searched the house but couldn't find her. Romero tried to contact Graciella by calling and texting her, but she didn't respond. He went to Annabelle's place hoping she might have some information about Graciella's disappearance. Annabelle, however, had no idea where her mother was. She was shocked not only by the news of her mother's disappearance, but also by Romero's reaction. He was in tears and seemed genuinely upset. Annabelle found this odd because Romero had never shown any strong emotions around them before, only indifference. Romero mentioned that Graciella had been acting strangely and might have found someone else. He admitted she might have needed a break from their relationship and wasn't sure if she was truly happy with him. However, Annabelle found his words insincere and his tears overly dramatic. She started to worry about her mother and found Romero's behavior suspicious. Romero had previously avoided talking to Graciella's children, but suddenly reached out to them. After he left, Annabelle told the rest of the family what happened. They gathered at Graciella's house to figure out what was going on. Her car was still parked in the driveway, which was unusual since she would have likely taken it if she were leaving Romero. The house was also spotlessly tidy, which was out of character for Graciella, who preferred a more creative and chaotic space. If she were planning to leave, her belongings would have been scattered around the room. Graciella spent a considerable amount of time in front of the mirror, carefully selecting an outfit for the day. However, she surprisingly left all her treasured jewelry at home, including her favorite rings and necklaces that she wore daily. This unusual behavior raised concerns among her family members, who couldn't help but imagine worst-case scenarios, including the possibility of her fleeing. While searching the house, Gabby stumbled upon something peculiar: a large, heavy blanket in the washing machine. This was unusual because their mother, Graciella, always emphasized the importance of not overloading appliances. It was likely that Romero, who normally didn't participate in household chores, had washed the blanket. This sparked suspicion that he might be trying to conceal something. It was later discovered that along with Graciella, several important items had gone missing from the house, including her passport, driver's license, and mobile phone. On November 11th, Annabelle went to the police station to report her mother, Graciella, missing. However, she was surprised to find that Romero, Graciella's husband, had not informed the police about her disappearance, despite knowing about it since November 9th or possibly earlier. As a result, Annabelle became the first person to file a missing person report for her mother. Romero's distant personality had been a concern for Graciella's family since they met him. Graciella had met Romero at her beauty salon, where he was a client after her divorce. Their initial friendship eventually developed into a romantic relationship. However, when Graciella introduced Romero to her family, they noticed his aloof and cold demeanor. Annabelle and her sister, Gabby, tried several times to connect with Romero, but he did not reciprocate, leaving Graciella's children puzzled by his behavior. They initially attributed it to individual personality differences, especially compared to their mother's previous relationships. They were eager to understand their mother's partner and what motivated him. At times, he seemed strange and aloof to them, and they struggled to comprehend how someone as lively and joyful as their mother could be drawn to someone so serious and reserved. Despite their reservations, they respected her decision. When their mother shared the news of her upcoming wedding, everyone rallied around her, particularly the girls, who wanted to see her happy and loved. On the wedding day, guests couldn't help but notice Romero's haughty demeanor and restraint. Some even perceived him as excessively possessive, as he dominated the bride's attention. When Graciella's young children came to congratulate the newlyweds, Romero responded with disdain rather than warmth and affection, making it clear that he didn't want to share his wife's attention with anyone, not even her own family. After that, Graciella's relatives struggled to hide their genuine opinions about Romero. Annabelle even went so far as to say she didn't consider him a stepfather, let alone a father figure. The family simply wanted to have a normal relationship, like those found in any civilized household. Following the wedding, Graciella and Romero moved in together, along with her youngest son Jacob, into Graciella's home. Jacob shared that shortly after the wedding, Romero started behaving as if he was the sole owner of the house. The boy recalled that the initial honeymoon phase was brief, and soon the family started to fall apart. He observed that his mother initially tried to establish personal boundaries, but being non-confrontational, she quickly gave in to Romero's demands. This seemed to suit Romero, who had a quick temper and never apologized first. To avoid creating tension in the household, Graciella often conceded to Romero's wishes. As time went on, it seemed she realized she had rushed into the marriage without fully thinking it through. In private conversations, Graciella confessed to feeling trapped and suffocated in the relationship. Her husband exerted control over her, never allowing her to go anywhere alone. Despite this, she never expressed any desire to leave the abusive relationship, suggesting she was still in love with Romero. Everyone realized that Graciella was in a relationship with the wrong person. It became apparent that her partner, Romero, was jobless and financially dependent on her. The Graciella family, who valued hard work, found it frustrating that Romero was always by Graciella's side without any apparent reason. Romero was a master manipulator who kept a close eye on Graciella, monitoring her interactions, including her friendships with other women. He would either prevent her from going out or show up unexpectedly, as if checking on her loyalty. His extreme jealousy was suffocating. Graciella felt embarrassed by his behavior, which led her to isolate herself socially, only interacting with her family. This had a negative impact on her professional life, as her job required frequent client meetings and attending industry events. Those close to Graciella noticed a significant change in her demeanor. She looked sad, worn out, and had lost her usual cheerfulness. It was clear that she was unhappy. Even her children observed the changes in her mood and appearance, as well as her loss of independence. They discussed their concerns among themselves and concluded that, although they didn't like Romero, he was Graciella's choice, and they had to respect her decisions. Other relatives shared the family's distrust of Romero. However, no one knew how to intervene or offer support. The couple's issues were serious enough to require professional help. Gabby had once suggested this to her mother, but Graciella insisted on handling her personal life independently. In 2018, Graciella suddenly announced that she would relocate her beauty salon to her home, citing convenience. Her family was skeptical as she had never mentioned this plan before, despite running the salon for 12 years. Some clients noted that Romero often hung around the salon, creating tension and disrupting the usually warm atmosphere. While some thought Graciella made the move to solve a problem, others suspected that her jealous husband was behind the decision. Despite the initial doubts, Graciella remained enthusiastic about the change, saying it allowed her to spend more time with Jacob and Romero. By the end of 2018, she and her husband were remodeling a room for the salon, but the project took longer than expected and wasn't completed until May 2019. Although the salon was closed temporarily, Graciella's reputation remained intact, and rumors of the studio's reopening attracted a long queue of clients, including new ones, months in advance. Graciella was thrilled with her professional success but became increasingly private about her personal life. Return to the moment before of Graciella's disappearance. Another incident raised concerns about Graciella's safety. She asked her daughter Gabby to pick her up, which was unusual, but she claimed everything was fine and said she was just having a disagreement with her husband. When they met up, they spent time together and Graciella seemed to relax. She smiled and told Gabby not to worry, saying that couples' arguments are normal and can actually bring people closer together. Despite this, Gabby couldn't shake off her worries and remained uneasy about her mother's situation. After Annabelle contacted the police, the relationship between Graciella's family and Romero rapidly deteriorated. He offered an explanation for his wife's disappearance, suggesting that she might have wanted some time alone or could have left with another man, and he believed she would soon return. This was his standard response to anyone inquiring about the situation. However, the police took the report seriously and initiated an investigation, considering the possibility that Graciela could have been a victim of a crime. They began by searching her home, where they found that only a few personal items were missing, with nothing else seeming out of the ordinary. Police also interviewed Graciela's children, her husband, and others close to the family, including her ex-husband. Although everyone expressed skepticism about Romero's behavior, the investigation did not uncover any significant information. Romero cooperated with the detectives, allowing them to search his home, participating in interrogations, providing his DNA, and undergoing a polygraph test. Despite his cooperation, the police did not have sufficient grounds to arrest him, so the investigation continued. Analysis of Graciela's phone records revealed her last known location was near a bridge in Washington on November 9th at 12:30 p.m., when the signal stopped after her phone was turned off. Her bank accounts and social media remained inactive. Despite questioning hundreds of witnesses and checking all her frequent locations, investigators found no signs of her. The investigation deemed her disappearance suspicious due to the complete lack of evidence. For months into the investigation, the Hermiston police publicly stated that they had no confirmed information about Graciela's last sighting. Although Romero didn't report Graciela missing, the authorities didn't accuse him of anything. The police's stance frustrated Graciela's relatives, causing them to reduce communication with law enforcement. The family eventually stopped receiving weekly updates, forcing Graciela's children to contact the police station directly for information. As of March 2020, there were no new developments in Graciela's case. In an effort to revive the investigation, Graciela's family reached out to the media, hoping to raise public awareness and gather information. They believed even small details could be crucial. Gabby, a family member, expressed the family's frustration and disappointment with the police's lack of progress in the case. The Graciela family urged investigators to focus on finding Graciela as they suspected foul play due to the state of her belongings and the unusual circumstances at home. It was unclear who would harm her as she had no known enemies. Her family knew she wouldn't leave without contacting them, and the lack of communication suggested something was seriously wrong. The family also requested a new detective team, citing concerns of bias and collusion with Romero, whom they believed was somehow connected to the case. The family pointed out numerous inconsistencies in the investigation. It was found that Romero's phone had been turned off on the day his wife went missing, and his actions didn't seem like those of someone who was worried about a loved one disappearing suddenly. The Graciela family asked for Romero to be arrested. Police Chief Jason Edmiston quickly responded to these claims. He agreed that Mrs. Graciela's disappearance seemed suspicious and might involve something criminal. He said this was just one idea, but promised that the investigation would stay fair and be based on evidence and facts. Edmiston also denied that Romero had any connections to the police that might affect the case. Edmiston mentioned that false information was spreading and making the investigation harder. He said the case was ongoing and that some information had to be kept secret. The police also asked the FBI for help. Edmiston expressed frustration that people were criticizing the police without understanding how complicated the law is. At the same time, Gabby started a fundraiser to hire a private investigator. This move was seen as criticism of how the police were handling the case, suggesting they weren't doing their job well. 1 year after Graciela's disappearance, her family and friends held a memorial event to honor her memory and pray for her safe return. They lit candles and posted signs outside the police station, urging authorities to continue searching for her. In September 2023, a significant development in the case occurred when Romero Sanchez, Graciela's husband, was severely injured in an attack. There was speculation that Mason Graciela, Graciela's brother, was involved in the incident, but details and any potential consequences for Mason were not disclosed. It appeared that Graciela's family had become frustrated with the police's lack of progress in investigating Romero, leading to a potentially frightening outcome. Graciela's disappearance remains an unsolved mystery, leaving her family in unbearable uncertainty that's taking a devastating toll on their health. Her children are left with only prayers, hoping for clarity and justice, unsure if she's alive. The case of Kimberly Antonakis. Kimberly Antonakis was born in 1974 in New York, USA. She was the only child in the family. Despite the fact that she grew up in love and affluence, she was not pampered. Her parents came from simple families. Nevertheless, her father Thomas managed to achieve considerable heights. He created his own company, which was engaged in computers, earned funds. The man was happy to spend on his favorite daughter and her desires. When Kimberly was a little girl, her parents divorced. The child was left to live with her mother. However, this did not weaken the connection between the little girl and her father. He took her on weekends and spent all his free time with her. When Kimberly's mother found a new man, decided to move to Florida, she faced a choice to stay with her mother or with her father. Since she didn't want to move, the young lady decided to live with her father. Kimberly was very close to her father and enjoyed living with him. As she grew up, she became a well-behaved, sociable child and eventually a stunning young woman with a radiant smile that always lifted her spirits. She had a great sense of humor and a positive attitude. Kimberly was raised in a sheltered environment, surrounded by love and care, which protected her from the harsh realities of life. As a result, she only saw the good in people and was largely unaware of the darker aspects of life. Unfortunately, her open and kind nature would eventually lead to many sorrows. In 1994, Kimberly enrolled at the College of Staten Island. Shortly after, she told her father that she felt ready to live on her own. Although Mr. Kimberly was worried about her decision, he respected her independence and decided not to oppose it. He promised himself that he would do his best to ensure her safety and well-being in her new living arrangements. Kimberly bought a nice apartment for his daughter, located in a wealthy area of the city, and installed an alarm system to ensure her safety. He also purchased a parking space in the garage across the street so she wouldn't have to park far away. To stay in touch, he provided her with a cell phone and a pager. Kimberly did everything in his power to ensure his daughter's well-being. His concerns for her safety were well-founded, given his wealth and her limited life experience. Kimberly was a diligent student who also worked part-time as an accountant at a reputable firm. She had declined her father's offer to join the family business, opting instead to forge her own path. Kimberly led a typical student life, attending parties and socializing with friends. She declined her father's offers to return home, wanting to maintain independence. This led to an unexpected situation when she let friend Liz Pace and her family stay while their apartment was being renovated in early 1995. Kimberly, with a kind heart, invited young people to her lodging. They spent days having fun together. One day, Kimberly and a friend attended a party, getting ready and dressing up. After a fun night of dancing, Kimberly drove them home but didn't go up, citing unfinished business. They hugged goodbye, unaware they'd never see each other again. After visiting the police, Mr. Kimberly's father, went to the parking lot next to her house, only to find that her car was missing from the garage. As he looked around, he spotted a shiny object on the floor near the wall, a small gold earring. He recalled giving his daughter similar earrings and, just in case, picked it up. However, Kimberly was nowhere to be found in the apartment. Instead, he met her guests, including a friend, her boyfriend Joshua Torres, and their 2-year-old child. Although Kimberly was aware of Kimberly's decision, he didn't agree with it. The tenants were worried about the hostess' absence and Joshua offered to help find her. He said he was looking for Kimberly and would assist later. Kimberly returned to the police station, explaining that his daughter had been in an accident, but the officers remained unconvinced. Kimberly decided to speak with Liz Pace, the last person to see Kimberly, and showed her the jewelry he had found. Liz Pace confirmed that she had seen Kimberly wearing those earrings on the night she disappeared. Kimberly then visited the places his daughter frequently went to, talking to many people, but didn't gather any significant information. Joshua suggested searching not only for Kimberly but also for her distinctive car. Kimberly went to the police station for the 3rd time, insisting that he wouldn't leave until they began a search. A detective eventually responded to his appeal, agreeing to take on the investigation despite the usual protocol. To better understand the events surrounding Kimberly Antinoko's, investigators started by reconstructing her activities on February 28th. Kimberly began the day by attending college, followed by a few hours of work. After work, she returned home and had dinner with friends before heading out to a party with a friend named Liz Pace. The evening concluded with their return home around 4 a.m. Following her return, Kimberly went to the parking lot for reasons that remain unclear. Both her apartment and garage were thoroughly searched, but no signs of struggle or foreign fingerprints were found. This lack of evidence suggested either a meticulous cleanup or that any potential intruder may have worn gloves. The most puzzling aspect was the disappearance of Kimberly and her car without any trace, except for a single earring that was found. An analysis of Kimberly's bank account revealed that her last transaction occurred the evening before she vanished, ruling out the possibility that she had run away from home. Based on the evidence, detectives hypothesized that Kimberly was likely kidnapped. The investigation expanded to include additional police officers. Due to the lack of concrete leads, law enforcement considered information from a psychic. Witness interviews began with Liz Pace and Joshua. They revealed 65 calls were made from Kimberly's landline on March 1st. Joshua explained he made these calls to locate Kimberly, who was like a little sister to him. Liz Pace's testimony helped determine Kimberly's clothing in a portrait was created, highlighting her distinctive tattoos, including a scorpion and infinity sign. Meanwhile, a search for the missing car was underway with checks at scrap metal collection points and other locations where the vehicle might be found. Unfortunately, no positive results were obtained. A check of Kimberly's cell phone was also unsuccessful. Police advised Kimberly to pay attention to any letters or phone calls he received, as they might be from Kimberly's kidnappers demanding a ransom. The Kimberly family remained in a state of uncertainty until March 4th. At approximately 2 a.m., emergency services responded to a reported fire at a large, abandoned house located at 86 Woodhaven Avenue in Queens. Multiple fire crews battled the blaze until it was finally extinguished. Upon investigation, a charred body was discovered in the basement of the building. Further analysis by forensic experts revealed the deceased was a woman between 20 to 25 years old, with remnants of long, black hair still intact. There were also signs of tape and evidence that her legs had been bound, with her hands tied behind her back. The most disturbing aspect, however, was that she was alive at the time of the fire, as indicated by the presence of smoke in her lungs. Detectives initially suspected that the body might belong to Kimberly, a missing person. To confirm the identity, dental records were required. Meanwhile, an inspection of the ashes and the air revealed the scent of gasoline, strongly suggesting that the fire had been intentionally set to destroy evidence of a serious crime. Despite the absence of other evidence, the charred body remained, and upon closer examination, specialists found tattoos matching the description of the missing woman. The records from the dental clinic supported the investigation suspicions, leading to the discovery of Kimberly Antinoko's body. As more details emerged, an eyewitness came forward who often walked his dog in the area. The dog had been acting strangely in the days prior to the fire, appearing nervous and barking at the house for no apparent reason. It wasn't until after the fire and the discovery of the body that the cause of the dog's behavior became clear. She had attempted to escape and called for help, but her cries went unheard by humans. However, the dog's acute hearing allowed it to detect the sounds coming from the basement, explaining its unusual behavior. When questioned by officers, the homeowner revealed that he had visited the building multiple times in recent days. He was trying to sell the house and would regularly check on its condition, collect mail, and pick up receipts. However, he only inspected the house from the outside and never went into the basement. The homeowner claimed he never heard any suspicious noises, and if he had, he would have investigated. Investigators decided to re-question Joshua, as they had some reservations about him. They also found it strangely coincidental that his name started with the letter J. This time, Joshua mentioned a person he hadn't been able to contact the day Kimberly went missing, a young man nicknamed Psycho, a Russian national who had previously dated Kimberly. The detectives looked into this new information and discovered that the Russian had moved to the US with his parents at a young age. As he grew older, he became involved with a gang and had a history of breaking the law. This led to the identification of the first suspect, who was soon taken into custody. During interrogation, Psycho was informed of his former lover's death, but his reaction shocked the detectives. The young man not only denied involvement in the crime, but he also showed genuine emotional distress. Investigators took him to the crime scene to observe his behavior, and it became clear to everyone that they had the wrong person in custody. Later, his alibi was confirmed, leaving the investigation at a standstill once again. The victim's family sought the psychic's help again. This time, she claimed to have seen 4 people involved in the crime. According to her, the kidnappers had initially intended to establish communication, but failed. The kidnapping didn't seem to have been planned with a tragic outcome. The psychic concluded that new information would emerge soon. A couple of days later, Mr. Kimberly, hoping to gather some leads, announced a $10,000 reward for information that could help catch the perpetrator. Mr. Kimberly couldn't shake off the psychic's words. He pondered the psychics about the kidnappers wanting to make contact. What could that mean, and what had prevented them from doing so? Upon returning home, he sat at the table and stared at his phone for a while. He suddenly recalled a minor detail from the day Kimberly went missing. He had listened to all the answering machine recordings as he had been expecting his girl to contact him. However, there were no messages except for 2 blank ones with complete silence. He initially thought it was a technical issue or a problem with the connection, but it later became clear that this was not the case. 5 days after her body was found, the police located her car in a quiet area of town, not far from where her body was discovered. The investigators were hoping to find fingerprints in the car, but it had been thoroughly cleaned. The only evidence they found was her hair and a second earring in the passenger compartment. Although it seemed like a breakthrough, it didn't lead anywhere. Kimberly, her father, was linked to a local mob hit due to his wealth and success. However, detectives found no evidence to support the rumors. Kimberly, grieving the loss of his daughter, denied any involvement and was found to conduct his business openly and honestly. In July 1995, a burglary suspect was arrested at a New York City residence. Surprisingly, he shared information about the Kimberly case. The suspect claimed an acquaintance told him that his friends had kidnapped and killed she by burning her. Upon hearing the unidentified man's name, the officers pieced together the crime. The man in question was Joshua Torres, Kimberly's roommate who had participated in the search for her. Detectives took a closer look at the young man, calling him in for further questioning. Although he denied any involvement in the crime, a lengthy conversation revealed a potentially incriminating statement. He mentioned that if he were the kidnapper, he would have fed the victim Kimberly. This statement raised suspicions since there had been no public mention of the victim's hunger, thirst, or cold, and not even her father was aware of these details. To strengthen their case, investigators examined the suspect's past, finding a criminal record and a pattern of obsessive behavior. He was jobless and financially dependent on his roommate, caring for her child, which gave him unmonitored time to plan the crime. Knowing Kimberly's daily routine allowed him to abduct her and hide her in a vacant house. It was unclear why no ransom demands were made. Analyzing the suspect's calls revealed he lied about contacting Kimberly's acquaintances. The dialed numbers belonged to random individuals with no connection to Kimberly. Suspicious messages on his pager further implicated the suspect, Joshua. He had long been a suspect in the eyes of detectives, and they finally gathered enough evidence to arrest him. During the interrogation, they informed him that Kimberly's ex-boyfriend was no longer considered a suspect. Pressed for more information, Torres revealed that he suspected his friends of being responsible for her murder. Torres claimed that he thought his friends only intended to kidnap Kimberly for ransom and then release her unharmed. He admitted to being an accessory to the kidnapping but maintained that he did not think his friends would resort to violence. According to Torres, the plan was to demand a ransom and then let Kimberly go. But things did not go as planned. The kidnappers became frustrated when their ransom demands were met with silence from Mr. Kimberly. Unbeknownst to them, their calls had been answered by Kimberly's father and a ransom message had even been recorded. However, due to a technical issue, the recording was not saved on the answering machine. The kidnappers, feeling ignored and angered by the lack of response, decided to wait and see how events would unfold. It turns out the group feared public attention, and the psychics claimed that the suspect's name began with the letter J. This information was published and broadcast on TV, creating a cycle of events. Joshua was released on bail after speaking with the police, but then disappeared. Around the same time, Jose was shot while walking with his wife. Jose's wife later told investigators that her husband didn't trust Joshua and had been gathering evidence against him. She claimed Jose felt guilty about kidnapping Kimberly but not about the house fire. He wanted to confess to the police, just as he had to her. The pager messages and suspect statements helped investigators piece together the kidnapping and crime details. 4 men were involved: Joshua, Julio Negrin, Jose Negrin, and Nicholas Brett, also known as Jay. Notably, Julio had previously dated Kimberly and proposed, but she rejected him. The group was united by friendship and a shared criminal past. However, their actions were far surpassed by the horrific treatment of she at the hands of the guys. Nicholas had recently been released on bail, thanks to his mother's intervention, and had received a lenient fine for a crime that could have resulted in a prison sentence of over a year. Joshua had a history of serious offenses, including child abduction, violence against a minor, and illegal possession of weapons, despite his young age. Nevertheless, he too had received an inappropriately light sentence for his crimes. It was evident that Joshua was the ringleader responsible for coordinating the groups after Kimberly left the party. The men seized her in the parking lot, having apparently been stalking her and waiting for the ideal moment to strike when she was alone. A gun was used to intimidate Kimberly. When she resisted, the perpetrators tied her hands and covered her mouth, eyes, and ears with duct tape. They then put her in the trunk of a car and drove her to an abandoned house, where she was taken to the basement and tied to a chair. To prevent her from making noise, they removed her shoes. The kidnappers told Kimberly that her father owed them money and that she would be released once he paid the debt. Julio was tasked with caring for Kimberly, bringing her food and water twice a day and keeping her warm. However, fearing the consequences, Julio abandoned the house, leaving Kimberly without food, water, or warmth for 3 days. Once Julio left, the kidnappers informed Joshua, who made an audio recording demanding a ransom of $775,000. Then, the kidnapper called Kimberly's father, leaving 2 empty messages. The kidnappers waited for a response, genuinely confused as to why Kimberly's father didn't contact them. Meanwhile, Kimberly, left unattended, suffered from dehydration, passing out multiple times, yet continued to fight for her life. The kidnappers grew angry and fearful of being caught due to the lack of ransom payment, so they decided to release Kimberly. Upon entering the basement, they found her unconscious and assumed she was dead. To eliminate evidence in the hostage, they planned to get rid of her. During the investigation, officers learned from Liz Pace that Joshua used his roommate as an alibi, directing his accomplices while staying at home with his child. Liz Pace initially claimed she was unaware of Joshua's involvement in Kimberly's kidnapping. However, at the trial, she testified against him. She stated that after being interrogated, Joshua approached her and confessed to all his crimes. However, he then turned violent, physically assaulting her, silencing her, and issuing death threats before fleeing. Some time later, Joshua was apprehended by law enforcement. In an effort to further the investigation, the authorities decided to bring the former friends together, informing them that Joshua had denied any involvement in the massacre. Upon learning of Joshua's denial, Julio chose to cooperate with the investigation, revealing crucial information. This cooperation played a pivotal role in securing Torres' conviction for Kimberly's murder. Ultimately, the trio faced charges of murder, arson, kidnapping, and unlawful imprisonment. During the trial, evidence emerged that Joshua had made repeated attempts to deceive investigators and evade punishment. After deliberating for approximately 10 hours, the jury reached a verdict. Joshua Torres was sentenced to 58 years in prison. Nicholas Brett received the same sentence as the others. Julio Negrin was found guilty of being an accessory after the fact and was sentenced to 2 to 6 years in prison. Tomas Kimberly, the victim's family member, was satisfied with the court's verdict and did not want the perpetrators to receive the death penalty. In his opinion, the death penalty would have been too lenient a punishment. Nicholas Brett was repeatedly abused and assaulted in prison and died of AIDS after serving 2 years. Julio Negrin was released after serving his 2-year sentence. Joshua will not be eligible for release until 2053 at the earliest. Tragically, sadly, Kimberly's father, Kimberly, passed away from cancer in 2005. His family believes that the stress and grief caused by his daughter's death contributed to his illness. The life of Kimberly Antonakis, a beautiful young girl, was cut short in a shocking and devastating manner. As you begin to explore the Leslie Palacio case, it is impossible not to feel bewildered and disappointed that justice has not yet been served. The killer remains at large, even though the police have all the evidence and his identity is known to them. Today's story underscores the difficulty of investigating crimes when suspects find themselves outside the jurisdiction and victims can only hope that the perpetrators will be found and brought to justice. The morning of the 29th brought anxiety to the home of Rosalia Palacio, mother of 5 lovely daughters. Her eldest daughter Kayla came down to the kitchen and reported that the bed in Leslie's room was untouched. Her belongings were gone, and she clearly hadn't spent the night at home. One of the sisters joked that it must have been a pretty fun night at the club, and Leslie had probably stayed the night at Eric's. In fact, everyone became alarmed since Leslie had never done this before. Over breakfast, Kayla kept glancing at her phone, expecting a waking Leslie to be about to text. Time passed, but still no word from Leslie. By noon, it stopped seeming normal. By late afternoon, Rosalia decided to go to Eric's house on her own and find out where her daughter had disappeared to. When the Palacio family members drove up to the house, they saw Eric's mother and his sister actively removing pieces of furniture and miscellaneous items from the house. Obviously, taking furniture out of the house is quite normal, but the situation itself and Mrs. Ibarra's crying face caused a very strange feeling for Rosalia. Something was not right here. When asked where Leslie was and why Eric's phone was unavailable, Eric's mother and sister pretended that they didn't even know that the couple had spent the evening together. Rosalia once again clarified whether Leslie had slept over at their house that night, because she knew from her daughter's messages that she was going to Eric's house. After receiving a negative response, Leslie's family realized the seriousness of what was happening. Fears became reality, and the family immediately took action. The older sister, realizing that Leslie could not have disappeared so easily, began calling local hospitals and searching the internet for reports of accidents in the last 24 hours. However, the search was unsuccessful, as were attempts to contact Eric. He had either turned off his phone or the phone with deed, as Kayla couldn't even hear the voicemail. Rosalia had no choice but to call the police. The next day, August 30th, Leslie was officially reported missing. The move was the first in an intense fight for justice. Leslie Palacio was born on May 5, 1998 in Las Vegas, Nevada, USA. Her short but full life was full of love and caring for her family. Always open and friendly girl became a source of joy in any company, as she valued everyone she met in her life and was reciprocated. Leslie dreamed of connecting her life with medicine. After graduating from high school, she entered the Las Vegas Medical College. In 2020, she was already confidently moving towards her dream of becoming a phlebotomist and worked part-time as a lab technician. Combining theoretical knowledge with practical skills, Leslie proved herself to be a talented student. Her academic achievements were admirable. She was able to easily assimilate new material and always strive to deepen her knowledge. That is why the girl decided to work part-time as a laboratory assistant. Unexpectedly, Leslie realized that she had found her calling and soon became an integral part of the team. Colleagues considered the student not only a responsible and professional lab technician, but also a warm, responsive person. The girl's duties included conducting various analyses and tests. But for Leslie, this work was much more than just a fulfillment of duties. She saw her calling in the ability to make the process of taking tests as comfortable as possible for patients. Her caring and patience created an atmosphere of trust. and even those who were apprehensive about the procedure felt at ease in her presence. When the youngest of the nurses asked if Leslie was afraid of getting her hands pierced all the time, she laughingly replied that she now had a super ability to poke people. The young optimist's vitality was evident in her every action. By all accounts, Leslie had the unique potential to become a sought-after and valuable specialist in the field of medical laboratory diagnostics, and she would have, if not for a dramatic turn of events. Leslie has been used to helping and caring for everyone since childhood. As the second of 5 daughters, she took on the role of mother when Rosalia Palacio worked as a hotel cleaner. Rosalia recalled her daughter kicking her out of the kitchen when she tried to cook dinner after cleaning more than 15 hotel rooms in a shift. "Get some rest," Leslie gently urged her. Wanting to relieve her mother's burden after work, her daughter took it upon herself to prepare dinners and, in her characteristic easygoing manner, found cooking to be a source of inspiration. From then on, she always made sure her family members were very well fed. And even if she was away and couldn't make the family dinner herself, she always called home to make sure everyone had eaten. For Leslie, family came first, and she easily inspired her sisters with her energy and ideas. For example, even during the pandemic, Leslie didn't let sports disappear by organizing workouts in the backyard of the house. She touted her mother various exercises, and with her sisters, danced daily in front of the mirror to music. Her love of experimenting with hair color and image turned it into a joint business plan with her older sister to open a boutique. The sisters began designing and sewing dresses at home in their own unique style. When the coronavirus pandemic happened and Rosalia was laid off due to downsizing, Leslie suggested her mother start her own small cleaning company and assured her that she would definitely help her with the cleanings in her free time from work and school. "Mom will be fine soon. You'll see," she assured Rosalia. At a family council, they came up with a name for the company, the Palacio Cleaning Service. At the time Leslie disappeared, her dreams were just beginning to be realized. Their family firm had landed its first contract. But on August 29, 2020, all of the Palacio family's plans and dreams came crashing down. At the end of August 2020, Leslie completed the lab assistant program, and the family firm also received a large order. The girl decided it was time to take a break from the stresses and worries and enjoy an evening of dancing and fun. Especially the restrictions due to the pandemic were gradually being lifted and Las Vegas began to come alive. Unfortunately, none of the friends wanted to keep Leslie company. Although people were beginning to let go of their fears and return to their normal lives, they still felt nervous and anxious at the prospect of being in a closed space with lots of people. Leslie didn't give up hope of convincing someone to have fun, and posted a post on Instagram expressing her desire to spend the evening somewhere. Unexpectedly, she received a message from Eric Rangel Ibarra. Leslie and Eric's parents had been attending the same church for 14 years and occasionally socialized, so the children had known each other since childhood, but had never interacted closely. Leslie knew what Eric liked. The guy texted her, showed her attention, but Leslie never reciprocated. She was polite to him, however. On any other day, Leslie would have declined Eric's desire to keep her company, but not this time. She was eager to dilute her ordinary life with a fun evening. The whole day passed in anticipation and anticipation. And when none of Leslie's friends wanted to keep her company, she accepted Eric's polite and warm offer to reminisce about Las Vegas nightlife. Sharing a night out with Eric seemed like a better choice than going nowhere at all. Expecting a fun adventure, Leslie had no idea what horrible events awaited her, but she probably had a premonition of something, trying to rationalize to herself that there was no cause for concern. Anyway, Leslie agreed with her sister that she would send her regular messages, telling her exactly where she was. She also told Kayla in great detail where she was going and with whom and what places she might end up in. After a while, the older sister received a strange message. "Can you believe Eric is totally not going to drink this evening? We're at a party, but it looks like I'm going to have to party alone." Afterward, the sisters exchanged joking messages on the topic of healthy living. The first place Eric and Leslie went to was the casino at the Longhorn Hotel. Police officers would later see on surveillance footage of the couple getting out of a white Ford F 2:50 owned by Eric at 0:31 a.m. on Ayug 29 and entering the casino, then leaving a short time later at 1:56 a.m. The couple would then leave the casino. Leslie kept in contact with her sister, telling her what was going on. At 4:40 a.m., Leslie sent her sister another strange message. "I need to talk to you about something shitty." Kayla asked what happened and, according to her, a text box popped up as if Leslie had started to reply, but no answer ever came. That text message was the last of the girl's life. The morning of the 29th came. Leslie still hadn't returned home. The more time passed, the more concerned the Palacio family members became. The certainty that Leslie had stayed the night at Eric's house was replaced by confusion, and the family went to a familiar house where they found a strange scene. Mrs. Ibarra and her daughter were taking out furniture, pretending that they had heard for the first time that Leslie and Eric had spent the evening together. In fact, Leslie's family arrived at Eric's house just in time. If they had arrived a few hours later, the investigation would have been significantly delayed. The police found traces of blood in the house, a mess in the bedroom, which suggests that Eric's mother and his sister spent the whole day, strangely enough, not to clean up the traces of the crime, but to pack things down to the pieces of furniture. The family was clearly not going on a picnic, but planning a long-term and thorough absence. Most likely, they had arranged to reunite with Eric and his father, Jose, in Mexico, where the two had traveled in order to escape justice. Upon seeing the Palacio family, Mrs. Ibarra probably realized that the chance to leave was gone, leaving evidence in the house that no one would take the time to clean up. Panicked, mother and daughter began to simply deny knowing about Leslie and Eric's evening together. It was this behavior that led to the suspicion that something irreparable had happened. Fortunately, the Las Vegas police took immediate action and sent out a billing inquiry intending to track Leslie's movements since the previous night. But unfortunately, it takes some time to get that data while the Palacios couldn't sit back and wait. The family started a campaign to spread the word about Leslie's disappearance. People responded and began actively sharing the information on social media. No one expected that there would be so many people who cared. Eric's mom especially didn't expect it. Detectives kept asking more and more questions. And on August 31st, Mrs. Ibarra went to the police station and filed a missing persons report for her husband and son. Mrs. Ibarra told police that her son, Eric, left home late in the evening on August 28th. And when he returned the next morning, he was acting strangely. She saw him walk out the door and never returned. The police noticed a strange circumstance. Not only was Leslie missing, but Eric was also missing, as well as his father. Based on this, an investigation into the triple disappearance began. With the Las Vegas police involved, detectives turned to the residents of the neighborhood with the hope of finding surveillance cameras that recorded something important. Luck smiled. It was discovered that just across the street from Jose Barra's home, there were surveillance cameras. In addition to the CCTV footage, police obtained billing data that allowed them to track Leslie's movements in the early morning hours of the 29th. Detectives found that the couple went to the casino and afterward to a grill bar, which they reached around 2:15 a.m. accidentally or not. Leslie's cell phone was left at the bar, and the records show that Leslie left the establishment around 5:50 a.m., which is quite early in the morning. At 6:05 a.m., neighborhood cameras captured Eric's car pulling up to the family home. The nature of his assistance to Leslie in getting out of the car and on the way to the house clearly indicated that the girl was heavily intoxicated. At 7:25 a.m., and his father, Jose, are seen carrying Leslie's body out of the house, wrapped in a sheet and placing it in the trunk of the car. Eric then drives away while Jose hoses down the driveway to their house. These actions clearly indicated that Eric and Jose were not missing, but were fugitives from justice. After police saw the footage, a search warrant was obtained for Ibarra's home. As a result, detectives uncovered a lot of additional evidence showing that Leslie had not left the house voluntarily. The house had been cleaned with cleaning products in an unsuccessful attempt. Latex gloves and trash bags were also found. But the most important piece of evidence was the discovery in Eric's room. Traces of blood were found on the floor and on Eric's bed, an obvious sign of assault. And without DNA testing, It was clear to investigators that the blood belonged to Leslie. From that point on, Leslie Palacio was no longer missing, and investigators focused their efforts on finding her body. Eric and Jose were reported missing. As investigators searched diligently for suspects, the shaken Palacio family made efforts as well. Rosalia asked members of the church community to help search for her daughter's body as search volunteers. Flyers and posters with Leslie's photo and images of Eric and Jose appeared on social media, newspapers, and street poles. The Palacio family is asking the public to intervene and help them find these two men involved in the girl's death, was the message on each flyer. The first major breakthrough in the investigation came when a license plate reader spotted Eric's car just 6 miles from his home around 10 a.m. Agater, 29. He was heading back to his home just 4 hours after Leslie's alleged murder. The information uncovered made investigators realize that the location where Eric may have hidden the body was within a 4-hour drive of his home on the Nevada-Arizona border, or the Charleston Peak side, which is a huge area. So detectives were desperate for any additional information that could help them determine a more precise location. Once again, luck smiled on them when footage was recorded at a gas station 40 miles north of Las Vegas, showing Eric's car pulling off the highway toward the Valley of Fire National Park. The car backed up 20 minutes later with muddy tires. The find narrowed the search and pointed to the possible location of the body within 20 miles of the gas station. The mud on the tires suggested that Eric had driven off the road at some point. Detectives began searching the area. Police and volunteers combed through hundreds of acres of land. And on September 9th, during a second search, they found Leslie Palacio's body hidden near a bush. News outlets immediately spread the word. The body of 22-year-old Leslie Palacio has been found near the Valley of Fire 11 days after she disappeared. A reporter joined the report, providing additional details about the prime suspect, 25-year-old Eric Rangel Ibarra. The Valley of Fire, where the body was found, is known for its hot climate, which led to rapid decomposition of the remains, and forensic experts were unable to determine the exact cause of death. Locals reacted to Leslie's death with horror and fear. Some became afraid to go outside because of the constant thoughts of the unquote criminals involved in the murder. The day after the body was discovered, September 10th, many friends, relatives, neighbors, and just random people in the area gathered to honor Leslie's memory. People took candles that were used for the nightly vigil and placed them in front of the girl's house. They also said they wanted the man responsible for her death to pay for what he did. The fight for justice was not even close to being over at this point. The next major breakthrough came when Eric's car flashed in Moreno Valley, California. Police eventually contacted Eric's cousin, and he reported that he had driven Jose and his son to San Isidro, where he believed they planned to cross the border into Mexico. The Las Vegas Police Department requested assistance from the FBI because it was not possible for them to resolve the jurisdictional issue on their own. The investigation slowed down. Then, on January 19, 2021, for months after the discovery of the girl's remains, Eric's father, Jose, turned himself in at the border. Everyone was greatly relieved that at least one fugitive was now in custody. The man was quickly extradited back to Clark County and charged with destruction of evidence and accessory to murder. During interrogations, Jose tried to minimize his involvement in the crime, explaining the story of the trip to Mexico by his son's strange behavior on the morning of August 29th. However, investigators showing surveillance video footage debunked his false claims. The footage clearly showed him helping carry Leslie's body out of the house and washing the driveway. Faced with the evidence, Jose changed his testimony. He said he was working in the garage when Eric brought Leslie's body wrapped in a sheet into the garage. According to Jose, he panicked and helped his son load the body into the truck. Assuming that Leslie had died of an overdose of illegal drugs because he saw no visible injuries on the body. Court documents indicate that Jose initially told police that, according to Eric, Leslie died of an overdose of illegal drugs. Jose also explained that Eric immediately talked about wanting to end his life, blamed himself, and so he decided that the best thing to do for his son was to take him to Mexico. When investigators asked Jose for Eric's current whereabouts, He explained that as soon as the two of them entered Mexico and boarded the bus was searched by Mexican authorities. He and his son got scared and decided to split up, thinking that apart, it would be harder for the authorities to find them. For this reason, he would love to help the investigation, but has absolutely no idea where his son might be. On June 18, 2021, Jose formally pleaded guilty to destruction of evidence and accessory to murder. Despite the horrific characteristics of his crimes, Jose Ibarra was sentenced to only 2 years in the Clark County Detention Center, causing shock and dismay in the community. The Palacio family was shocked and outraged by Jose's lenient sentence, which they felt was unjust. During the pandemonium, Jose Ibarra joined the court proceedings virtually, while Leslie's family and friends attended in person. They urged the judge to impose a harsher sentence, arguing that 2 years was not enough for an accessory to murder who helped dispose of the body and hid the perpetrator. Jose Ibarra pleaded guilty and tried to apologize to Palacio's family, saying his love for his son outweighed him. He expressed regret for his actions. However, Leslie's family did not accept his apology and did not consider it sincere. To date, Eric's whereabouts remain unknown, and he continues to live a free life in Mexico. Jose was released on April 28, 2022. Ophelia Markarian, attorney and representative of the Palacio family, commented as follows, "I am absolutely furious. This is simply unfair. Not only is the main suspect not in custody, now the one who was involved in covering up the murder is back in custody after serving 8 months and 15 days. Over the past 3 years, the Palacio family has never gotten justice." Leslie's story highlights the flaws in the justice system and raises questions about fairness in dealing with serious crimes. The Palacio family is determined to fight to change the law in Neva because they believe that Weaver was involved in the murder, should receive a longer prison sentence than 2 years. They hope that the perpetrator will be found and prosecuted in the United States, where he will be charged and given the punishment he deserves. Ophelia Markarian is directly reaching out to those who may know of Eric's whereabouts in Mexico. In every media interview, she calls for Palacio's family to be given a small measure of justice. In the peaceful summer of the year 1975, a charming Pennsylvanian village called Brummel was thrown into gloominess by a terrifying occurrence that would plague the neighborhood for ages. On August 15, 1975, amidst the everyday routine, Gretchen Harrington, an innocent 8-year-old girl, inexplicably disappeared on her way to a Bible school program. By the time she was found, she had already been dead. Nobody knew who killed this young girl in Pennsylvania for nearly 50 years, but authorities now claim to have identified the culprit as a former pastor who has been residing in Marietta for some time. At the time, as days proceeded into weeks, then into months, and then into years, the town devotedly searched for its beloved young Gretchen, but like a dark maze, the answers eluded them, leaving them longing for resolution. Nevertheless, they never gave up hope. Get ready to have your world turned up. Brought about Gretchen's awful demise was found. Surprisingly, this ruthless murderer had been concealing himself in plain sight by posing as a church minister, a typical example of what the Bible calls a wolf in sheep's clothing. Harold and Ina Harrington welcomed Gretchen into the world on June 13, 1967 in Marple Township, Pennsylvania. 8 years later, in the summer of 1975, there was a terrifying development just a short distance away from her home. Bright-eyed 8-year-old Gretchen Harrington was traveling to Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church for a Bible school session. She usually traveled with her older sisters, but on that particular day, she went there alone. By the next day, alarm bells rang for her frightened parents as the hours passed and the morning sun rose to its highest point. But there was no sign of Gretchen. They immediately called the Marple Township Police in a panicked state. The police then commenced a desperate search for their young daughter. Over 300 people from the entire community came together to search desperately for Gretchen. But as the hour wore on, she could not be found. This left nothing but a perplexing enigma afterwards. Gretchen would usually go up a steep hill to Trinity Chapel, enduring the trip past the store and townhouse complex. Around 925 YM, a neighbor claimed to have seen her. She appeared determined and focused to get to her destination. But mysteriously, she soon disappeared. People in the Harringtons' neighborhood wouldn't stand still and watch. Everyone wanted to help. As a result, 400 volunteers came together to form an army to help with the hunt through the thick undergrowth that covered the ground in the woods. They searched every square inch in the vicinity of the grocery store and housing developments in the hopes of finding some clues before dusk. Gretchen eluded them despite the fact that they traversed more than 5 square miles of hazardous terrain. The small village held its breath in prayer for her safe return, while the mystery behind her sudden disappearance made many hearts weary. The search for young Gretchen came to a puzzling dead end as the investigation progressed. The tracking dogs, talented as they were, detected no struggle or signs of discomfort halfway up that intimidating hill on Lawrence Road, leaving the question of what really happened to Gretchen hanging in the air. At that same moment, it appeared as though 8-year-old Gretchen had disappeared into thin air, leaving the police with a troubling judgment. They were of the opinion that Gretchen must have been driven away in a car. During these trying times, the neighborhood supported Gretchen's parents wholeheartedly. The Reformed Presbyterian Covenant Church minister, Harold Harrington, and his wife, Ina Harrington, raised their 4 daughters with care and tenderness. Although their Sundays had a hint of strictness, TV and outdoor play were forbidden on the holy day. Their family was united and harbored no known enemies. The entire community was adamant about finding out the truth because they wanted beloved Gretchen to be brought back to her home safely without any harm. The charm and warmth Gretchen Harrington exuded toward those she loved were as warm as the summer sun. Was she wary of strangers? Yes, but she was a vibrant spark of vitality in her school, especially when she finds herself among her group of friends. Her companionship brought comfort to classmates and neighbors who attended neighboring schools as well. She was an outstanding sportsman. She dominated the kickball court and the baseball diamond with her powerful home runs. Gretchen never knew her perception of life was going to change. 8 days before she disappeared, a new baby sister was birthed in their home, and Gretchen had been jokingly teasing about leaving if she got another sister, couldn't help but succumb to love's charm when she laid eyes on her baby sister. The community's ardent quest for Gretchen was now fueled by recollections of her brilliant smile and free-spirited spirit as they banded together to find their beloved Gretchen. Everyone clung to the hope that she would be returned to her devoted family. Where her sisters awaited her arrival and craved for more baseball games to be won, Harold and Ina firmly believed that their daughter, Gretchen, would never willingly get into another person's car. As the probe spread widely through the area, detectives knocked on doors, distributed leaflets with Gretchen's photo on them, and set up a 24-hour tip line. Over 200 calls flooded the hotline in those early days, and the diligent investigators followed every possible lead. Despite their diligence, however, the trail proved elusive, and none of the information presented gave a clear route to Gretchen's whereabouts. The small community in Gretchen's absence yearned for the day when her laughter would once more reverberate through their streets. The search for Gretchen felt like a desperate voyage through a maze with no exits. As the days stretched into 2 protracted weeks, detectives were forced to face a terrible truth. Despite their initial optimism that she might have been kidnapped for ransom, foul play was suddenly the menacing shadow they couldn't overlook. In an effort to find a lead that would help solve the case, they dispersed their efforts far and wide, covering Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey with missing person flyers. Tips and possible lead flooded the hotline. A glimmer of hope was won by each, but none could be verified. The cloud of mystery appeared to be broken by one lead, on the day Gretchen vanished. A truck driver who was traveling along Lawrence Road came forward to describe a scenario that matched Gretchen's description. He was able to clearly recall a green pickup truck that was parked halfway up the hill, heading towards Trinity Chapel. He claimed to have seen a young girl who possibly looked like Gretchen sitting inside the truck beside an unidentified man who happened to be the driver. The truck looked worn out, dated, and even without its tailgate. Thus, important details remained hidden. As the search continued, the community prayed that this tip might ultimately reveal Gretchen's whereabouts and provide consolation to her distraught family. As the coming weeks dragged on menacingly, some mystery reports began to surface from the shadows. According to a woman's statement, a man was seen on Lawrence Road, guiding a young child into a white compact automobile. Another witness, meanwhile, remembered seeing a white male, possibly a teenager, and a young child running in the direction of a white four-door automobile. The puzzle pieces appeared to taunt the detectives, but since none of the cars or their drivers could be recognized, the real story remained a secret. If any of these incidents had anything to do with Gretchen's disappearance, it was still unknown. The once-clawed hotline had grown near really calm by the end of September, and the case had started to lose its passion. The detectives painstakingly sought for prospective persons of interest, but were unable to come to any conclusive conclusions. The investigators worked hard to identify prospective persons of interest, but they had trouble conclusively linking any of them to Gretchen's disappearance. As promising leads dwindled and the terrifying truth became clear, the investigators' frustration increased. Since they didn't know what had happened, they were left to imagine whatever they wanted, in a last-ditch effort to solve the mystery. One detective turned to a psychic in an effort to find comfort in the paranormal. The psychic's disturbing declaration rumbled through the space like a chilling breeze when she mentioned that Gretchen was already dead. However, it was still unclear where her body was. The town held onto the dwindling glimmer of hope, praying that they would find Gretchen and bring her home. The town was distraught and yearned for answers. But as the weeks and months passed, the mystery grew more complex, leaving everyone to wonder what actually happened to Gretchen Harrington on the gloomy day of October 14th, 1975. Tragically, as fate had it, the search for Gretchen came to an end. A Philadelphia Naval Yard seaman was stopped in his tracks by an unbelievable discovery while jockeying through Delaware County's Ridley Creek State Park. Hidden in the park's shadows are human remains. Despite the body's advanced state of decomposition, investigators were possessed by a terrifying certainty. They had a gut feeling they had located Gretchen. The clothing that was discovered there provided a chilling confirmation, and the grim identification was completed by dental records. The town, overcome with grief, lamented the passing of their once lively young girl, whose spirit now seemed to reverberate through the trees of the very park, where she was laid to rest. The mystery surrounding Gretchen's tragic death persisted, leaving everyone with unanswered questions and a hole in their hearts. As the neighborhood struggled to cope with their loss, they vowed to honor Gretchen's memory by cherishing the joy she had offered in her short life and the effect she had on every person she came into contact with. She may be gone too soon, but her memories would stay in their hearts forever. As the town was desperate for the hunt of Gretchen's killer, state troopers diligently searched the park grounds with metal detectors in the hopes of finding some scrap of information that would bring the case to a conclusion. Detectives organized numerous interviews by examining the lives of local sexual offenders, but the trail was frustratingly elusive. They had strong suspicions about a specific person, but they were unable to prove it, so they were able to keep the suspect's identity a secret. This convicted sex offender, who was eventually detained on unrelated charges, emerged as a person of interest in Gretchen's case, but the investigative team had some reservations about this supposition. However, the tenacious search for additional leads went on. The community of Blummo yearned for justice and resolution as the once thriving tip slowly fizzled away and the case went cold. In November 1983, just as it seemed that time had forgotten Gretchen's tragedy, her case came to life once more. There was some hope when a Marple Township detective received an anonymous letter from someone claiming to have crucial information about the case. The lead detective made a sincere plea for the writer of the letter to come forward and provide more information, but the mystery informant remained silent, protecting their identity for years to come. As the years went by, those who loved Gretchen carried her memory with them forever. Her family was desperate for information and held out hope that, soon enough, the truth would come to light and that justice would be served for their sweet girl whose life was taken from her far too soon. Investigators made a significant discovery in early 2023 when they spoke with a criminal informant who had attended school with both Gretchen and Zoe Harrington, one of Gretchen's sisters. This police informant, who was a lady, recalled her being friends with the daughter of a man called David Zenstra. She mentioned how she frequently played at the Zenstra's house and many a time stayed for sleepovers. But her innocent recollections quickly turned into a disturbing account when she told the police that during 2 of those sleepovers, Mr. Zinstra made inappropriate advances towards her. She said she had woken up to him touching her in a very uncomfortable manner. As she continued with her testimony, the woman shared with the detectives a diary from her past. This diary had once been filled with a young girl's dreams, but soon turned out to display an unsettling confession written in her innocence. This confession was penned down a few days after Gretchen vanished. On September 15, 1975, the confession read, "Guess what? A man tried to kidnap Holly twice," talking about a student in her class. She continued, "Holly had scribbled it a secret, so I can't tell anyone, but I think he might be the one who kidnapped Gretchen. I think it was Mr. Z." She was making an oblique reference to David Zanstra. The sentence ended abruptly, giving away a sinister secret she was unable to reveal to anyone. The revelation sparked a flurry of new inquiries into David Zanstra's past, and the pieces of the puzzle started to come together as suspicions were raised that Zanstra might be the actual perpetrator of Gretchen's kidnapping. Shortly after the murder, it was discovered that these Zanstras had hurriedly relocated to Plano, Texas, in order to avoid the attention of the time. Investigators were determined to look into the case further in light of the chilling truth, reviving the long-dimmed hope. Justice for Gretchen appeared to be on the horizon, but only time would tell if the long-buried secrets would come to light and Gretchen's family would finally receive the closure they had long sought. When authorities learned of the new information, they embarked on a determined search to find David Zanstra, who had moved to Marietta, Georgia, northwest of Atlanta. At the time of Gretchen's tragic disappearance, he held the position as a reverend at Trinity Church Chapel Christian Reformed Church in Brummel, and he was said to have been reportedly close to the Harringtons. His close friendship with the Harrington family gave him the chance to take advantage of Gretchen's trust that fateful morning. Zanstra had a history of being very active in religious communities, as evidenced by his past. In the 1960s, he was ordained as a minister in New Jersey. Later, he relocated to Chester, Pennsylvania, to start a new church. He was actively involved in Trinity Church Chapel by the early 1970s, where he oversaw the Bible school Gretchen attended and led youth summer workshops. The puzzle started to come together, and David Zanstra was surrounded by a growing cloud of suspicion. Gretchen's quest for justice was no longer a pipe dream. It was reachable, but there was no guarantee that it would be. The path to resolution would be paved with revelations and painstaking investigation in an effort to shed light on what happened to the young girl who was tragically abducted from her family. A startling revelation was made during the interview with David Zanstra on July 17, 2023, at Cobb County Police Headquarters in Marietta. He denied any involvement at first, but eventually broke down and admitted to the wicked deed. David Zanstra acknowledged seeing Gretchen heading towards the church that fateful morning. After convincing her that he was taking her to church, he picked her up in his green AMC Rambler station wagon. Gretchen never knew his motives were much darker. Instead of the church, Zanstra took her to a wooded area close by and asked her to take her clothes off. According to him, Gretchen declined. At that point, he was already overcome with desire and ejaculated in the car while she was still inside. In a fit of rage, he struck Gretchen violently with his fist, and she began bleeding from her head as a result. After the tragic event, he attempted to cover Gretchen's naked body with sticks after realizing that she appeared to be dead. He then fled the scene, leaving her lifeless body in the bleak woods. The chilling confession revealed the monstrous deeds of someone who was supposed to be a man of God and a dependable friend of Gretchen's family, painting a horrifying picture of betrayal and brutality. The revelation of the truth brought with it a sense of closure for Gretchen's loved ones, as well as intense pain and sorrow over the loss of an innocent life that had been taken so brutally. When 83-year-old David Zanstra of Marietta, Georgia, was formally charged with Gretchen's murder on July 24, 2023 by the District Attorney's Office in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, justice for Gretchen finally started to take shape. A slew of charges, including criminal homicide, kidnapping of a minor, possessing an instrument of crime, and murder in the first, second, and third degrees, were brought against the man who had previously worked as a minister at the church in the 1970s. When David Zanstra was refused bail and imprisoned in Cobb County, Georgia, he resisted being extradited to Pennsylvania, which prompted the authorities to request a governor's warrant to transport him to Delaware. David Zanstra would likely be found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. According to County District Attorney Stolzheimer, who promised to see that justice was done, the haunting cloud that had hung over Brummel for almost 48 years began to lift as the community found solace in the knowledge that the man responsible for Gretchen's kidnapping and murder would finally face the consequences of his actions. Gretchen's case had a significant impact on the community, and Marple Township's police chief, Brandon Greff, recognized how the town had changed as a result. An important step toward resolution was made with the charges brought against David Zanstra. Gretchen and her grieving family finally received long overdue vindication. The promise of justice offered a glimmer of hope that Gretchen's tragic story would serve as a warning, ensuring that no other child would suffer from such evil once more. However, the memory of Gretchen's stolen innocence would always remain in her family's hearts. Gretchen's tragic fate had a significant effect on the formerly picture-perfect town of Brummel in Delaware County, Pennsylvania. On that tragic day in August 1975, the community's innocence was lost, leaving a lasting scar on the lives of the kids, parents, families, and everyone else who called the town home. The eagerly anticipated trial that is about to start promises to provide answers and closure to the community that has been burdened by this tragic chapter for such a long time. Will justice prevail, bringing comfort to the town and the family of Gretchen? What mysteries will be revealed during the trial, illuminating the shadows that once surrounded their lives? When a decision is made, we'll post an update. Law enforcement officers are tasked with protecting the legal rights and interests of the citizens of their country, ensuring public order safety, and identifying and stopping any violations. Theoretically, the charter and principles of law enforcement operations sound flawless, but in real life, there are cases that literally make your blood run cold when people who are meant to serve and protect violate the law themselves or cover up for those who do. Such wrongful actions often lead to real criminal schemes, resulting in severe consequences. The case of Valeria Vivanco, a police officer who died in the line of duty, gained widespread resonance not only in Chile, where the tragic events unfolded, but also in the media of other countries. Essentially, the young woman's life was ended by a colleague who was supposed to protect her and ensure her safety. The most horrifying aspect was that the higher authorities knew about this and attempted to distort the facts, accusing another person of the incident and hiding the real circumstances of the event. Although the actual culprit of the tragedy was identified and even sentenced to a real prison term, the motive behind his actions remains unclear, whether it was a tragic accident or if it was deliberate. Moreover, it's puzzling why he was covered and defended by high-ranking individuals for so long. Even after it seemed the guilty party had faced punishment, the Supreme Court, upon reviewing an appeal, shocked the victim's family with its unexpected decision. Who was Valeria Vivanco? Valeria Fernanda Vivanco was born on May 29, 1996, in the small commune of La Granja, located near the city of Santiago, the capital of Chile, and was the youngest of 3 children in the simple family of Miguel and Jacqueline Vivanco. She was raised alongside her older biological brother, Michelangelo, and sister, Daniela. The family patriarch worked for a company involved in the transportation of passengers and goods, while her mother was a homemaker dedicated to raising her children and creating a cozy home environment. When Valeria started school, her parents decided to separate. This was a huge shock for the girl, and although the ex-spouses continued to communicate post-divorce, and the father remained actively involved in the lives of his children from his first marriage, including providing financial support, the youngest daughter harbored resentment towards him. They occasionally argued, sometimes not speaking for months, but they always reconciled. Miguel Vivanco remarried soon after, and Valeria gained 2 more half-siblings, with whom she as well as Daniela and Michelangelo maintained warm family relations. Jacqueline never remarried, raised her children, and later took care of her grandchildren, gifted to her by her older offspring. From an early age, Valeria demonstrated a strong-willed character, determination, and incredible perseverance in all her endeavors. She excelled in school, engaged in sports, was courageous and just, and was always ready to help others, sometimes even at risk to herself. It was likely this desire to assist those around her, protect the vulnerable, and stand up for justice that led her to pursue a career in the police force. After successfully completing high school, Valeria enrolled in the police academy in Santiago. She graduated with honors, becoming an investigator, and having received her diploma in 2016 at the age of 20, joined the Chilean police force the following year. She began her service in the bureau, investigating especially serious crimes located in the capital. From the first days of her service, young Valeria proved herself to be a dedicated law enforcement officer and a true fighter for justice. She loved her job, performed her duties diligently, and was ready to rush anywhere at any time if required by her service. She could leave in the middle of the night to respond to a crime scene, chased after criminals, risking herself, and sometimes had to act as a psychologist when interacting with people who had lost loved ones. Colleagues described Vivanco as kind, cheerful, and friendly. Yet she was a true professional and a reliable partner. She served in the police force for almost 5.5 years, during which she received a vast number of accolades, awards, and actively advanced in her career, earning the respect of her colleagues and the admiration of the leadership. Additionally, she represented her department in Spain, spending about 2 weeks in Madrid on an official visit. She was immensely proud to be entrusted with such responsible missions. By 2020, she had been promoted to assistant inspector, the new young colleague. In January 2020, a new member was welcomed to the precinct where Valeria worked, 21-year-old Lionel Alejandro Contreras Canales. Fresh out of the police academy, Valeria effectively became his mentor at his first job. A few months later, they became partners and initially got along pretty well. Little is known about Lionel's early years. Some information suggests he came from a rather influential and affluent family, with a high-ranking official as his uncle. Growing up in comfort, never wanting for anything, Lionel was quite self-centered, believing everything should go his way. Valeria quickly caught the eye of her new colleague and partner as he made various attempts to show her attention, tried to court her, and even asked her out a few times, but was met with firm rejection each time. Valeria took her job very seriously, considered workplace romances inappropriate, and was quite strict with the young coworker, seeing him as immature. The issue wasn't so much the age difference. Lionel was only 3 years younger, as it was his behavior, which Valeria found childish but helped him mature. In July 2020, Valeria and her young partner were involved in apprehending robbers who had stolen money from a store's cash register. The criminals, not having left the scene and armed, initiated a shootout, during which both were fatally engaged by Lionel. Although casualties could have been avoided, Lionel's actions were not deemed excessive for apprehending the individuals. However, this incident strained the relationship between the partners. The last birthday, on May 29, 2021, Valeria celebrated her 25th birthday. The celebration took place at her mother's house, attended by many guests, including relatives, friends, and work colleagues. Lionel, however, was not among the invited. Valeria, aiming to avoid potential awkwardness, chose not to invite her young partner, who had recently attempted to court her again. Valeria tried to talk to him about this, but he only repeated his affections for her, which she did not want other colleagues to find out about. Despite the large turnout, gifts, heartfelt congratulations, and warm wishes, the birthday girl seemed upset, though she tried to smile. The reason was a recent argument with her father, leading to days without communication. Valeria hoped her father would attend her birthday, allowing them to reconcile. But the likely angered parent only sent a terse congratulatory message, not even calling. Jacqueline noticed her daughter's distress and knew the reason behind her hidden sadness. Angry at her ex-husband's actions, she believed Miguel would eventually call Valeria, talk things out, and reconcile as they always had before. Unfortunately, the father and daughter never got the chance to talk again, as 2 weeks later, Valeria tragically lost her life while on duty. The fatal shot. On June 13, 2021, Valeria was on night duty, participating in street patrols and vehicle checks. This was not a standard procedure, but a search for suspects related to the crime against a young woman that had occurred the previous day in a suburb of the capital. There was an alert for a white Kia Torado, believed to be driven by a suspected criminal. The suspect likely had a weapon and might not have been alone in the car. Valeria was in a patrol car with her partner, Lionel, driven by Deputy Commissioner Felipe Gallardo Araya. They spotted the suspect's vehicle and initiated a pursuit without waiting for backup. The officers managed to intercept and block the suspect's escape. Pamales and Vivanco exited their vehicle, weapons drawn, and called for the offenders to surrender and exit their car with their hands up. At that moment, a single shot rang out, and as everyone tried to understand who fired and where, Valeria, fletching her side, fell to the asphalt next to the police car. Reinforcements arrived just then, till her colleagues heard the shot and saw that she was wounded, but couldn't fully grasp what had happened and who had fired. The criminals, seizing the moment of confusion, accelerated and fled the scene while the injured officer was being administered first aid. Despite the rapid arrival of medics and her colleagues' efforts to stem the bleeding, Valeria could not be saved. She was rushed to the nearest hospital, where top specialists fought for her life for several hours. However, due to severe blood loss and damage to vital organs, she passed away on the operating table without regaining consciousness. When her family was informed, her parents, brothers, and sisters immediately rushed to the hospital. But by then, wounded officer had already died. Miguel was not just stricken with grief, but utterly devastated, as he had not had the chance to speak and reconcile with his beloved daughter, with whom he had had a petty argument last. He felt a profound sense of guilt toward her, so shaken by the event that he himself required medical attention to prevent a heart attack. The search and arrest of the suspects, according to the official version, Vivanco died in the line of duty during an operation to catch dangerous criminals. She was hailed as a hero who gave her life for the peace and safety of others. This incident was widely covered in local media, with reporters vividly describing the young officer's heroism and self-sacrifice. The investigation was handled by specialists from the Homicide and Major Crimes Division, where Valeria herself had worked. They concluded that she died from a shot to the abdomen, fired by someone facing her from the direction of the suspect's vehicle she was pursuing with her colleagues. Everything seemed logical, with witnesses corroborating the story, making it appear that the case was solved and all that remained was to find and punish the culprits who were still at large and possibly on the run. Soon after, the suspects were apprehended, generating widespread public attention. The criminals turned out to be 19-year-old Miguel Alejandro Cañapan and his 17-year-old accomplice, whose name was withheld due to his minor status, both previously convicted for minor offenses. The then president of Chile, Miguel Juan Sebastián Pinera Echenique, issued an official statement promising that the perpetrators would be brought to justice with all the rigor of the law. Something doesn't add up. After the autopsy and all necessary examinations were conducted, the body of the deceased Vivanca was handed over to her family and was buried with honors at one of the capital cemeteries. Hundreds of people came to pay their last respects, expressing their sincere condolences to the girl's family. According to Jacqueline and Miguel, the entire ordeal seemed like a horrific dream, and they hardly remembered the events of the funeral day. Among the men carrying Valeria's coffin was her colleague Lionel, who appeared to mourn her more than anyone else. However, according to other colleagues, there had been some tension between the partners lately, to the extent that the girl didn't even invite the young man to her birthday celebration. Almost immediately after the funeral, court proceedings began regarding the suspects who were apprehended the day after the incident and were in custody. At that moment, everyone was confident that the culprits were caught, and proving their guilt seemed straightforward, especially since they began to give confessional testimonies. However, it soon became clear that the investigation had been flawed from the start, with critical details overlooked and key findings from forensic experts downplayed. The process was mishandled, and high-ranking officials tried to conceal the identity of the true culprit behind the girl's demise. Thus, about a month and a half after the officer's death, the case took an unexpected turn. By the end of July, 2 employees were suspended from their duties, allegedly involved in the incident leading to Valeria's death. On August 1st, the deceased girl's parents were called to the capital's prosecutor's office for a meeting on an important matter. The parents thought that new evidence had emerged in their daughter's case, and that the detainees, awaiting their final sentence, would finally receive deserved punishment. However, the grief-stricken Shakalim and Miguel were shocked to learn that their daughter died from a bullet fired by her colleague. This was personally communicated to them by prosecutor Juan Carlos Carrasco, who also conveyed his condolences and apologies on behalf of the entire investigative department. Valeria's parents were bewildered. They couldn't believe their ears and couldn't understand how such a thing could happen. They relived their grief anew and wanted clarification on the situation and why this information only became known so much later. As it turned out, that single fatal shot came from the service weapon in the hands of one of the girl's colleagues. This was confirmed by a ballistics examination conducted that same day, but its results were somehow distorted and the bullet extracted from the body was sent to the evidence locker with entirely different characteristics, shape, caliber, weight, etc. Furthermore, the bullet had exited through and through, and it was not extracted from the body. The entry and exit wounds in the forensic reports were accidentally or intentionally confused. That is, the bullet did not enter through the abdomen and exit through the back, but quite the opposite. The shot was fired at her back. Some pages from the autopsy report were missing, while others were clearly altered and replaced. Additionally, the detainees, over whom the trial was proceeding and who supposedly confessed to their guilt and were about to be imprisoned, started filing complaints. They claimed that their confessions were coerced through torture and threats, and the pistol they had on them that evening wasn't even loaded. Moreover, their involvement in the earlier crime, which prompted the interception plan that fateful night, was also unconfirmed. New suspects in a twist, Vivanco went from being seen as a tragic hero who died in the line of duty to a victim of betrayal, killed by her own colleagues. Given the new circumstances, the primary suspects became Felipe Gilardo Araya, who was driving the police car, and Valeria's partner, Lionel Alejandro Contreras Canales, who was seated in the back. Both suspects were immediately suspended from duty. Thus, on August 5th, it became known that the bullet that killed Valeria was fired from a service weapon. Subsequently, a document emerged with the results of the examination indicating that only Kamal's had gunshot residue on his hands, making him the prime suspect. Notably, this finding had not been mentioned anywhere before, as if it never existed. Several other reports concerning the ballistics examination and the pathologist's conclusions were improperly filed, and ended up in an archive box which was never adequately checked. Whether this was an accident, criminal negligence, or intentional concealment of crucial facts was yet to be determined. Now the police officers who participated in the operation to apprehend the criminals themselves became suspects in the murder of their colleague. They, along with the previously arrested perpetrators, took part in a reenactment of the events of that night. Philippe claimed that from the driver's seat, he could only see Valeria, who was seated next to him in the front passenger seat and was the first to exit the car. Lionel was sitting behind and also exited the vehicle, but his actions could not be seen by the driver. Valeria had only taken a few steps when a shot was fired. She fell, and the suspect's car they were chasing sped away. Lionel then rushed to the injured woman to provide first aid. Lionel claimed that he and his partner exited the patrol car almost simultaneously, but she immediately rushed forward when the shot was fired. He insisted that he did not shoot his colleague, and the driver should have seen and confirmed this. He also confirmed that he was the first to rush to Valeria's aid and tried to compress her wound. Despite differences in the direct participants' testimonies, the reconstruction showed that Canales was behind his partner at the moment of the shot, and the bullet's trajectory matched his location. He was also the only person found with gunshot residue on his hands. Possible motives for the crime. After previously hidden reports and examination results were released, Lionel was taken into custody as the primary suspect, while the young men previously detained were released under a non-exit agreement, as there was effectively nothing to charge them with. However, the motive behind the young officer's actions remained unclear. The first and main theory was that the entire incident was a tragic accident. Supposedly, the young and inexperienced officer discharged his weapon unintentionally while standing behind his partner. He panicked, tried to help her, and when turning in his service weapon that day, insisted he hadn't fired it. However, the truth quickly surfaced and influential relatives of the young man, using all their power, money, and connections, attempted to suppress the incident. Hence, the cleaned reports, missing documents, confusion in the evidence, and coerced testimonies from the detained. Another theory, partially confirmed by Lionel himself, was that he was unrequitedly in love with Valeria and desperately sought her attention. But all his efforts were in vain. Over time, he began to merely irritate the girl, who didn't even invite him to her birthday party attended by the entire department. The shot in the back was his revenge for the rejection. A third theory, proposed by the deceased's relatives, suggested that Valeria discovered something she wasn't supposed to know, some corruption scheme, official crimes, or something similar. As an honest and fair person, she would undoubtedly have exposed the culprits, which is why she was eliminated and young Lionel was chosen as the executor, promised that he would remain above suspicion. The second suspect. Despite Canales being taken into custody, suspicions about Felipe were not entirely dispelled. He was armed with identical service weapons, also stood behind the deceased colleague, and could have fired the shot. Moreover, he had previously been disciplined for the unjustified use of a weapon during a criminal arrest, though no one was harmed in that instance. Araya had since been nicknamed the Reckless Shooter. The defense team hired by the relatives to defend Lionel immediately seized this theory, insisting that Felipe accidentally shot the colleague, and since the service weapons were identical, the pistols could have been mixed up or intentionally swapped. Additionally, the man was inconsistent in his testimony, changing it several times, and later he claimed he could not accurately describe the events of that night, as everything happened very quickly. However, no gunpowder residue was found on the driver's hands, indicating his innocence. In response, Jim Alish claimed that gunpowder got on his hands when he was compressing the wound on the victim's body, and Araya, who also helped the woman, might have washed his hands before the examination. Yet this statement was not credible, as Valeria's bloodstains remained on Felipe's hands, and it's impossible to wash off gunpowder without removing blood. The quality of the investigative team's work was once again questioned, and the deceased girl's parents despaired, unsure how to achieve justice. Furthermore, the new turn in the case caused public outrage and led to mistrust in the law enforcement agencies. This story was now covered not only by Chilean, but also international media. As a result, many high-ranking officials were suspended from work and soon lost their positions, particularly the head of the Homicide Investigation Department. After additional investigation, Lionel remained the only suspect, with all others excluded from the list and classified as witnesses. In the spring of 2022, he was officially dismissed and remained in custody until the trial's conclusion. The hearings for this case only began in March of the following year, and based on the evidence and witness testimony, the suspect's guilt was fully proven. Initially, the prosecution accused Kamala of intentionally murdering his partner and sought the maximum sentence for such cases. However, the accused insisted he would never harm Valeria as he loved her. Nonetheless, it was from his pistol that the bullet was fired, ending the girl's life. Lionel was found guilty of manslaughter and sentenced to 12 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 8 years. Following the announcement of the final verdict, the Vivanco family expressed their disagreement, considering the sentence too lenient, while the defendant and his legal team immediately filed a series of appeals. However, the real shock came to Valeria's relatives in February 2024, when the Supreme Court unexpectedly overturned the previously assigned punishment, sentencing the perpetrator to only 540 days of imprisonment, counted from the day of his arrest. Effectively, he walked free from the courtroom. The detective Valeria Vivanco's family, in light of this event, plans to sue the Chilean state, accusing the judges of corruption. In an official statement, the deceased girl's mother said, "The 12-year sentence already seemed too lenient to us, but this is just mockery. I feel as if my daughter has died all over again. I no longer believe in justice. Our family plans to sue the negligent Chilean state." Few persons are now swept up in a whirlwind of terrifying revelations as a result of a once-hidden secret that has suddenly burst open. The chilling story of Holly Klaus from Oklahoma has surfaced from the depths of a cold case that lasted over 40 years, revealing a terrifying timeline of incidents that rocked the small town to its foundation. The murder of Holly's parents, Harold Dean Klaus and Tina Galen, and the unceremonious disposal of their dead bodies in the woods east of Houston in 1981 seemed to seal the fate of Holly's sudden disappearance as an unsolved case. But, despite everything, a startling turn of events has brought this puzzling case back into the public eye when Holly Klaus is found 41 years later, giving her grieving family hope for explanations and justice. Holly's case appeared in the distant past on the vast timeline of history, breaking through the formerly impenetrable veil of obscurity. She is the lost daughter who has now been found. Holly's discovery, however, brought up even more questions than it did solutions. Where has Holly been for the past 4 decades, and who killed her parents, Harold and Tina? We go back in time to a chilly winter day on January 12, 1981, in the vast wilderness of northern Harris County, Texas, just outside the bustling boundaries of Houston City. That day, a civilian's dog decided to venture out into the arid woods, only to return with the terrifying remains of a human arm in its jaw. The skin was rotting, telling a terrible story about what was concealed among the dense vegetation. The frantic search that followed this grisly discovery revealed a dark secret concealed in the dense forest close to Wallaceville Road. As the sun bounced off the tall trees, it created an erratic pattern of shadows that deceived the eye. The only sound in the silent, desolate woods came from the skeleton leaves being crunched under the civilian foot, and the dog's poo. The sound of the dog barking in the distance broke the stillness of the woods. The perplexing dog worked furiously to unearth something from a heap beneath a massive old tree. The civilian observed the dog's frenzied excitement. Intense anticipation. His tail whipped from side to side. The civilian felt shivers run through his soul as he came to a terrifying realization. Beneath the deceiving covering of fallen leaves was a shallow grave harboring the grim death of 2 bodies, interlaced and neatly placed beside each other. The gravity of this gruesome discovery weighed heavily on the civilian's mind. He ran recklessly in the direction of the closest phone booth and dialed 911. Because of the shock of the discovery, his voice was trembling as he spoke to the operator at the other end of the line. The couple's decayed bodies lied in the dark green area, only a few feet apart. Their bodies tragically bore the impact of time, giving in to decay and wearing away. This stipulated that they had been dead for a couple of months. Both bodies had been concealed in the woods just 100 yards from Wallaceville Road. When investigators arrived on the scene, they were looking for any hints that might help them determine who the deceased were. They came across a horrifying scene. They identified the first body to be a young woman between the ages of 15 and 25. She was between 5 feet 4 inches and 5 feet 9 inches tall. She was white with possible Native American blend. Her body was found close to a pair of green running shorts, and she had long reddish-brown hair pulled back in a ponytail. The woman had been choked to death. She was covered in a bloody towel and was otherwise naked. Although no additional clothing was discovered at the scene, detectives noted that the woman probably had a gap in her teeth and had short, stubby nails. A young man's body believed to be between 20 and 30 years old lay next to her, though it was possible that he was as young as 15, since it was in the 1980s. They did not have the same forensic advancements that exist today. He was between 5 feet 4 and 5 feet tall. He was white and had brown hair and eyes. The man's neck showed signs of degeneration in the upper vertebrae, which may have been caused by a previous injury. He had prominent eyebrows and his wisdom teeth had either been extracted or had not yet fully developed, according to the investigators. The victim had been beaten to death after being stripped, bound, and ganged. Investigators in Harris County were left with many unanswered questions following the shocking discovery of these 2 young people. Who were these people, and what circumstances led to their tragic end? Investigators hoped to be able to solve this mystery as they continued to piece together the available evidence. As if the discovery of the 2 decaying bodies in these woods wasn't terrifying enough, the neighborhood was shocked when a 3rd body was found there 18 months later. This time, it was the body of 15-year-old Michelle Garvey, who had been missing for a month. Michelle had been sexually assaulted and strangled. Her life was violently taken away from her in a cruel manner. It was obvious that Michelle's body had been there for some time when investigators arrived at the scene because neither shoes nor a bra were to be found. The mystery surrounding the tragic deaths of these young people was further complicated by the fact that Michelle's body was found in the exact same location as the earlier discovered bodies. This only increased the sense of unease in the neighborhood as many people began to wonder if there was a link between Michelle's death and the deaths of the two previously found bodies. The task ahead of them was daunting, but investigators were determined to find the answers to the numerous questions that remained after these shocking revelations. The other two bodies that were discovered before Michelle's were not immediately identified, but Michelle was. To reconstruct the couple found in the woods, forensic artist Mary Mace was hired to do the job. The hopes that someone would come forward with information about their identities. The reconstruction was widely disseminated, but no one came forward with any helpful leads. The investigators had to file the case away as unsolved because there were so few clues to continue with the investigation. 30 years later, in 2011, it was decided to exhume the bodies of the unidentified couple in order to gather DNA samples. This resulted in yet another dead end, and the investigation was closed. Then, in January 2022, new information was discovered in a twist that nobody anticipated. The case of the unidentified couple discovered in the Houston woods has finally made some headway after 41 long years of unsolved mysteries. In 2022, the challenging task of identifying the two bodies was assigned to forensic scientist Alison Peacock of FHD Forensics. She and her team got to work, entering the DNA data into the National Database of Genetic Profiles called GEDmatch. They were shocked to learn of a match to the male victim's cousin who lived in Kentucky. After getting in touch with him, they finally were able to identify the two people who had been discovered buried in the woods as 17-year-old Tina Gale Klaus, formerly known as Tina Galen, and her husband, 21-year-old Harold Dean Klaus. The year 1978 saw a destined meeting of Harold Dean Klaus Jr. and Tina Galen in the blissful Florida community of New Smyrna Beach. When she was only 15, young Tina found herself drawn to the slightly older Harold Dean, who was 19 years old at the time. In an ironic turn of events, their families were already intertwined because Tina's brother and Harold's sister had started a relationship of their own. Harold and Tina were caught up in a whirlwind of romance that picked them up and carried them quickly to the Volusia County Courthouse under Florida's colorful skies. They exchanged marriage vows there on June 25, 1979, cementing their ardent love. The birth of Holly Marie Klaus on January 24, 1980, was a sign of their ardent love and dedication to one another. Despite being young, Harold and Tina were admired by their friends and family for their unwavering commitment to parenthood. As the 1980s began to take shape, Harold and Tina bid a fond farewell to the well-known Florida shores. They focused their attention on a new life and ventured into the sweltering heat of Louisville, Texas, a developing suburb buzzing with the promise of prosperity. Harold, a master woodworker who lived in the vibrant energy of the Dallas metropolitan area, had his sights set on taking advantage of the construction boom that swept the area in the early 1980s. The couple had high hopes for a prosperous future in the Texan trade industry thanks to Harold's skills as a skilled cabinet maker. According to their devoted relatives back home, their relationship remained without a scratch. There were no arguments or tensions. The couple's relationship appeared to be hooded by a perfect harmony. They kept their loved ones informed of their Texan journey through regular phone calls. However, in October 1980, as the autumn leaves started to fall, an unsettling silence soon descended upon the familial phone lines connecting Harold and Tina with their families. The happy chatter suddenly stopped, leaving a jarring silence with a sinister air of mystery. It was unknown what had happened to the couple in the months that had followed. Their killer or killers as well was still a mystery. But perhaps the investigators would finally be able to learn the truth since their identities were finally established. Their demise is thought to have taken place between October 1980 and January 1981. When Alice and Peacock contacted the families, Harold's mother provided them with their first tip. She explained that toward the end of December 1980, a sister named Susan called to let them know that Tina and Harold had joined their little religious community and no longer desired to communicate with their families. Sister Susan then requested $1,000 to transport the couple's car, a red 1978 AMC Concorde, back to Florida as part of the group's requirements for joining. Clearly concerned for Harold and Tina's safety, the family made the decision to call the police. They were instructed by the police to indulge Susan. Finally, a man and two women showed up at the racetrack Daytona in Florida to receive $1,000 in exchange for the car. The three people were immediately detained by police as soon as the family received the car. At the time, a police report was made for this operation. Unfortunately, the 1980 police report has not yet been located, which poses a serious obstacle for the investigation. When Harold's sister brought up the missing baby during the same conversation, Allison's heart sank. In their investigation, that particular detail had never surfaced. There had already been so many twists and turns in the case, and now there might be a missing child. After taking a deep breath, Allison made a promise to Harold's sister that they would do everything possible to discover what had happened to the baby. Allison learned that Harold and Tina did indeed have a child as she investigated the situation further. A kid called Holly Klaus. When her parents disappeared, she was only a few months old and she was never seen or heard from again. Allison was adamant about learning what had become of Holly, but it seemed like an overwhelming task. Investigators began a thorough national search for Holly because they were driven to learn the truth, but they had to first figure out how to spell her name. Although some detectives dismissed it as a minor problem, Allison Peacock knew that getting the name correct was essential to locating her. Allison and Harold's sister asked for access to her birth record from Florida's Department of Vital Records to determine the proper spelling, but they were turned down. This started a difficult and uphill battle in which the authorities rejected each request for the record. Peacock and her group, though, were unyielding. Before eventually receiving access to Holly's birth certificate, investigators worked their way up the ranks of those involved in the case, from detectives to senior prosecutors, judges, and finally, attorney generals from 3 different states. They soon learned that Holly had been adopted by a family nearby. She had grown up and was going about her life. Completely oblivious to her disastrous past, Holly's birth certificate was sealed in the United States, which is why it was difficult to obtain. Following an adoption, it is common practice to seal birth certificates, making it challenging to obtain a copy of the record, except through a court order. This also implies that the birth certificate is accompanied by an adoption certificate. It was Allison Peacock's unwavering persistence in locating Holly's name's proper spelling that allowed for the eventual acquisition of the birth certificate. Whether it was merely a coincidence or deliberate action is unknown. But the truth is that Holly might not have been found without Allison's commendable efforts. After this discovery, the police descended on Holly's workplace and learned her origin story, which they had painstakingly uncovered from a maze of lost paperwork and neglected archives. Holly, Harold and Tina's daughter, who is now 42 and a mother of 5 who lives in Oklahoma, was finally reunited with her remaining biological family as the investigators continued to delve deeper into the mysterious case of Harold and Tina. Everyone involved was happy and relieved because they had long given up on ever finding her. But there are still many unanswered questions about the circumstances surrounding her adoption. The case was far from over, despite the excitement of the moment. Holly's parents were murdered, and the identity of the murderer is still a mystery, as are the circumstances surrounding Holly's adoption. Investigators soon found out that 2 women who belonged to a nomadic religious group had left Holly at a church in Arizona. These women were barefoot and wore robes. Their religion remained a mystery because the officials were reluctant to provide any information. However, they did reveal that the group believed in veganism and thought that men and women should be kept apart. The religious group is known to have visited Arizona, California, and possibly Texas while touring the southern United States. The group was reportedly seen in the early 1980s around Yuma, Arizona, with its female members begging for food. The case appeared to have all the elements of a classic detective story. With plenty of leads to pursue but no obvious solutions, Holly's amazing discovery had only raised more issues and led to dead ends. With no clear solution in sight, Holly's extraordinary discovery had untangled a thread that led down a maze of questions. Her complicated adoption history started to come into focus as the murky role of a roving religious sect became clear. Detectives nevertheless reaffirmed their dedication to the investigation, strengthened by their belief that the religious organization was the key to cracking this unsolved case. They showed firm commitment to uncovering the truth in order to bring Holly and her biological roots some form of justice. We are faced with an unknown that is full of enticing secrets that are just waiting to be revealed. We wait for shocking revelations, the echoes of the past growing louder with each passing moment. This investigation into the history of the mysterious and unsolved has only just begun, so there is still much to learn. Subscribe and stay connected with us to get an update on the case when the detectives finally crack the mystery behind Harold and Tina's death. The of Diane and Alan Johnson shocked the peaceful community to its core. On September 2, 2003, the Blaine County Sheriff's Office received a distressing 911 call from King Richards. According to Kim, her neighbor's 16-year-old daughter, Sarah Johnson, had come running to her door screaming that her parents, 52-year-old Diane and 46-year-old Alan Scott Johnson, had been murdered. Officers and first responders were dispatched to the scene immediately. When law enforcement officials arrived, they entered the house and found a gruesome scene before them. In the bed, they found Diane with a gunshot to her head. She appeared to have been killed while she slept. The walls and the ceiling near the headboard were splattered with blood, and a fragment of skull was on the floor. On the floor next to Diane's side of the bed was the body of her husband, Alan. He was clad only in a towel, and blood was pooling beneath him. At first glance, investigators believed it was an opening-shut case. It appeared to have been a case of murder-suicide. But as they looked closer at the crime scene, their opinion quickly changed. Investigators could hear the sound of water running and followed the blood trail back to the ensuite bathroom. The shower was left on. When officers turned the water faucet off, they saw blood splatter and a distinct bullet hole on the shower wall. Investigators began searching the house for more clues. On the bedroom floor was what investigators believed was the murder weapon, a .264 caliber Winston rifle. At the foot of the bed in which Diane lay dead were 2 kitchen knives. Another knife was found on their son Matt's bed. The clues at the scene puzzled investigators. There was no sign of forced entry, as it was noted that the Johnsons didn't lock the doors, a fact that only those close to the family would know. The house hadn't been ransacked as one would expect from a possible robbery gone wrong. Officers at the scene questioned Sarah as to what she remembered before she ran to her neighbor's house for help. She explained to investigators that she'd been asleep when she heard a gunshot. She ran to her parents' bedroom and called out for her mother, and that was when she heard a second gunshot. Without hesitation, Sarah ran to her neighbor's house for help. She didn't see the intruder. The statement was corroborated by the neighbor who called 911, Kim Richards. On the property was a guest house which had been rented out to a close friend of Alan's, 45-year-old Mel Spiegel. Investigators entered the house and found a rather incriminating piece of evidence on the bed: the scope belonging to the same rifle found at the crime scene. However, Mel was nowhere to be found. His convenient disappearance had made him a possible person of interest for investigators. The entire property was sealed off on the orders of lead investigator Sergeant Walt Femling. He also told officers to stop the waste disposal truck from removing any trash cans from the property. The theory was that Mel may have had an altercation with Alan and Diane and killed them in the heat of the moment. As they worked through this theory, Renchick's team searched through the trash cans and discovered even more evidence. Inside, they found a pink bathrobe that had been bundled up. Once crime scene technicians opened the bathrobe, they found a latex glove, single brown leather glove that matched the one found in the Johnsons' bedroom, and ammunition for a .25 caliber gun. All the evidence was tied and sent off for DNA testing while investigators developed their own scenario. It was now becoming clear to investigators that whomever killed the couple knew about the unlocked doors and the day the trash was removed. It was possible the killer threw the evidence in the trash before fleeing the scene. It was time to call in Mel Spiegel. Hours after the double homicide, sheriff's deputies received news that Mel Spiegel had been found in Boise, Idaho. Mel agreed to speak with investigators and met them at the police station in Boise. Investigators asked Mel about his whereabouts that morning. Mel said he spent the weekend with his family and was planning to return to Bellevue in a week. Investigators contacted Mel's family members, who confirmed his alibi. Mel was asked about his relationship with Alan and Diane. He told officers that he'd been renting the guest house from the couple for years, and he showed a very good and close relationship with them. When asked about the rifle used in the murders, admitted that it did belong to him. However, he said it had been locked away in his closet before he left for Boise over the weekend. Investigators then asked Mel about anyone he believed that may have made enemies with the couple. Mel revealed that Alan and Diane were starting to grow worried about their daughter, Sarah. She'd started dating and thanking the old boy named Bruno Santos. From what Mel had heard, Bruno was living in the country illegally and selling drugs to make a living. It was a bit of a stretch for investigators, but now urged them to speak to other family members. Investigators did just that and started to put together a picture of the Johnson family. Alan and Diane met in the early 1980s. Diane had been in a relationship before meeting Alan and had a toddler son named Matt. The pair married in 1983, and Alan adopted Matt as his own son. They moved into a beautiful home in the quiet city of Bellevue, Idaho, and in making 87, welcomed their daughter Sarah Marie Johnson into the world on January 25, 1987. Alan was the co-owner of a landscaping firm in Bellevue, and Diane worked as a tax collector. Together, they made a beautiful home for their 2 children and were, by all accounts, a loving family. The couple were also well known in their community, as Alan was an avid trap shooter, common pastime for many in the community. In 2003, their family life had seemed harmonious to outsiders. Matt, who was 22 years old at the time, was away studying at the University of Idaho in Moscow, Idaho. Sarah had also been doing well at school and was part of her school's volleyball team. She was also the apple of Alan's eye. But investigators were about to uncover the family tensions that had started arising in the previous few months. Having cleared mail was a possible suspect. Investigators now took his advice and returned to Bellevue to speak with family members. As expected, everyone knew the Johnsons to be a happy and loving family. Investigators interviewed their son, Matt, who had returned from the university, as well as Diane's sister and brother-in-law, Linda and Jim Baffled. All 3 said that the family life appeared to be happy and normal. That was until Sarah met Bruno Santos. Matt, Linda, and Jim all agreed that Sarah dating Bruno had become a major point of contention in the family. Over the few months leading up to the murder, tensions had gotten worse within the household. But being a teenager, Sarah naturally rebelled against her parents. Even when her parents forbid Sarah from seeing Bruno again, she continued to defy them. However, Jim revealed information to the investigators that could possibly have given Bruno a reason to murder Diane and Alan. Days before the murders, Alan and Diane had discovered that Sarah had been lying about spending the night at a female friend's house. Sarah had spent the night with Bruno instead. Alan called Jim and told him what happened. Alan then asked Jim to come with him to confront Bruno. Jim told investigators that Alan was furious and threatened to report Bruno to police for assaulting Sarah as she was underage. The 2 men then left with Sarah. A charge of such a serious nature could spell deportation for Bruno. After listening to what Jim had revealed, investigators believed that this was motive enough for Bruno to eliminate the Johnsons. It was time to speak to Bruno Santos. County police were familiar with Bruno Santos. He was a high school dropout and had been involved in a few minor drug-related crimes. When he was taken in for questioning, he became confrontational with investigators. During his interview, he was arrogant and hard to deal with, according to investigators. He then told investigators that he proposed to Sarah and that she'd accepted. Investigators believe that he'd said this to prove that he loved Sarah and wouldn't have done anything to jeopardize their relationship. When investigators asked him about his whereabouts on the morning of the murders, Bruno said that he was asleep on the couch at his home. He told officers to contact his mother, who confirmed that she'd been at home with him. For investigators, this was still not a strong alibi. When investigators asked Bruno about Alwyn and Diane, his attitude towards the Johnsons was obvious. He wasn't a fan of the couple. Back at the Johnsons' house, forensic teams were collecting evidence from the entire home. They'd used a UV light to comb through every part of the house for possible blood evidence that could indicate an escape route taken by the killer. While searching Seiwei's room, they found blood splatter and bone fragments on a wall in Sarah's room. This discovery only added to the mystery of the shooting. The blood and bone were sent to the lab for testing. This discovery had investigators questioning if Sarah was being honest about what she really saw that morning. The search of the room led investigators to even more evidence. A single brown leather glove, the same one that was found bundled up in the trash. A key to the guest house and unspent .264 caliber shells were also found in Sarah's room. On one of the unspent shelves was tissue matter possibly transferred from the glove when the killer tried to hide evidence. This too was sent to forensics for testing. Investigators now believe that Bruno may have killed Sarah's parents and went to her to help him get rid of the evidence. Investigators served Bruno and his mother with a search warrant to collect evidence from the house. All the clothes he worn that day, including his shoes, were taken in for testing. His fingerprints were also taken to test against any found at the crime scene. Bruno was taken to the hospital where a DNA sample was taken for testing. Hair clippings and hand scrapings were also collected for evidence. Bruno was announced as the prime suspect in the murders of Alan and Diane Johnson. However, investigators were about to receive information that was going to take the investigation in a completely unexpected direction. Having thoroughly tested the clothes and shoes taken from Bruno, forensic experts couldn't find any trace of blood belonging to either Diane or Alan. At the actual crime scene, there were no traces of DNA, hairs, or fingerprints found anywhere near the bodies of Alan or Diane, nor was there any physical evidence that placed Bruno in the couple's room. The tests done on the gloves and bathrobe also came back with a negative result. Investigators were stumped. They were sure that Bruno had the most reason to kill both Alan and Diane. However, the complete lack of physical evidence that should have placed Bruno at the scene suggested he was telling them the truth. Bruno was eventually eliminated as a suspect in the case. As they looked at the case closely, their minds started to shift to someone else. Investigators began questioning Sarah's family and friends more intentionally about her home and personal life. They come to discover that Sarah had been prescribed antidepressants and that her relationship with her parents was rocky at best. Family members said that they brushed off her behaviors being normal for a teenager. Sarah, they believed, was at the age when most children start to become rebellious and push against their parents, but Linda, Sarah's aunt, started to grow suspicious with her niece's behavior. She told investigators that Sarah was not going through the normal grieving process. Linda said that Sarah showed more interest in returning to school and her friends than taking in to deal with the loss of both of her parents. Investigators then turned to some of Sarah's friends and asked them about her behavior since the death of her parents. They all agreed that Sarah was acting indifferent to the murders. They also told investigators that she seemed more interested in getting her nails painted. The one thing that stood out for them, though, was Sarah being more concerned for Bruno since his arrest. It was odd to them that Sarah was concerned rather than angry with her parents' alleged killer. Investigators didn't want to believe where their thoughts were taking them, as it was too horrible to imagine. But they had no choice except to look into Sarah as a possible suspect. The Johnsons' home was still an active crime scene, and now investigators were treating Sarah's room as a second area of interest. Investigators of the scene were now questioning how the blood splatter had reached that far. A gun expert was called to the house to take a closer look at the spatter pattern. After analyzing the direction from Alan and Diane's room to Sarah's, the gun expert concluded that both bedroom doors were open at the time of the shooting. Investigators had also called plumbers to the scene after clogging was reported in one of the bathroom toilets. The source of the clog appeared to be a shower cap. Investigators decided to interview Linda, Matt, and Mel Spiegel regarding some of the evidence they discovered. Matt and Linda both identified the pink bathrobe as belonging to Sarah. Mill confirmed that Sarah had a key to the guest house and often helped him clean up the place. He also told investigators that Sarah was aware of the gun that was kept in the closet. Investigators now needed to be able to link Sarah to all the evidence. But that was going to prove difficult, as eyewitnesses on the morning of the murders said that Sarah didn't have any traces of blood on her when she ran to a neighbor's house begging for help. This was also confirmed by forensics experts who used a luminol to test for any blood splatter on Sarah's clothes and found nothing at all. Investigators issued a warrant to confiscate and test the clothes Sarah had been wearing in the morning. Meanwhile, investigators wanted to speak to Sarah again and see if her story had changed since they'd last spoke to her. Investigators once again called Sarah in for an interview. She'd been staying with her aunt and uncle. Small inconsistencies were noted in Sarah's story. Overall, investigators found that her story had changed at least 5 different times. In some explanations, she said she was asleep and woke up to the sound of a gunshot. In another, she said she'd been awake when she heard the first gunshot. Another time, she told investigators that she was still in her room when she heard the second gunshot, but once again changed her story and said she was outside her parents' bedroom when the second shot was fired. Sarah also had a hard time to remember if her parents' room door was open or closed at the time of the shooting. Investigators remained calm when questioning Sarah to avoid her picking up on their suspicions. They'd already been made aware that both bedroom doors were open, and that was the only explanation for the blood splatter on Sarah's bedroom wall. Sarah was asked to submit a DNA sample, hair samples, and hand scrapings as part of the investigation. Spokeswoman Liz provided detectives with information that only someone intimately involved in the crime could have known. In doing so, she inadvertently implicated herself in Carrie Farver's murder. The letter made it clear that the crime occurred in a car, prompting authorities to re-examine the victim's vehicle. Upon removing the seat covers and fabric, specialists discovered a blood stain belonging to Carrie Farver. Liz managed to send messages posing as Carrie without arousing suspicion, but it's unclear how. Reports suggest that Liz Gollier led a double life, dating both Dave and a man named Garrett. Notably, Garrett's IP address was linked to messages sent under Carrie's name. When questioned, Garrett revealed that he had been in a long-term relationship with Liz. Out of kindness, Garrett invited Liz to move in with him and his children after a fire. However, their relationship became complicated and deteriorated significantly once they started living together. Garrett would often take care of Liz's children while she isolated herself in her room or left the house. Garrett was shocked by what the police told him. It was discovered that Liz spent 40 to 50 hours a week pretending to be a missing woman. Although her room was messy, no significant evidence was found. However, investigators did discover several cell phones and electronic devices in the last place she stayed. In late December 2016, Shauna Liz was charged with first-degree murder. The county prosecutor commented on the complexity of the investigation, stating that most murders are dark, but this crime was particularly bizarre. It would take some convincing to make someone believe it actually happened. Liz's actions, including letting her dog die in a fire she set herself and shooting herself in the thigh, were attempts to deflect suspicion from herself. Liz's attorney, James Martin Davis, believed the case against her was weak since it was largely based on circumstantial evidence. Key pieces of evidence were missing, including Carrie's body and the crime weapon, and Liz had not confessed to the crime. In fact, there was no conclusive proof that Carrie was even dead. The defense team requested a mistrial, which would allow a judge to determine the extent of Shauna's guilt. The prosecution presented a substantial amount of complex electronic evidence, as well as physical evidence. They argued that the amount of blood found on the passenger seat of Carrie's car supported the theory that she had been stabbed. Investigators also found a direct link between Shauna and Carrie's murder by analyzing a memory card that Shauna had used around the time Carrie went missing. The memory card, which was found in a tablet stored at Dave's residence, contained deleted images. It was clear that the foot belonged to a person who had been deceased for several years. Notably, Carrie had a similar tattoo among her distinguishing features. Her mother later confirmed that the tattoo indeed belonged to Carrie. The photo solidified the conviction of Shauna Liz as a predator. The judge ruled her guilty of first-degree murder and handed down a life sentence without parole, stating that Carrie Farver did not disappear by choice but was tragically murdered. Authorities suspect that Shauna murdered Carrie, allowed her body to decompose, and then burned the remains to eliminate all evidence. Motivated by jealousy, she decided to eliminate her rival. After disposing of Carrie, Shauna took her cell phone and used it to send messages that would make Farver appear unstable and win back Dave's favor. When this plan succeeded, Shauna wanted to eliminate Amy as well, but she became too entangled in her own scheme and ultimately fell into her own trap. Shauna, also known as Liz, was also found guilty of arson for setting fire to her own home in August 2013 and attempting to blame it on Carrie. The fire destroyed the house and killed pets, resulting in an additional 20-year prison sentence. She is currently serving her sentence at the Nebraska Correctional Center for Women, despite maintaining her innocence. Dave revealed that he received thousands of emails and text messages signed by Carrie over the years. However, he claimed that he never noticed Carrie stalking him during their relationship, which contrasts with his experience with Shauna. So what happened to Carrie's son, Maxwell Farver? According to his LinkedIn profile, he followed in his mother's footsteps and became a computer programmer. He graduated from the University of Iowa with a degree in software engineering data science and is now married. Although it's unlikely he's forgotten the past, he may have found some peace with his new family. As for Dave Kropa, he now lives a private life away from the public eye. He doesn't have a public account on any social media platform. This disturbing crime story is a harsh reminder of the complexities and manipulation that can occur in human relationships. It highlights how vulnerable we can be in our own surroundings, unaware of the true nature of those around us. On a cold evening in November 2021, Bobby Ann McLeod, a young woman from Plymouth, England, was waiting alone at a bus stop, intending to catch a bus to the city center to meet her friends. Dressed for a night out, she stood by the roadside, unaware of the fate that awaited her. As the minutes ticked by, the expected bus came and went, but Bobby Ann was nowhere to be found. Bobby Ann McLeod was born in 2003 in Plymouth, a lively coastal town in the southwest of England. She grew up there with her parents, Donna and Adrian McLeod, and her older brother, Lee. The McLeods were a tight-knit family, always making an effort to show each family member their personal worth and importance to the family harmony. Besides the love they shared, the parents instilled strong values in their children like responsibility and respect. This probably explains why there was no competition between the siblings for their parents' affection and attention. This situation helped Bobby and Lee forge a real sibling bond without the usual rivalry for the spotlight at home. This doesn't mean they were angels or never fought. They had their typical sibling squabbles, but their affection for each other was clear to those around them. Bobby and Lee were lucky to live in Plymouth, a place with a rich history dating back centuries, known for its monumental buildings and stunning seafront that often impress visitors. Surrounded by such a positive environment, Bobby Ann thrived, becoming a popular and cheerful person, always with a bright smile on her face. People who knew her from high school described her as a pretty girl with fair skin, long hair, not very tall, and with a delicate demeanor. Her kindness, loyalty, and willingness to help others made her a great friend to many. Like many teenagers, Bobby Ann was drawn to the rebelliousness of alternative rock and its provocative lyrics. She listened to artists and bands like Pink Floyd, Nirvana, Queen, and even the controversial rapper Eminem. Despite the loud music that challenged the norms, Bobby Ann remained the sweet girl everyone knew. She loved watching Disney movies, with Lilo and Stitch being her favorite, fascinated by the blue alien, her favorite color. At school, she was known for her artistic talent and creativity. She was always motivated and clear about what she wanted in life. One of her goals was to graduate from high school, and upon achieving that, she aimed for higher education. She entered university aspiring to become an interior designer. Around this time, she also experienced young love, starting a relationship with a local boy a year younger than her. They made a cute couple, got along well, and shared many friends. Donna and Adrian, as parents and Lee as the older brother, approved of the relationship, seeing that the young couple didn't neglect their responsibilities because of love. In fact, since they were all busy with studies during the week, they made sure to plan time together on weekends. So on Saturday, November 20th, 2021, nobody at the McLeod's home was surprised when Bobby Ann said she would go out with her boyfriend, keeping up with their routine of nurturing their romance. They had plans to meet some friends at 8 p.m. in the city center. She had to leave home well in advance to account for the travel distance and the need to catch a bus. It was around 5:45 p.m. when the young girl bid her father goodbye, told him she loved him, promised to be back at the agreed time, and left for the bus stop. She had a 4-minute walk to the nearest bus stop at the end of her street, a route she was familiar with. Between 6:05 and 6:15 p.m., some passersby spotted her standing at the stop, looking up and down the street waiting for the bus. Like any girl her age while waiting, she used her mobile phone and checked her social media. She took a selfie and posted it on her story, mentioning how cold she was feeling. At the same time, Cody Ackland, a promising musician from Plymouth, age 24, was in the area. Little is known about Cody's early life, other than he was the son of David and Helen Ackland, born in June 1997 in Germany, where his father, a former military man, was stationed. After his parents divorced during his childhood, he lived with his mother in Plymouth, close to the bus stop where Bobby and was waiting. Although Cody attended the same high school as Bobby and their 6-year age difference meant they likely never met there. After school, he worked various jobs, but music was his passion, leading him to become an indie rock band's lead guitarist and songwriter. To those who knew him, he was a nice guy making a name in the local music scene with no history of violence or trouble with the law. However, his bandmates noticed his tendency towards depression and a not-so-cheerful temperament, which was starkly different from his energetic stage persona. Unknown to many, he harbored interests far removed from the music world, and behind his friendly and sometimes melancholic exterior lurked a much darker side. In secret, Cody had developed a bizarre fascination with serial killers from around the world and even kept a list of dangerous individuals he admired. Among his favorites were Joseph James D'Angelo, Andre Chikatilo, Ivan Milat, Fred West, and Tommy Lindsels, all notorious for their heinous minds. But topping Cody's dark list was none other than Ted Bundy. This criminal had kidnapped, sexually assaulted, and murdered about 30 women in the 1970s in the United States. After being convicted for the trail of terror he left behind, Bundy was executed in 1989. With his criminal idol in mind, Cody got into his car and, in a twist of fate that would prove deadly for Bobby, and spotted her at the bus stop. The exact details of how he approached her remain unclear, but it's likely she didn't see him as a threat due to his unassuming appearance. Taking advantage of the secluded spot, Cody struck her on the head with a hammer, the blow causing her to collapse. He tried to flee, but upon reaching his car, he noticed she was trying to get up. He returned to the scene, dragged her to his vehicle, and forcibly placed her inside despite her incapacitated state. In the McLeod family, there was a rule that whoever left home should inform the family upon reaching their destination. This simple act provided peace of mind. That's why when an hour and a half had passed since Bobby and left and Donna hadn't heard from her daughter, she started to worry. She texted to ask if Bobby and was okay and if she had reached her meeting spot with her boyfriend. With no reply from Bobby and her phone going unanswered, which was out of character, the family grew anxious. By 8 p.m., her boyfriend, who was waiting for her at their planned meetup spot, was surprised by her absence as punctuality was one of Bobby and's notable traits. As time slowly ticked by without her arrival, he, trying to remain patient, stayed put but eventually gave in to his nerves and began calling her. His worry deepened with each unanswered ring. About an hour later, he called the McLeod residence to ask if Bobby and was there. This call escalated the family's anxiety as no one knew her whereabouts and all attempts to reach her on her mobile phone had failed. Donna and Adrian couldn't just sit by idly, so they started calling Bobby and's friends one by one, only to sadly find out that no one knew where she was. Although they hoped nothing bad had happened, deep down they feared the worst. Without further delay, they went to the police and reported her missing. It was after 9 p.m. The next day, November 21st, 2021, the police launched a search operation in the area, joined by the McLeod family, friends, and volunteer neighbors. They also distributed flyers throughout the city, featuring Bobby and's photo and contact numbers for any sightings. Her disappearance was widely reported on social media and local news outlets. One of the most heartfelt appeals came from her brother, Lee, who pleaded on social media for everyone in Plymouth to help search for his little sister. He urged anyone with any information about Bobby and to come forward, as he desperately wanted her back home. The police tried to trace the young girl's path from her house to the bus stop, but found nothing noteworthy. Knowing she planned to take a bus to the city center, they inquired with the bus service to see if she had boarded any of their vehicles, but this lead quickly went nowhere. However, during interviews with locals, the police received a crucial tip from a resident who had passed by the bus stop the previous afternoon and seen Bobby, and there around the time she took her last social media photo. This confirmed that she had reached the bus stop and stayed there for some time, giving investigators a starting point. Upon searching the nearby area, officers found a pair of AirPods behind the bus shelter, later confirmed by Donna and Adrian to belong to Bobby Ann. The area around the bus stop was cordoned off with yellow tape, and the police conducted a thorough inspection, even getting on their knees to search for any potential evidence. The search extended to all nearby streets. Since Bobby Ann never boarded the bus and her AirPods were found close to the bus stop, authorities considered the possibility that she might have been abducted or attacked during a robbery attempt. Believing public involvement was crucial in gathering information to find the missing student, the authorities turned to the media, calling on anyone with even the slightest information related to the case to come forward to the nearest police station. The detective on the case provided a detailed description of the missing teenager. 18 years old, slim build with light brown shoulder-length straight hair and green eyes, wearing ear piercings. He mentioned that according to her family, she was last seen wearing a gray sweater, black ripped jeans, fishnet stockings, and light-colored sneakers. He also directed a message to Bobby and herself, urging her to contact the police if she heard the appeal. He emphasized that she wasn't in trouble. They just needed to know she was safe. Another task for the investigators was to track her mobile phone, which led them to the city's outskirts, though they couldn't pinpoint the exact location. However, luck struck that same day. A bus driver on the route near the bus stop where Bobby Ann vanished handed over her phone to the police. He explained that on November 20th at 7:15 p.m., a local found the phone and an empty AirPods case at the same stop used by Bobby Ann. When a bus arrived at 7:23 p.m., the local spoke with the driver and handed over the items, assuming the owner would come looking for them. The next day, after seeing news of Bobby Ann's disappearance and her last sighting at that bus stop, the driver decided to give the found items to the police. On November 22nd, the family, police and volunteers continued searching for clues in the fields, forests and roads around Bobby Ann's area, but found nothing, growing increasingly desperate. Then on November 23, 2021, at 1:17 p.m., a voluntary witness statement at the police station significantly shifted the investigation's direction. A young, well-dressed and polite man entered the station, offering information about the missing girl, expressing his wish to assist the police and her family. The officer summoned a detective to speak with him. Unaware of the bombshell about to drop, the detective listened as the man claimed he had abducted Bobby Ann from the bus stop 3 days prior and had since killed her, providing details of the alleged crime. The police, skeptical of whether to believe his story or dismiss him as a fame-seeking lunatic, placed a map before the self-confessed perpetrator, asking him to pinpoint where he left Bobby Ann. While some officers still hoped the interior design student might be alive, they rushed to the indicated location. Sadly, there was no chance of rescuing Bobby Ann. The dense underbrush impeded their advance, but as they moved forward, they found a woman's unclothed body lying face down. The state of the scene and the skin's discoloration left no doubt. The woman had died days earlier. Later, the police publicly announced that after receiving a confession from a suspect and verifying its authenticity, they had discovered a woman's lifeless body on a beach about 7 miles from the bus stop where Bobby Ann was last seen. The body was found in a wooded area and the victim had yet to be identified. However, due to the height and certain physical traits, investigators strongly believed it was Bobby Ann. While awaiting official identification, they informed the McLeod family of the discovery. The suspicions were confirmed when dental records of the victim matched those of the abducted student. The confirmation that the body was indeed that of the beloved missing student sent shockwaves through the local community. The people of Plymouth, who had actively participated in the search, were shattered by the tragic end of the case. To express their grief and support for the McLeod family, residents held a vigil near the bus stop from where Bobby Ann was taken. Overwhelmed by tears and trying to stay strong, Bobby Ann's mother thanked friends in the community for their support during the search and at the vigil honoring her daughter's memory. She regretted the sad circumstances that brought them together. With a quivering voice and shaking hands surrounded by loved ones, she delivered a prepared statement highlighting the blessing it was to watch Bobby Ann grow up in their family. She mentioned that although her beloved daughter's life was taken too soon, the beautiful impact she had wherever she went would never be forgotten. Then, lifting her candle, she asked everyone to do the same in memory of her daughter, followed by a minute of silence. Lee, Bobby Ann's older brother, also shared his feelings, but he did so on social media, thanking her for the time they spent together and vowing never to forget her. He expressed how unjust it was for such a beautiful and talented girl to meet such a horrific and undeserved end. He shared a childhood photo of them smiling and happy in their primary school uniforms. In the message accompanying the photo, Lee wrote that he hoped to reunite with his beloved little sister in heaven and that it was an honor to be her big brother. He promised to forever cherish the adventures and journeys they shared and wished her eternal peace. As the community and those close to Bobby Ann were still reeling from the shock of the events, the gruesome details of the crime began to emerge, stirring a mix of grief and anger among them. The forensic report highlighted the severe injuries she sustained from a blunt object, likely a hammer, revealing she had 14 serious wounds to her head and face. Contrasting with the attack's brutality, and despite her body being found unclothed, the forensic expert found no evidence of sexual assault before her death. Media outlets then disclosed the name of the alleged perpetrator of the brutal assault that ended Bobby Ann McLeod's life, identifying him as 24-year-old Cody Ackland, a musician from the same town. Following the revelation of the suspect's identity, Cody's lawyer issued a statement on his behalf, claiming full responsibility for the crime. His assertion in the statement that he had never seen the young woman before the night of the incident baffled the public, leaving the motive for such a cruel and unwarranted attack a mystery. For those who knew Cody, this news was a shocking blow, as he had never been in trouble before. However, as the investigation delved into Cody's computer, phone, and other belongings seized along with his car, they uncovered chilling aspects of his life that no one knew. Investigators found over 3,000 images on the supposedly quiet musician's phone, revealing a sinister side unknown to all. Many of these images resembled scenes from horror movies due to their disturbing and dark nature. His browsing history also showed that in the days and weeks leading up to the young woman's abduction, Cody had been researching the most heinous acts committed by serial criminals, as well as remote locations and potential weapons. In the hours before the young girl's abduction, Cody visited the website of an online sports store browsing through baseball bats and waterproof clothing. For the investigators, the unfolding evidence seemed almost unbelievable, as Cody had been a complete unknown to them before he walked into the station with his horrific confession. He had appeared so normal that he had never attracted police attention or been involved in any trouble before. The investigators theorized that on the day of the crime, Cody succumbed to his secret desire to emulate the serial killers he idolized, leading him to commit a serious offense. They believed Bobby Ann was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, her life tragically ending due to a stranger's urge to act on his dark criminal instincts. They speculated that if Bobby Ann hadn't crossed his path, Cody might have targeted anyone else, regardless of age or gender, with his sole intent being to take a life, not necessarily to commit sexual assault. In the midst of the turmoil caused by the crime and its disturbing details, the band Cody was part of, which had recorded its first disc in August of the same year, announced on social media their decision to disband immediately. They stated that ending the band, for which Cody was the guitarist and songwriter, was an act of respect for the deceased teenager. They expressed shock over the tragedy and difficulty in coming to terms with what had happened, extending their thoughts and prayers to the family and friends of the university student who were devastated by her loss. Finally, on November 26, 2021, Cody appeared before the court charged with murder. In the brief hearing, he was seen wearing a gray cotton sweater and a blue mask adhering to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic health measures. He spoke only to confirm his name, address, and date of birth. The presiding magistrate informed him that he would be held in custody and face trial at the Crown Court in Plymouth. Cody was scheduled to appear at the court for a preliminary hearing to address all matters related to the case before proceeding to the actual trial. It was during the pre-trial hearings that the full extent of the horror unleashed on the day Bobby and Cody's paths tragically crossed was revealed. Bobby arrived at the bus shelter around 6:15 p.m. At that time, Cody, driving his Ford Fiesta, spotted her at the stop. He noted a slight resemblance between Bobby and his ex-girlfriend, but he clarified that his actions were not triggered by emotional reasons or the resemblance. Instead, he had been seeking a victim to fulfill his long-standing plans. Bobby and a design student seemed the perfect target for him, so he parked on the road behind the bus stop. After stopping, he watched not only her, but also the surroundings to ensure no one else was around. Then he quietly approached her with a hammer he had brought along and struck her twice on the head. Believing the blows were fatal, he returned to his car to escape, but to his astonishment, he saw that Bobby was not only alive, but also trying to get up from the ground. Faced with this unforeseen situation, Cody went back to the bus stop, dragged her away, and somehow managed to get her into his vehicle. He then drove her to a secluded parking area about 7 miles away. It was around 7:45 p.m. when he stopped in the midst of a wooded area, intending to dispose of the body there. What had already occurred to the innocent young woman was tragic enough, but the worst was yet to unfold. The most painful and chilling part of the story began at this point. Cody recounted that when he attempted to leave the body, he realized Bobby was still alive and conscious. Despite having the opportunity to repent and seek help or take her to a hospital for medical care, Cody chose not to deviate from his original plan. He decided to remove her from the car. And at that moment, despite being attacked by him, the defenseless young woman expressed her fear to him. Cody told her he was scared too because he had never done anything like this before. Then he attacked her with the hammer, striking her 12 times in the head. He immediately set about destroying evidence, starting with burning her handbag in the woods. When he returned to where Bobby lay, he was, in his words, both surprised and impressed because she was still alive, making some sounds. Admitting he admired her resilience, he said he then ended her suffering by suffocating her. Next, he placed her body in the trunk of his car and drove about 30 miles, where he hid the body after undressing her and removing her jewelry. Around 10 p.m., Cody returned home and went straight to bed. The next day, he threw the hammer into a river and disposed of a bag containing the blood-stained clothes of both him and Bobby at some orchards. On November 21st, while the McLeods, police and their community were frantically searching for the young woman, Cody was out enjoying himself. He went to a pizzeria with friends, attended a band rehearsal, and spent most of the night in a local bar. Witnesses called to testify noted that Cody seemed unusually cheerful that day, even making jokes and hugging friends. The defendant recounted that on November 22nd, he continued enjoying himself, buying sweets and going to the movies while keeping up with the latest news and massive search efforts for Bobby on his phone. However, the initial euphoria of having fulfilled his dark fantasies gradually faded. On November 23rd, Cody went to his job at a car service company where he worked as a valet. The morning was uneventful, but after his lunch break, he made an unexpected turn. Cody messaged his bandmates telling them he loved them and they might not see each other for a while. He also sent a message to his mother expressing his love. Then he went to the police station and confessed to the crime. During the police statements at the hearings, it was made clear that in addition to Cody's confession, there were numerous pieces of physical evidence collected from various locations he visited after the crime. Investigators found the victim's DNA in Cody's Ford Fiesta and on sneakers recovered at his house. As for the motive behind the crime, the detective who led the investigation noted that the suspected perpetrator refused to elaborate on his reasons. Despite attempts to get answers, Cody consistently avoided questions about why he took Bobby's life. He recalled that after surrendering, Cody told the police that the crime hadn't been on his mind, as it felt as surreal as a movie or fantasy. He later admitted he couldn't fully grasp his feelings about having taken someone's life, suggesting it felt like someone else had committed the act. Concerning Cody's mental state, A psychiatrist evaluating his fitness to stand trial uncovered a significant detail. The accused confessed to the specialist that the depressive feelings he had experienced throughout his life vanished after he killed the university student, and he no longer felt the same level of resentment as before. With all the case-related evidence presented during the pretrial hearings, the trial proceeded in a Crown Court between April and May 2022. In the courtroom, Cody's lawyer acknowledged that while psychiatrists found his client did not have a mental illness, he had endured significant emotional difficulties throughout his life. He mentioned that Cody was diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, dyslexia, and anxiety from an early age, and had battled depression for at least 7 years. He also pointed out that Cody had received little consolation or emotional support at home and found none during his school years. Regarding a father figure or other male role models, he stated that Cody had never experienced anything positive, which in his view explained Cody's admiration for negative male figures. In contrast, the prosecution pointed out Cody's obsession with serial killers, particularly Ted Bundy, noting the deliberate choice of a hammer as a weapon, mirroring the preference of his top-ranked criminal idol. During the sentencing hearing, the judge characterized Cody as highly dangerous, emphasizing that his interest in serial killers extended beyond morbid fascination. He highlighted the loss of Bobby and McLeod's potential life, describing her murder as brutal and savage, and stated that the crime not only caused outrage, but also instilled fear across the region, for which Cody must also bear responsibility. The prosecutor depicted Cody as leading a double life, driven by a pathological desire to emulate serial killers. He called for a severe sentence for the prolonged and frenzied attack against a petite, defenseless young woman who expressed fear during her ordeal. The prosecution presented a victim impact statement from the McLeod family, portraying Bobby and as a beautiful and bright young woman full of future plans, brutally stolen from them. They expressed that life without her was unbearable, and while acknowledging no sentence could match the severity of the crime, demanded the full extent of legal retribution. The defense attorney, on the other hand, argued for mitigation, citing Cody's voluntary surrender and confession, which provided the McLeod family with some closure and knowledge of their daughter's fate. When delivering the sentence, the judge addressed Cody directly, stating he had brutally ended the life of a wonderful young woman after a prolonged torment. He sentenced Cody to life imprisonment, setting a minimum term of 31 years before eligibility for parole. 6 months after the tragic day her life was extinguished, the time came to bid farewell to Bobby and McLeod. The profound impact of her case on the community and the genuine affection of the locals for the friendly and beautiful young woman and her family were once again evident. On May 26, 2022, the day of the interior design student's funeral, hundreds lined the streets of Plymouth to pay tribute as the procession passed through the city center. The hearse, covered with a blanket and plush figures of her favorite childhood characters, Lilo and Stitch, was drawn by a horse-drawn carriage. At the funeral, Bobby and's favorite music, alternative rock, played, and many attendees wore band t-shirts and black jeans as a nod to the beloved young woman. Out of respect, they avoided wearing ripped jeans, the fashion she donned on the day she was attacked. One of the most touching moments was when people left flowers and balloons at a memorial bench near the bus stop, where the attack and abduction occurred. Cody's obsession with one of the most notorious serial killers of the 20th century led him to commit the unthinkable. His crime shattered a family and community still mourning the loss of the delightful young woman he killed. Case of Anna Alexieva Repkina, a charming and outgoing woman from Chelyabinsk, Russia, hailed from a good family. With a strong work ethic, passion for travel, rock music and cats, she owned several. Anna was a vibrant individual. She loved capturing life's precious moments through photography and valued romantic relationships deeply. Her ultimate goal was to find true love, settle down, have children and build a happy family. Anna's remarkable sense of humor made her a delight to be around, something her friends and acquaintances often highlighted. However, her life took a dramatic turn in 2016, when a high school sweetheart of 7 years ended their relationship, leaving her devastated. Despite this heartbreak, Anna refused to give up on her dreams. She took the initiative to try online dating, determined to find her ideal partner. On a Russian dating site, she came across a promising match who seemed to possess all the qualities she was looking for. Met a charming young man named William Hargrove, a 26-year-old from Oregon who worked as a bouncer and mechanic. What drew her to him was his fascination with Russian culture, but more importantly, his adoration for her. William consistently showed kindness to Anna, often complimenting her and making an effort to be present for her whenever she needed him, despite the physical distance between them. Those who knew him described William as a charismatic and passionate person with a great sense of humor who inspired those around him to chase their dreams. As they developed their online relationship over several months, their bond grew stronger. They seemed perfectly suited for each other, sharing similar tastes in music and a love for live performances, as well as a similar sense of humor. Friends who knew them noted that Anna and William complemented each other beautifully. William's caring nature was evident in his thoughtful gestures, such as sending Anna flowers despite being separated by oceans. Anna and William's online chemistry was undeniable, but they wanted to confirm their connection in person. So in December 2016, they decided to take their relationship to the next level. Anna booked a flight to Oregon to spend the Christmas holidays with William. However, she initially made a mistake and booked a ticket to Portland, Maine instead of Portland, Oregon. Before realizing the error, she had already flown to Maine, but she was determined to make it work. After fixing her flight issues, Anna finally arrived in Oregon. William picked her up from the airport and they spent the next 10 days together. He took her on sightseeing trips, and they enjoyed activities like visiting the seaside, playing in the snow, and cuddling by the fire. William also introduced her to his friends, and they celebrated New Year's Eve together, sharing a romantic kiss at midnight. It was the perfect Christmas experience for Anna. After a whirlwind 10-day visit, William popped the question to Anna using his grandmother's emerald ring, and she happily accepted. However, what Anna didn't know was that William was leading a double life. During their time together, he had also been secretly seeing his 33-year-old landlady, Michelle Chavez, behind her back. William rented a room in Michelle's house, and it seemed he also held a special place in her heart. Michelle was married with 2 children, but this didn't deter her romantic involvement with William. Their affair had been ongoing for over a year when Anna, William's girlfriend, visited Michelle's home. Unbeknownst to Anna, she was meeting her rival, as Michelle was her boyfriend's landlady. Michelle showed understanding when William brought Anna to her home, perhaps thinking William would never leave her or believing Anna was insignificant, much like her own husband. Whatever the reason, Michelle didn't expose their secret. It wasn't until Michelle discovered the engagement ring that her husband's stance on the situation became clear to everyone involved. Meanwhile, returned to Russia, unaware of the drama she had left behind. After posting a photo of her engagement ring on Facebook, the social media algorithm brought the post to Michelle's attention. Michelle's anger wasn't solely due to William's engagement to another woman. Michelle planned to leave her husband to be with William and, as a symbol of her commitment, took off her wedding ring and gave it to him. However, she soon discovered that the ring was identical to the engagement ring William had given to Anna. It turned out that William had given Anna Michelle's own wedding ring, which had been recycled. Michelle confronted William about this, and he tried to calm her down, insisting that Anna meant nothing to him and promising to break off their engagement on March 1st, 2017. Meanwhile, had packed her bags, including her wedding dress, and had quit her job, ready to start a new life with William in another part of the world. Michelle was unhappy about this development. Anna's mother, Yelena, also had reservations about her daughter's hasty decision. She was unsure about William, whom Anna barely knew, and thought she was rushing into things. Anna, however, was convinced that she was in love and saw no reason to wait. Yelena finally released Michelle from her grasp. Michelle, realizing Anna's visit was not a social call, grew angry. She demanded that William find another place to live, refusing to let the engaged couple stay under her roof. William complied, renting an apartment for himself and Anna. However, he continued to secretly see Michelle, sneaking out to visit her and reassuring her of his commitment to her, downplaying Anna's importance. Michelle became increasingly worried about William's growing relationship with Anna, so she took action. She contacted Anna on Facebook, revealing everything about her and William's ongoing affair. Anna reported the conversation to William, but he dismissed it as Michelle's jealousy. Anna believed him, and the couple decided to ignore Michelle's warnings and focus on their future together. They set a wedding date for March 23rd and planned a beachside ceremony. Anna wore the wedding dress she had brought from Russia, and they headed to the beach. However, the officiant failed to show up. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, they returned home. They planned to try to get married again in April. On that same day, surveillance footage captured the couple buying food at a McDonald's drive-thru. Anna sat in the passenger seat, still wearing her wedding dress. William had told her that the officiant was sick, but that was a lie. Despite claiming he didn't love Anna, William had kept her convinced that he wasn't invested in their relationship. However, had grown tired of William's manipulation. On April 15th, Michelle gave William an ultimatum: choose between her and Anna. Michelle made it clear that if Anna wasn't gone by April 20th, she would take drastic action, build a snowman, a sinister phrase meaning to kill someone, and hide their body in a snowy area where it would never be found. After issuing her threat, Michelle lost contact with William and assumed he had chosen Anna over her. She left him voicemails to express her feelings. On Sunday, April 16th, William phoned Michelle to share the news that he was single again, having just ended his tumultuous relationship with Anna, who was now headed back to Russia. Coincidentally, William had hit a deer with his car and was waiting at the Ailey Martile store for repairs. He asked Michelle to meet him there. As it was Easter Sunday, Michelle was attending a family gathering, but she excused herself to join William. When she arrived, they reconnected by having an intimate moment in William's car, reaffirming their strong connection. On April 17th, Anna's body was discovered in the forest. Initially, investigators didn't know her identity, as there was no identification found with her body, and she had only been in the state for about a month. The crime scene lacked a murder weapon, but was littered with trash. However, amidst the debris, a clear plastic bag caught their attention. Inside, they found a KFC receipt, an empty Pepsi cup, and a KFC chicken paper bag. The KFC receipt turned out to be the crucial clue in solving the case. It contained a date, time, and debit card number, which led investigators to Kevin Thomas. When questioned, Kevin revealed that he was best friends with William and had been getting to know Anna. He also shared a tradition with William where they would eat lunch at KFC every Friday. The receipt, it turned out, was from a purchase made about a week before Kevin's questioning. The investigation into Anna's death led to the discovery of William's deceitful behavior. In his interview, Kevin revealed that William had borrowed his shotgun, claiming he wanted to go to the woods to clear his head. However, William never returned the weapon. The police began to suspect William and Michelle after hearing Kevin's following Anna's death. William's behavior became increasingly unusual and suspicious. He withdrew money from Anna's bank account to pay off his debts, and was caught on camera buying cigars and Star Wars Legos at various stores. William also confided in Kevin that he was spending money recklessly to cope with his emotions. Furthermore, he began researching time travel and even reached out to strangers on WhatsApp, offering to exchange his soul for the opportunity to go back in time. William wanted to travel back in time to April 16th to prevent a situation caused by his best friend's mistake. However, on that day, William was seen crying in a store employee's arms, claiming his girlfriend had just broken up with him. He had moved back in with Michelle, but was picked up by the police and questioned. The police asked William about his whereabouts on April 16th, and he said he was on a drive with Michelle. When asked about Anna, he denied having a romantic relationship with her, saying they had only gone on 2 dates and he had ended things. According to William, their last interaction was in mid-March, when Anna mistakenly posted their engagement on Facebook, causing trouble with Michelle. When questioned about the trash found near his late fiancée or the woman he dated, William admitted to littering, but claimed it was just KFC trash and a can from the general store, not related to Anna's death. About 40 miles separated the ALP general store from the logging road. However, the investigators did not believe William's alibi. Lieutenant Chris Duffett, one of the investigators, quickly increased the pressure by revealing that William's trash had been discovered near a murder victim at a different location. Initially, William reacted with surprise and heartbreak, feigning disbelief that he was being questioned about a murder. 2 days after Anna Rapina's body was found, her fiancé William Hargrove was arrested for her murder on April 19th. During the investigation, was also questioned about her whereabouts on April 16th, the day Anna was killed. At first, Michelle stuck to a rehearsed alibi, claiming she and William had spent the day together, with William picking her up from her mother's house and going on a drive. However, Michelle later changed her story, admitting she had lied initially. She then claimed that she and William had planned to meet up, but he never called or showed up. When the police revealed that William was in custody for murder, Michelle's response was surprisingly calm, saying only, "Okay." The investigator pressed Michelle on her lack of emotion, which eventually broke down, and she tearfully attributed her initial calm to being in shock. William Hargrove was indicted on charges of murder, identity theft, and 2 counts of theft in June 2018. His trial began in October 2019, with the prosecution seeking the maximum penalties for each charge, while the defense argued for a more lenient sentence. William's defenders claimed he was innocent and that Melissa, the spurned lover, was the true culprit. However, the prosecution presented a strong case against William, backed by evidence and motive. The evidence showed that William was torn between 2 lovers, with Anna pressuring him to make a choice. There were records of William and Anna driving together in an alone car. On the day of Anna's murder, William's cell phone was tracked to the logging road at 4:30 p.m. The shotgun used to kill Anna was found in William's car, with his fingerprints being the only ones on the weapon. Despite denying any involvement in Anna's death, William was caught using her money to go shopping and pay off his car insurance. He was even filmed withdrawing cash from an ATM using her card. The prosecution argued that William had driven Anna to the forest, gotten her out of the car, and then executed her with his shotgun. The prosecution claimed that William was faced with a choice between Anna and Michelle, leading to his actions. In contrast, the defense argued that their client was innocent. According to the prosecution, the evidence pointed to Melissa as the perpetrator. A threat from Melissa to build a snowman with Anna, her cell phone found near the logging road, and Anna's cell phone discovered in Melissa's house suggested that Melissa had planned the crime. Melissa, who was not charged with any crimes, testified as a witness for the prosecution. She revealed that she worked as a late-night cab driver and was married to an Oregon State University instructor, but their marriage was loveless and open. She met William at a bar where he worked and, with her husband's permission, began a romantic relationship with him. As they grew closer, William rented a room in her house. When Anna entered the picture, Melissa was not threatened, having a similar open relationship with William. Melissa explained that by her second visit, she couldn't tolerate the situation anymore, especially when she saw her own wedding ring on Anna's finger. Although she had given William an ultimatum, she had no role in William's actions that hurt Anna. Melissa clarified that she never intended for Anna to get hurt or killed. She denied the defense's allegations, stating that the threat about building a snowman was just a joke, a light-hearted family comment, even if it was a bit extreme. She acknowledged that her cell phone was found in the forest, but William was the one who drove her there. She didn't know why or what he planned. Furthermore, William had given her Anna's cell phone the day before he was questioned. As his partner, she naturally held onto it for him. Melissa's testimony lasted 14 hours, and she was not the only one. Around 70 other people testified, including Anna's mother, William's best friend and roommate, some of Melissa's family members, and others. Throughout the case, Melissa faced intense scrutiny, particularly in her hometown in Oregon, where she was criticized and ostracized by the locals. Michelle had reached a low point and attempted suicide, but fortunately it was unsuccessful. The prosecutor praised Michelle's efforts to take responsibility, calling her actions tough and super tough. After a month of court appearances, the judge asked the jury to deliver their verdict. The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours and returned with a decision. Despite the defense's efforts, they couldn't find Michelle guilty of Anna's death. There was no physical evidence linking Michelle to the crime scene or the weapon used. In fact, she had a solid alibi. She was celebrating Easter at her mother's house, and multiple witnesses could vouch for her presence. On the other hand, William maintained his not guilty plea, but the overwhelming evidence against him led to his conviction on all charges. He was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 25 years. Anna's attorney announced plans to appeal the verdict. Notably, the jurors developed a strong connection with each other during the trial. After the trial, they visited the logging trail, where Anna's life was tragically cut short, to pay their respects to her memory. Anna will be remembered as a courageous young woman who left her home in Russia to build a new life in the United States. Anna was a loving person who openly shared her love with others. She was cherished by many during her lifetime, and her memory will continue to be loved and honored. The prosecutor, Amy Matsuko, stated, "The sadness and ordeal for Michaela Ortega's family began on April 23, 2016. On that day, the 12-year-old girl left her house. Lured by a criminal who had deceived her by hiding behind a fake Facebook profile, she never returned. After the mandatory missing person report was filed, multiple searches and operations were conducted to find her, all with the same result, negative. The case quickly grabbed media attention. As days went by, the anguish grew. A month had passed, and the search continued aimlessly until the most unexpected thing happened. Michaela Ortega was born on August 4, 2003, in Bahia Blanca, a port city in the southwest of Buenos Aires province, Argentina. She was the beloved daughter of Monica and Claudio Ortega, who had previously welcomed Brian, her older brother. Michaela, affectionately known as Mika by her loved ones, brought immense joy to Monica and Claudio. She was the apple of her father's eye, and to her, he was like a hero. As it happens sometimes, Claudio and Monica decided to part ways, but they remained on friendly terms, ensuring that the kids always had their father's support and presence. While attending school, Michaela struck up a friendship with Ornella, the daughter of Guadalupe Albacete. Their bond solidified after a school trip. As they prepared for high school, a significant transition, both friends still viewed the world with the innocence of childhood. Michaela dreamt of becoming a veterinarian or a special education teacher, showing a deep love for animals and children with disabilities. She also had a natural ability to serve others, a trait that became evident when Ornella had to use a wheelchair after an operation. Michaela was always eager to help, bringing joy to challenging situations, often with jokes and laughter. She did everything with enthusiasm and was very expressive. However, as she approached her teens, Monica noticed changes in Michaela's personality. Her taste in music, language, and surprising demands, like wanting tattoos and going out alone, bewildered her. Despite their attempts to seek professional guidance from the school, Michaela's volatile temperament led to daily arguments over trivial matters, from breakfast choices to what she should wear. The best times were when Michaela's sweet nature shone through, warming her mother's heart. Claudio, her father, took her to and from school daily. At 12, she only hung out with a few school friends and occasionally with girls from her skating group. A defining trait of Michaela during this time was her strong will to be respected and valued. During the 2016 carnivals, she met Axel and they started a sweet, innocent friendship. Claudio knew of him but hadn't met him. Around the same time, Michaela received a strange friend request on a social network from someone posing as a young girl her age, who was actually a 26-year-old man named Jonathan Luna, born around 1990. Jonathan was sentenced for a serious theft and was locked up in General Roca prison. He was also under investigation for abuse charges. Despite being known as a dangerous man, the judge of the case authorized a temporary release for him in December 2014. Jonathan seized this opportunity to escape. From that point on, there was a warrant out for his arrest, but he was never found. After a while, Jonathan settled down in Bahia Blanca. He lived in a rather rundown house and started a relationship with Maria Eliana Espinoza, a Chilean woman in her 50s. While she worked as a domestic worker, Jonathan spent most of his day glued to his cell phone, browsing social media and idling away in bed. On a popular social network, he managed more than 4 accounts posing as a woman. Collectively, he had more than 1,700 contacts, and 95% of them were girls Michaela's age. His preference for minors led him to form a face-to-face friendship with a 15-year-old neighbor who would visit his house to drink, mate, and chat. Even though he got along better with Maria, he frequently mentioned that he was in love with the teenager, brazenly stating his wish to have intimacy with her. Michaela, unaware of his true nature, started a virtual friendship with this sinister figure, thinking he was another girl her age. Using his charm, Jonathan slowly gained her trust. Around mid-April 2016, an argument with her mother persuaded Michaela to think about leaving home. When Jonathan found out he saw the perfect chance to meet her, he convinced her that a cousin of his fake online friend could pick her up and bring her to his house. On Friday, April 22, 2016, after expressing her love to her mom, Michaela retreated to her bedroom. Unaware of the true situation and believing her daughter was asleep, Monica had no idea that Michaela was writing a farewell letter. In it, Michaela asked for forgiveness and urged her family not to look for her, explaining she was heading to a friend's house on Saturday morning. The next day, April 23rd, after leaving the letter on her bed next to a stuffed toy, Michaela prepared to leave. Michaela left with just her ID and a hair straightener in her bag. A neighbor spotted her walking alone around 4:15 a.m., and a teacher saw her a few streets down later. Not long after, security cameras captured Jonathan with the girl. It was later revealed that he walked her for about 6 miles to a remote and hard-to-reach area where he tried to abuse her. Michaela fought back with all her strength, which enraged her attacker. He then assaulted her violently, ultimately taking her life. Before fleeing, he stole his victim's belongings. Monica woke up oblivious to the tragedy that had unfolded. But soon, the harsh reality hit her as she realized her daughter was missing, filling her with unprecedented panic. Given Michaela's careful attention to her appearance, it didn't surprise Monica that the hair straightener was gone. But the absence of her ID was unusual since Michaela always left it at home. The letter, undoubtedly in her daughter's style, hinted at something more behind her disappearance. Monica sensed a connection to someone in her daughter's recent behavior, suggesting an older person was involved, possibly holding her against her will. Meanwhile, Jonathan returned home, disturbed and wet. When Maria asked what happened, he admitted to making a serious mistake. The parents immediately reported Michaela missing, prompting swift action from the authorities and community solidarity, with extensive searches and operations underway. Yet none were successful. The case quickly captured media attention and public concern, while Monica, guided by a mother's intuition, believed her daughter hadn't left the city. Jonathan closely followed the news, demanding silence in the house to listen better, and even callously remarked that the young girl had brought her fate upon herself using insults. As days passed, the anguish grew and the lack of resources for the search became apparent. At one point, they ran out of funds to make color copies of Michaela's photo for distribution. During this darkest time, Monica saw how some individuals went above and beyond, even using their own money to help find her daughter. 13 days after the disappearance, security camera footage emerged. Monica recognized her little girl with her pink backpack and Mickey Mouse sweater and immediately dismissed the idea of her daughter's boyfriend being involved. The footage was quickly broadcast on TV, where Maria recognized Jonathan and confronted him, but his threats silenced her from contacting the authorities. In the same month, Michaela's mother received a call from a young girl pretending to be her daughter, claiming she was sick and needed money sent to her, promising to return home if she complied. Sensing the scam, Monica tracked down the address and confronted the minor's parents, who dismissed it as a harmless prank, adding frustration and despair to Monica's ordeal. The police interviewed the young girl. Meanwhile, Michaela's mother tirelessly scoured her daughter's social media profiles, convinced that tracing her contacts and conversations was the key to finding her. But all efforts seemed fruitless. Jonathan tried to sell the hair straightener he had stolen from Michaela to a 15-year-old neighbor. As the search remained directionless a month later, Michaela's community and loved ones organized a candlelit march, praying for her safe return. Soon after, a woman advised Monica to seek help from a renowned dog handler specializing in search and rescue missions. Feeling this was the right approach, Monica planned to travel nearly 200 miles where he worked with the local police. By the third week of May, Monica decided to make the journey and request the dog handler's assistance. He, along with 2 colleagues and a bloodhound named Duke, joined the search. Their advanced techniques allowed them to track people after significant time had passed. Around the same time, crucial information was provided by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, a US-based non-profit organization combating sexual crimes against children and child exploitation. This led to the discovery of Jonathan's contact with Michaela and his criminal background. The dog handler and his dog examined Michaela's room, using a recently used Band-Aid and hair from her comb to get a scent trace, carefully preserved for the search. The bloodhound followed the trail from her house, leading to a bus stop captured on the first surveillance camera. After a break, the dog continued, tracing the path to a second location where Michaela was seen with an individual. This marked a significant moment for the team as Duke covered about 3 miles following the scent, and after resting, proceeded towards a railway area. As night began to fall, the search team decided to pause their efforts, planning to resume the next day. Meanwhile, investigators cross-referenced data and approached Maria, who willingly provided crucial information. This led to a search warrant for her home. The news that the key suspect in the disappearance lived locally angered neighbors who attempted to set the house on fire, though it wasn't completely destroyed. Inside the house, police found the hair straightener, cell phones, and other items belonging to Michaela, which the search dog confirmed. Jonathan was arrested when he realized there was no escape and that the evidence against him was overwhelming. He confessed to the crime and revealed where he had hidden the body. On May 28, 2016, law enforcement, family members, the dog handler, and his dog, Duke, headed towards the indicated area, close to the train tracks. Duke led them about 10 kilometers, passing through abandoned train cars and waterlogged areas, and then into a field, reaching a bushy, grassy area near a gas company. Here, Duke indicated a specific spot. Despite some initial confusion due to Duke's erratic movements, including crossing barbed wire fences, the dog eventually led them to a very steep area and became very excited. The team followed, and there they discovered Michaela's lifeless body. Despite the grief, Monica was immensely grateful to the dog handler and Duke for bringing closure to their ordeal. While it was a grim reality, it ended the uncertainty that had plagued her. Michaela had been found not as hoped, but now she could be laid to rest properly. Meanwhile, everyone in the city demanded life imprisonment for Jonathan as they awaited the preliminary autopsy report. Jonathan was transferred from the police station to the district attorney's office, but refused to testify, causing a delay in the legal process. He was later moved to prison. The prosecutor had 15 days to file charges and request pretrial detention due to the case's severity. On May 30th, 2016, Michaela was finally laid to rest. The funeral procession was attended by many, marked by tears for the loss and applause for the joy she brought during her short life. Her remains were buried in the municipal cemetery. Since then, her mother has led the charge on the case with remarkable determination. Jonathan was charged with homicide, including concealing attempted sexual abuse and aggravated theft, as well as premeditated murder and femicide. Additionally, the prosecutor included the crime of grooming or cyberbullying, defined in the Argentine Penal Code since November 2013 as using electronic communications to contact a minor for committing any sexual offense against them. Given the severity of the crimes, demands and prevent similar tragedies. The protests gained support from different organizations, which had also been pushing for the criminalization of producing and distributing child sexual material online in Argentina. They emphasized the urgent need for awareness of the risks associated with internet use, highlighting the real individuals behind each screen and device, not all with good intentions. Monica's persistence paid off, and within 48 hours, she and the NGO members met with then Argentine vice president. Meanwhile, Jonathan's defense lawyer indicated that he wouldn't seek acquittal, but would challenge the legal framing of the charges. After over a year, the trial began in October 2017. On the first day, Jonathan arrived in the courtroom with a helmet, bulletproof vest, and escorted by 8 prison officers. He faced insults from the victim's family members, demanding he face them and vowing revenge. Monica tried to calm her relatives in a moment captured on video and shared on social media. She often looked up to the sky, took deep breaths, and stayed focused on Jonathan, who barely showed any reaction. Sitting before the judges, she was determined to provide the necessary information requested by the prosecution and defense. Her testimony was understandably the most emotional and challenging to hear, as she felt that not only had she lost her daughter, but her own life had been stolen. She also blamed the judge, who had granted procedural benefits to Jonathan, believing this enabled his escape and subsequent crimes. After Monica's testimony, the defendant requested to leave the room until the closing arguments, amidst growing insults from the public gallery. Later, other family members, including Michaela's father, brother, teenage boyfriend, and the last 2 women who saw Michaela, answered questions. The court also reviewed documentary evidence, including the victim's clothing and belongings and security camera footage. On the 3rd day, the defense argued that the accused had suffered a head injury leading to cognitive function impairment. However, the medical professionals conducting the autopsy and the psychologists and psychiatrists who examined the accused provided strong evidence that he acted systematically and was fully aware of his actions. After a week of trial, the judges unanimously ruled that Jonathan Luna's actions against Michaela Ortega were triple aggravated homicide due to premeditation, gender violence, and concealing other crimes, as he failed to achieve his ultimate goal of committing a sexual offense alongside charges of sexual harassment, cyberstalking, and theft. Consequently, Jonathan was sentenced to life imprisonment, marking the first case of grooming leading to murder in Argentina. As a repeat offender, he would not be eligible for parole for 35 years. The verdict was met with cheers in the courtroom. Outside, visibly distressed Monica gave her first statements to the press. Her dedicated fight gave her the strength to face daily life and find meaning in her grief. For Claudio, however, as he expressed, while the verdict brought some solace during the 2017 Christmas celebrations, the outcome was bittersweet. Subsequently, the consumption of anxiolytics was made mandatory for him to cope with the tragedy. Thanks to Monica's efforts in 2020, the Mica Ortega Law was enacted, establishing a national program for the prevention and awareness of grooming or cyberbullying against girls, boys, and adolescents. Its aim is to prevent, raise awareness, and generate consciousness in the population about this issue through the responsible use of information and communication technologies, as well as the training of the community. However, 2 years later, the case made headlines again when it was revealed that in August 2022, Jonathan appeared in the legal case as Joanna. Jonathan stated that he perceived himself as a woman and has since called himself Joanna. Based on this, he was transferred not to a women's prison, but to a transgender pavilion. While acknowledging that self-perception is indeed a personal decision, the Ortega family's lawyer expressed that neither she nor Monica were informed about what was happening with the man who took Michaela's life. Regarding the possibility of Jonathan receiving a reduced sentence, if it's proven he identified as a woman at the time of the incident, the lawyer doesn't believe it's likely to succeed. She mentioned that despite undergoing various therapies and evaluations, the accused never expressed anything about his gender identity. This raised suspicions among their clients, especially Monica. They demanded to know what kind of exams were conducted, how the case was framed, and what it was based on. In front of the cameras, Monica was more direct. She expressed feeling terrible, not just for losing her daughter, but also feeling deceived by the justice system. At that point, her determination to educate more people, especially parents and children, about cyberbullying became stronger than ever. In May 2023, Jonathan formally requested to be transferred to a women's pavilion. After, another irregularity involving Jonathan surfaced. Monica publicly reported that Jonathan had a cell phone in the prison he was housed in. This information about the dangerous inmates' privileges was shared through a fake social media profile, showing not just photos but also mentioning his social media accounts and ongoing use of the phone for scams. Following Monica's complaint through her lawyer, authorities analyzed the photos and confirmed that the signal originated from inside the prison, proving that the images were real and indeed, Jonathan had a cell phone. In mid-2023, the Supreme Court declared a complaint filed by the subject's public defender inadmissible, thereby confirming Jonathan's life sentence. In media conversations, Monica mentioned that seeing so many photos of her daughter at home helps ease, even if momentarily, the unbearable pain of her absence. She believes that every change achieved over the years, every discussion, and every legislative progress owes itself to Michaela, and it's for her that she continues to stand strong. According to Monica, Michaela was a fighter who stood her ground till the end, which is why Monica wants to follow in her footsteps. She only wishes to see her again someday and hopes that her absence won't be in vain. Until that moment comes, she's convinced that behind a star, her daughter is watching over her. Case of Soni Millbrook. Soni Millbrook was born in Memphis, Tennessee, USA on February 15, 1981. She grew up in a close-knit family with 2 sisters, 3 brothers, and a large extended family, which allowed her to form a strong bond with her cousin Jenny during her teenage years. In 1998, at the age of 17, Soni became a popular student at her high school. The same year, she met Lelth Moody, a man in his 20s, and began a romantic relationship with him. Unfortunately, the relationship turned out to be abusive, and Eltha's violent behavior left visible marks on Soni's body. Despite this, they had 4 children together, 3 girls and a boy named after Elth. A year later, in 1999, Soni's mother noticed a bruise on her chest. Soni confessed that the bruise was caused by her friend, Leith, who was controlling and often tried to isolate her from her friends and family. In the same year, Soni moved into an apartment in the Fraser neighborhood of Memphis. However, her new home was soon vandalized, with furniture slashed, clothes missing, the television destroyed, food smeared on the walls, and personal hygiene products scattered everywhere, including down the stairs. On the mirror, someone had written, "Kiki loves you" in red nail polish, with Kiki being Leith's nickname. On October 31, 2000, Soni, her cousin Pamela, and Leith went to a bar called Mirage. While they were there, Leith slapped Soni and threw a drink in her face. Soni and Pamela left the bar and sat in the car, where Soni was visibly shaken and trembling. She asked Pamela to take her home before Leith arrived. Once home, Soni locked and chained the door. An hour later, Leith showed up, yelling and banging on the door. Pamela finally got Leith to leave by threatening to call the police. After Soni calmed down, her cousin left her alone at home. However, later that evening, Pamela got a call saying that Soni was in the hospital. Somehow, Leith had managed to get into the house, and when Soni tried to end the relationship, he violently retaliated. He tore her clothes, beat her on the head, face, chest, arms, and thighs, leaving her with bruises all over her body, a loose tooth, and even temporarily losing consciousness after being choked until she passed out by Leith Moody. Not long after, Soni discovered Elth Moody's birth control pills in her apartment, and he assaulted her again. By late 2008, when Soni was 27, she was working at a Christian academy. She was a reliable employee who always arrived on time, so when she missed work or requested time off, it was usually for significant reasons. One day, she called her employer to say she couldn't come in because her face was badly bruised, and she didn't want the children to see her like that. The director allowed her to wear sunglasses inside the academy, and Soni confided in her boss about how her boyfriend had once chased her in his car, trying to force her off the road. Leith Moody's violence wasn't limited to Soni and their children. In April 2008, he was found parked in an SUV with a firearm, despite being prohibited from possessing one as a convicted felon. He had already served 2 years in prison for theft and another 3 for drug possession with intent to sell. On October 6, 2008, the situation between Soni and her boyfriend Leith reached a crisis point. After failing to show up at the academy, Soni sent a distressing text message to her boss at 5 p.m., stating that Leith was holding her hostage in her own home and had been beating her all day. She provided her address, prompting her boss to alert the police. 2 officers responded to the call and arrived at the residence. When they knocked on the door, it was locked from the inside, and there was no response. The fire department was called to break down the door, and upon entering the apartment, the officers saw Leith jumping out of an open window. At the back of the apartment, Sony stood in the hallway, visibly distraught and unable to speak. Her 4 children were with her, creating a heart-wrenching scene. Her face and neck were covered in bruises and scratches. Once she calmed down, Sony recounted the events that had unfolded. She and Leith had started arguing, and he had refused to let her leave the house. Sony explained that they had not answered the door earlier, because Leith had forbidden her or the children from approaching it or the windows. He had even hurt one of their children by grabbing him and had prevented her from taking him to the hospital. Sony detailed the physical and verbal abuse she had suffered at Leith's hands, including being choked with a baby blanket until she lost consciousness. When the police arrived, Leith had threatened to suffocate her again, vowing to kill her next time. Although the officers searched the area, they were unable to find Leith. Sony and her children eventually left the house in her car. 3 days after the incident, Sony applied for a restraining order against Leith, fearing for her life and wanting to prevent any further contact with him. However, she failed to attend the court hearing on October 23rd, which meant the protection order was never granted. 6 months later, on March 10, 2009, Sony and Leith were still in contact. On that day, Leith was supposed to pick up the children for a doctor's appointment, but instead, he started a fight with Sony, accusing her of having a new boyfriend. The argument quickly escalated, with Leith slapping her, pulling her hair, and yelling death threats as she tried to escape. Sony managed to break free and ran out of the apartment, with Leith chasing after her. He didn't catch her, but instead grabbed their youngest child, an infant, and drove off at high speed. A police patrol, responding to the domestic disturbance, arrived just as Leith was fleeing. The officers attempted to stop him, but he evaded them and escaped. By early 2010, Sony, then 28 years old, was studying at Southeast Tennessee Community College. Her 5th child was 9 weeks old and in fragile health, requiring her to stay home and care for him. In January, Sony and their children moved into the Budget Lodge Motel in Memphis. On the very day they moved in, their arguments were so loud that the motel staff intervened, as they were disturbing other guests. Unfortunately, peace remained elusive, as their fights continued to disturb the neighbors and the management with excessive noise. On January 22nd, a hotel security guard witnessed Leith in a highly agitated state when he arrived at high speed in Sony's car. He began shouting at her while she stood on the second-floor balcony with their children. During the heated argument, Leith threw a bag of groceries at her. The security guard intervened, telling Leith that he needed to keep the noise down and refrain from throwing objects, and that the argument should be continued inside their room. However, Leith responded by telling the guard to mind his own business, locked the car and walked away, with the guard following him to a third-floor room that was not registered under anyone's name. When the guard asked Leith to hand over any hotel keys he had, Leith surprisingly produced keys to 3 different rooms. Despite not being registered as a guest, the following day Leith, Sony, and their children moved to room 222. That evening, the night manager asked Leith to leave, which he did, but he soon returned. The confrontations persisted for a few more days until the same security guard, who had repeatedly warned them, finally asked Leith to vacate the property permanently. As Leith went to the parking lot, the receptionist attempted to calm him down, and the guard warned him not to return that night. Leith got into the car and drove away. On January 26th, Sony privately shared with Pamela that a lot was going on in her life and that she was currently staying at a motel. She hinted that she had something important to confide in Pamela and promised to get in touch if she ended up leaving the motel or if her boyfriend did. The next day began like any other, with Sony taking her younger kids to daycare and dropping off her oldest at school around 11 a.m. However, things took a turn when the housekeeping manager knocked on Sony's door, speaking to her through the window, to inform her that they needed to settle their bill or leave the hotel room. He returned several times that day, looking for a response. At around 2:30 p.m., Leith answered the door, telling the manager that his mother would be back soon with the money they owed. But when the hotel security guard checked room 222, he found it empty, with children's clothes, bags, and various items scattered all over the floor. One of the beds was neatly made, which seemed out of place given the state of the room. Later that day, Sony failed to pick up her eldest daughter from school, which was unusual. The school secretary called Christine, the child's maternal grandmother, to come and get her. Christine tried calling Sony, but there was no answer. Growing worried, she discovered that her other grandchildren were still at daycare. Convinced something was wrong, Christine asked her husband to pick up the younger kids while she went to the school. They eventually contacted the police, who arrived at the house around 10:30 p.m. and filed a missing persons report. On January 28th, the housekeeping manager re-entered room 222, which was now vacant, to collect and label the personal belongings that the previous tenants had left behind, apparently to avoid paying their bill. The room contained piles of clothing and a large trash bag, which were both taken to the storage area. After emptying the room, it was thoroughly cleaned and readied for new guests. The following day, on January 29th, James and Rhonda Sargent moved into room 222. Upon moving in, the new tenants immediately noticed a strong, unpleasant odor in the room. They attempted to mask it by burning incense, but this effort was unsuccessful. During their search for the source of the smell, they discovered that the previous tenants had also tried to hide it, as evidenced by the scented tissues they found stuck in the tiles and ceiling vents. The smell was most pronounced when someone sat on the bed. On January 29th, the Memphis Police Department's Missing Persons Unit visited the hotel to ask about Sony's whereabouts, as it was the last place she was seen. However, the officers did not search room 222. Leith was found on February 2nd at around 7 p.m. in Sony's car, which was parked at a shopping center. He was arrested for stealing the vehicle and held in police custody for 48 hours. During that time, he was questioned about Sony's disappearance. Leith said the last time he saw her was on January 26th, when they met at 7 a.m. in the hotel parking lot, went to the room, were intimate, and then went back outside. According to Leith, Sony let him take her car keys because she planned to use her social benefits and a school loan to buy a new car. However, investigators discovered that Leith had actually been staying at a different hotel, making it unlikely that he spent nights in the car, especially considering the snow during that period. On February 3rd, police found a debit card with Sony's name, along with several recent purchase receipts inside the car. On the same day, police examined the clothes that had been stored at the hotel, searching for DNA or other evidence, but they found nothing. This lack of progress added to their frustrations, and as a result, Leith had to be released due to insufficient evidence linking him to Sony's disappearance. Meanwhile, Sony's cousin and her mother had the painful task of going to the hotel to collect Sony's belongings. Sony's cousin had a terrible premonition, but unfortunately, she did not find anything to support her feelings. On February 4th, the police went to Moody's uncle's house, where they found a DVD player that had been taken from the hotel room in Sony's wallet. Moody had given these items to his cousin, who told the police that Leith had borrowed the DVD player on January 24th, saying he wanted to watch a movie. Leith was seen driving a red car that day. Later, when the cousin asked Leith why he hadn't picked up the children on January 27th, Leith avoided the question. When asked about Sony, Leith left the DVD player and wallet in a bag and quickly left the house. James and Rhonda Sargent asked to be moved from room 222 because of the constant bad smell. Since no other rooms were available, they had to move to a different hotel. However, even after the room was cleaned and the carpet was washed in early February, subsequent guests in room 222 still complained about the foul smell, which only slightly improved for a few days. Sony's family, especially her kids, were devastated by her disappearance. Their only hope was for her safe return. On February 4th, homicide detectives visited the hotel where Sony was last seen. By then, her room had been occupied and cleaned at least 3 times. The detectives didn't enter the room, but asked the staff if they had noticed anything unusual, and all said no. On February 7th, James and Rhonda, probably relatives or friends of Sony, returned to the hotel and changed rooms 3 times, including one night in room 222. which was the same room Sony had stayed in. They told the management that the rooms still smelled bad. In March, a deeper cleaning of room 222 was carried out, including the carpets, bedding, bathroom curtains, and window drapes. But to everyone's surprise, the smell didn't go away, it got stronger. The manager talked to the security guard about the issue, and during their conversation, they remembered that Sony had vanished at the end of January. The guard recalled the events from that time and suggested that the manager check room 222 for signs of blood or cleaning products. 10 minutes later, the manager returned and asked the guard to come with him. What they found was horrifying. The two men walked into the room to find that the manager had removed the mattress from one bed, leaving only the frame behind. The lower part of the bed frame had a built-in enclosure, which prevented the space underneath from being used as a storage area. However, when they lifted the box spring, they discovered a large empty space that could conceal anything. As they peered through the solid edges of the frame, they stumbled upon a gruesome sight, a decomposing body. They immediately called the police, who arrived at the scene shortly after. Upon inspection, the bed frame was found to have marks all over it, with 2 broken wooden areas near the headboard. A towel and a cloth bag were discovered between the legs of the body, which was dressed in a shirt, but was naked from the waist down. The autopsy conducted by the forensic team revealed that the cause of death was strangulation using a coaxial cable. The cable was wrapped around the victim's neck, under one arm, around the chest, and ended at the back. According to the forensic examiner, would have taken at least 2 to 3 minutes of continuous pressure to cause death. DNA analysis matched Sony's genetic profile, which included female markers. Additionally, male genetic material was found on 5 parts of the cable. The main theory was that Sony was already dead when she was reported missing, and that Leith had used the coaxial cable from the DVD player he had borrowed from his cousin, suggesting premeditation. Leith was detained by the police shortly after, although not for the discovery of Sony's body. He was arrested on a separate charge of possessing a firearm, despite a prior felony conviction. Despite this, he was considered a person of interest at the time of his arrest, as he was the last person seen with Sony alive. Furthermore, he was found in Sony's car when he was arrested and taken to the detention facility in Mason on March 18th. The police have launched an internal investigation to find out why the case took such an unusual turn. They acknowledged that the family deserved answers and explained that despite their eagerness to solve the case, the officers had taken a wrong turn that led them away from the room. The police also stated that they had never dealt with a situation like this before, saying that the discovery was more astonishing than fiction, and highlighted the tragedy of domestic violence. However, they regretted that the room had been cleaned and rented out multiple times since Sony's death, which made it difficult for them to collect evidence. Rhonda, one of the first tenants to occupy the room where Sony's body was found, expressed skepticism about the police explanation when she spoke to the media. She pointed out that if the officers had asked to enter the room during their January visit, she and her husband would have let them in. Rhonda argued that unlike her and her husband, the officers should have been able to recognize the smell of a decomposing body and found Sony much sooner. Finally, the time arrived to bid a loving and dignified farewell to Sony. On March 24th, her funeral took place. Following her death, Sony's children were placed in the care of her sister and brother-in-law. By April 1st, they had begun the process of obtaining legal guardianship of the children. She acknowledged that while the children were the primary victims of the tragedy, the lives of all family members were severely disrupted. She vowed that although she couldn't bring her sister back, she was resolute in providing for Sony's children, ensuring they received the necessities like food, clothing, and toys, and keeping them together as a family unit. Sony had benefited from a social program that refilled her debit card for grocery purchases on a regular basis. Shortly before her disappearance, the card was replenished as part of her tax refund. The police were able to track the card's movements, which led them to Leith, who was found with the card. Their investigation showed that the card was used on February 1st, for days after Sony went missing. At a convenience store she regularly visited on the 1st of each month to withdraw cash using her electronic benefit transfer card. The police visited the store and asked the owner to share the footage from the 16 security cameras. The surveillance system had captured footage of a man wearing yellow clothing using Sony's card at 11:38 a.m. on February 1st. He bought a bottle of orange juice, withdrew some cash and purchased a cigar. After making the purchases, the man returned to a car driven by another person. In February 2014, nearly 4.5 years after the crime, Leith's trial finally began. By this time, the budget lodge hotel where the couple had stayed had closed down. Leith maintained his innocence, while the prosecutor described the events as a tragic and ugly culmination of a tumultuous relationship. In contrast, the defense attorney highlighted the lack of concrete evidence, including witnesses and physical proof, and disputed the prosecution's speculations. The defense attorney brought to attention a crucial piece of evidence, a fingerprint found on the bed frame that did not belong to Leith, suggesting the possibility of an alternate perpetrator. He also mentioned that Sony had been involved with other men in the past, which could have led to her murder. The attorney emphasized that Leith had no prior arrests for domestic violence against Sony. Furthermore, he revealed that Sony had moved back in with Leith due to a rat infestation at a relative's house where she was previously staying. On February 6th, a video was shown in court which captured Leith using a prepaid Sony card just 4 days after the murder. While the defense team suggested that Leith's calm behavior during the transaction suggested he was innocent, the prosecution saw it as a sign of a cold-blooded and ruthless individual who was unbothered by the crime he had allegedly committed. On February 7th, 2014, Leith was found guilty of first-degree murder and was sentenced to life in prison. 3 days later, on February 10th, Leith appealed the sentence, arguing that the court had made an error by considering his past history of domestic violence, and that the evidence presented was insufficient. However, on July 7, 2015, the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals upheld the conviction, confirming the sentence. Isla Belle Reynolds was born April 4, 2010 to Trista Reynolds and Justin DiPietro. On the night of December 16, 2011, Isla was with her father at his home at 29 Violet Avenue in Waterville, Maine. He lived with his mother, his sister, and his sister's infant daughter. But that night, Justin's mother wasn't home and his girlfriend Courtney Roberts and her son were staying over. Justin would put 20-month-old Isla to bed at 8 p.m. This was the last time she was ever seen again. The night she went missing, there were 3 adults in the small home: Justin, his sister, and his girlfriend. Justin called the police at 8:50 the next morning to report her missing. Investigators found Isla's blood in multiple places in the DiPietro's home, including her first-floor bedroom and his basement bedroom, which is where he slept that night with his girlfriend and her child. His sister and his sister's child slept on the first floor. In late fall 2011, Isla's mother Trista decided voluntarily to enter treatment for substance abuse. Before entering the rehab program, Trista arranged for her sister to take care of Isla with the help of Trista's mother. But Justin's family contacted DHS and claimed that Isla was supposed to be in his care, though there was never a formal custody arrangement. Without a home visit, Isla was removed from her aunt and grandmother's care and instead placed in Justin's home that he shared with his mother and sister. A home visit would have been standard procedure, but this crucial step was skipped according to Trista and her family. The representative from DHS who placed Isla in the DiPietro home was a woman named Karen who was related to Justin's mother Phoebe. Trista had reasons for keeping Isla out of the DiPietro house. She felt that Isla wasn't safe there. Although the pair had been voluntarily co-parenting Isla, she started coming home to Trista with unexplained bruises. When Trista asked what happened, Justin said there was an incident in the ball pit at Chuck E. Cheese, but Trista knew Chuck E. Cheese didn't have a ball pit. One time, Isla's arm was broken while in Justin's care. He claimed she sustained the injury when he was carrying her into the house, and his arm slipped, causing him to fall on top of her. Justin never sought medical treatment for Isla's injury, and later she had to be placed in a soft cast to heal. Knowing her daughter was in Justin's home, Trista checked herself out of the treatment program and tried to get Isla back, but the DiPietro family refused. When she called to speak to Isla on the phone, Justin and his family made excuses as to why she was unavailable at the moment. Trista stated that she received text messages from him stating that she would never get Isla back. Trista filed for full custody of Isla on December 15th, and Justin called to report her missing the morning of December 17th. In April 2012, police found some unspecified items of interest behind the Hathaway Creative Center in the Kennebec River, about a mile from the DePetros' home. In May 2012, nearly 6 months after Isla vanished, authorities publicly stated they believed she was dead, but did not believe she had been abducted. Investigators found several drops of Isla's blood on her car seat strap in Justin's vehicle, and her dried vomit was found on the back seat. Drops of her blood were also found on her slippers, the sofa, her baby doll, a fan cord, a plastic tote in the basement, and also on a sheet found inside the tote. On Justin's sneakers, his mattress and sheets, the cement floor and wall beside his bed, and a pallet in the basement. When investigators showed him the blood, he had no reaction. He also told Trista that it was no big deal. He said he had no idea what happened that night, and she must have been abducted, and stated it was just a normal night. Strangely, he also took out a life insurance policy on Isla weeks before she disappeared. In December 2018, 7 years after her disappearance, Trista filed a wrongful death suit against Justin. Although the suit seeks unspecified monetary damages, she stated the real goal of it was to get answers as to what happened to Isla and to recover her body. In his response to Trista's filing, Justin said he was innocent of any wrongdoing in Isla's disappearance, and the blood in his house was from one time when she was sick. Authorities maintain that he has not been cooperative with the investigation, and they believe the adults who were in the home that night are withholding information. Surprisingly, no one has been named as a suspect in Isla's disappearance, and she remains missing and her case remains unsolved. On December 7, 1985, Armand and Lorraine Peltier led their Siberian husky named Paka outside their home in Frenchville, Maine, right across the river from Canada. At some point in the early morning hours, a woman delivered a full-term baby girl on a gravel pit access road near the intersection of US Route 1 and Peltier Avenue in Frenchville, and then drove or was driven away, leaving the infant behind as temperatures were well below zero. Mr. Peltier said that not long after letting their dog out, she came back and kept pounding at the door's window to get back in. He said he went to go look and could not believe what he saw. He would say he thought it was a rag doll at first, but then he realized it was actually a newborn baby. Mrs. Peltier remembers a cute little girl with reddish blonde hair that they were later told weighed 6 pounds, 8 ounces. The baby had very recently died and still had the umbilical cord attached, although police did not know if the baby was born alive. When authorities arrived on the scene, they found a large amount of blood, placenta, and boot prints. An autopsy was performed and the cause of death was listed as exposure. It was 30 degrees below zero the night before, and officials said she could not have lived more than 30 minutes in that temperature. The Peltiers believed the cries of the infant or its scent led Paka right to her, and said Paka carried her so carefully by her head right to our back steps. In 1985, investigators told the Peltiers that any wounds caused by Paka in no way contributed to the baby's death. Sheriff James Midori said there were some wounds in her head, but they were completely superficial, and he noted the dog did nothing to hurt the little baby. An officer at the scene said a vehicle must have driven in because of the tracks found in the snow. He also said there was frozen blood found in the snow along with footprints, and near those were the dog tracks. He said he turned and followed the dog's tracks right to the house where it had dropped the baby by the door. The gravel pit was not far off the road, and so the baby must have been abandoned in the middle of the night, or as the officer noted, the person would have been in plain view. The vehicle was determined to be small in size, and the mother of the baby was suspected to be from Canada. The media were telling people to be on the lookout for people shopping for items that could be used to control heavy bleeding. Police questioned a couple who had been spotted in a local department store around the time of the incident. The woman reportedly had blood on her pants and was acting distressed. Police immediately released a composite sketch of the couple to the media. The couple were Canadian and came forward and explained that she had gotten her period, and were quickly ruled out as the suspects. Other than a description of a small car based on tire tracks found at the scene, police have very little evidence, and the trail went cold. The Peltier said they could never have children and would have loved to adopt the baby Jane Doe if she had survived. They were very saddened that the mother had left the baby in the snow instead of leaving her on their doorstep. The Peltiers moved to Bangor in the summer of 1986, and Paka lived to be 12 years old before dying of cancer in 1987. This baby is known in Robert Joyo was born January 13, 1980, and was nicknamed Rob. He was described as a goofball that loved to make people smile. He enjoyed football and horseback riding in Cape Cod, where he was born. Around his sophomore year of high school, his grades began to slip, and so his coaches removed him from the football team and told him to get his grades up. Football had been incredibly important in his life, and without it, he began to struggle to find purpose. That's when he found himself getting into more and more trouble. At some point during all of this, his family decided to move away from the large city of Houston, Texas, to the more isolated town of Gorham, Maine. Rob would go from a very large school in Houston to a much smaller school in Gorham with very cliquish groups. With Rob being 18 and only having a couple months left of high school, he would get in an apartment on April 3, 1998 in Portland, Maine with his friend Andre. That same day, he would go with his father to buy a Ford Bronco that he found. Earlier that day, Rob played basketball with his younger brother, Mark, for a few hours. His mom bought several bags of groceries for Rob, and when he drove away that day, nobody knew that his first night of freedom would actually be his last. He never even got to spend one night in his new apartment. That night, Rob dropped off his car and belongings at his new apartment and went out with his friends to the Metropolis Dance Club on Forest Avenue in Portland, a popular under-21 club. While at the club, his friend Michael got into an argument with another group of young men. It was bad enough that his girlfriend Monique suggested that they needed to leave as she had heard the other group was looking to fight. Collected the card as evidence. No new clues could be extracted from it. Over the years, multiple search attempts have been conducted for IKEA's remains in several places in Baltimore, but to no avail. The suspicious circumstances of her disappearance had garnered national attention from various media outlets, but none led to any evidence. In November 2017, a reward of $25,000 was also announced for any information regarding the missing mother, but eventually this also failed to provide any answer. The case would remain cold for 5 years until a review of the cold case cracked the mystery wide open. With the help of interviews, social media messages, and financial and telephone records, the Baltimore Cold Case Review team was finally able to construct a timeline regarding her disappearance, which eventually led them to a suspect, Michael Robertson, none other than the father of Akia's unborn son. Akia had met Robertson as a young child in 1990 when his grandmother babysat her. They reconnected years later at the birthday party of a mutual friend in 2016 and began dating shortly thereafter. However, Robertson, who was 35 years old at the time, was also involved in a relationship at the time with another 22-year-old woman with whom he had 2 children. After he got Akia pregnant, he got evicted from the apartment he shared with the mother of his 2 children. Just prior to her death, Akia had told several friends that she was planning to move in with her child's father while keeping his identity hidden. It was discovered that Robertson lied about wanting to move into a new place together, sending her a picture of a property. Police later questioned the property owners and discovered that they were never contacted by Robertson. Detectives also discovered that an argument had taken place between Robertson and his other mistress, who he had children with, the night before Akia's disappearance. And cell phone records show that Robertson was the last person with Akia. Yet, he lied about his last meeting with Akia and changed his story several times during the police interviews. But at the time, investigators did not have enough to hold him accountable. Additionally, investigators learned about the internet search history of Robertson's. He had conducted internet searches about trash pickup, dumpsters, and landfills in Baltimore 18 times prior to Akia's disappearance. This information suggested that Robertson disposed of Akia's remains in a dumpster around Baltimore. But even after extensive searches, Akia's body was never located. On February 1, 2022, a now 41-year-old Michael Robertson was arrested and taken into custody. He was charged with 2 first-degree murders of Akia and her unborn son. If convicted, he could face the maximum penalty of 2 life sentences. On March 20, 2020, in the city of Alua, Portugal, 20-year-old Diogo Goncalves went to meet a girl he admired greatly. Unfortunately, He had no foresight on how this seemingly romantic evening would culminate. The picturesque resort town of Albufeira, noted as one of the premier destinations in the Algarve region of southern Portugal, was D's birthplace in 1999. As an only child in a modest yet industrious family, whose livelihood hinged primarily on the fluctuations of tourism, Diogo was regarded by his parents as an exemplary son. Acquaintances described him as decent, responsible, hardworking, and reliable. Additionally, he was an outgoing young man who cherished the company of friends and family. Diogo pursued his high school education in his hometown and subsequently embarked on a computer science degree. To support his academic aspirations and contribute to household expenses, he began working at McDonald's at the age of 16 in 2015. By the time he was 17 and still employed with the renowned company, Diogo's life took an unforeseen and tragic turn. One day, his father suffered a stroke, which led to him being in a vegetative state. The media reported extensively on this event, compounding their troubles that same year. As Diogo and his mother were grappling with this new challenge, another misfortune struck him hard. His mother, his unwavering supporter, was struck by a vehicle on her way to work at the mall where she was employed as a cleaner. She was dragged several meters by the car and fell into a ditch, sadly. She succumbed to her severe injuries. Even though the driver fled the scene initially, law enforcement officials were able to identify and bring him to justice. While awaiting legal proceedings against those responsible for both his parents' dire situations, it became necessary for Diogo's father to be placed in a specialized medical facility for appropriate care. His maternal aunt, concerned about his precarious circumstances, invited him to stay with her. However, due to irreconcilable differences that emerged after weeks together, cohabitation proved unfeasible. Subsequently confiding in a friend about these challenges led to an offer from his friend's parents. They provided him accommodation within their residence located in a Algarve neighborhood. This proximity alleviated some distress for Diogo, as living amongst familiar faces brought some semblance of comfort during such trying times. Despite being quite young, Diogo showcased remarkable skill in handling challenging situations through patience and optimism. At 18, he completed his degree in computer technology in 2017 and secured a 6-month internship at Villa Vita Park, a renowned 5-star tourist hotel. His performance there was noteworthy, leading the executives to offer him a technician role. In 2018, Diogo decided to accept this position, resigning from his job at a fast food restaurant chain where he had worked for nearly a year and attained the role of duty manager. He embarked on a new chapter of his life, anticipating numerous opportunities that would aid his progress after the difficulties he had faced. As Diogo began to settle into his new job and look towards a brighter future, he decided to purchase a car. He formed good relationships with colleagues, including Maria Malva, a 19-year-old security guard at the hotel, who particularly caught his attention. Like Diogo, Maria also came from humble beginnings and had encountered significant challenges. Her mother struggled with mental health issues. While her father abandoned the family early on, she never reconnected with him. Maria was passionate about martial arts and practiced karate. While she aspired to become a police officer, her application was rejected due to her tattoo. This setback led her to enroll in training at a security company specializing in various private security sectors. Diogo openly expressed his admiration for Maria from the start, but she did not reciprocate his feelings and was rather aloof towards him. Fabio Acosta, a close friend of Diogo's, mentioned that Diogo was infatuated with Maria. According to Fabio, Diogo's dedication to her was intense enough that he declined an attractive job offer from the Sheraton hotel chain in Lisbon because he did not wish to be separated from her. Additionally, when Maria was working her shift, Diogo often brought meals for her. As time went on, they became almost inseparable observers, frequently assumed they were a couple despite there being no romantic relationship between them. Maria confided in Diogo that she wanted no romantic involvement, as she had recently ended a toxic relationship with a naval officer, but simultaneously gave him mixed signals. Despite this ambiguity, Diogo never abandoned hope for a future with her, and continuously sought ways to be near her and show his affection through various gestures aimed at pleasing her. One day, Diogo was deeply disappointed when he stumbled upon a video on social media showing Maria kissing another girl on the lips. He felt upset because he believed she should have informed him that she did not like men and that this was why they would never be together. Fabio, Diogo's best friend, attempted to calm him by explaining that girls sometimes do this, but Diogo remained unconvinced. He insisted that she had misled him and that this was why she had rejected his romantic advances. Despite this disappointment, Diogo and Maria stayed friends. She continued to accept his gifts and invitations for dates. Many times, Diogo offered to walk her home, but she always mentioned that her roommate had a jealous boyfriend and did not want another man entering her apartment. Time went by, and in December 2019, Diogo learned he would finally receive compensation for his mother's death, which happened 3 years prior. After receiving the amount of 70,000 euros, he decided it was time to purchase a house so he wouldn't need to keep paying rent. Diogo then shared this exciting news with his friend Maria. Shortly thereafter, Maria resigned from her job at the hotel. She said she could no longer tolerate her coworkers' comments about the supposed relationship between her and Diogo. Additionally, she explained that she wanted more time with her mother, who required significant attention due to a mental illness. Initially, there was no reason to doubt her explanations. However, subsequent events hinted that her decision to quit might have been driven by more sinister motives. This is where Mariana Fona comes into play, 20-year-old nurse at the hospital who had a stable relationship with Maria. The two young women lived together in Mariana's parents' home since they were not financially secure enough to live independently and enjoy their relationship fully. Maria found herself in this situation when she learned about the significant sum of money Diogo would receive. Interestingly, from that point onward, Maria started drawing closer to Diogo. It appears likely that Maria shared this information with Mariana together. They plotted to deceive him and gain access to his bank account details with the intention of stealing his compensation money. One day, after Diogo had repeatedly refused, Maria informed the young man that she wished to spend a romantic evening with him. This proposal was a surprising gift for the 20-year-old, who found it hard to believe his ears. After waiting for so long, the idea of being close to the girl he loved made him ecstatic. Their rendezvous was scheduled for Friday evening, March 20th, 2020. Diogo was elated and had no doubts about what might have led Maria to change her mind so abruptly. Although Maria and Mariana shared different accounts of what transpired that day, the following details are based on media reports and official information. Upon Diogo's arrival, Mariana offered him orange juice that she had brought herself. Unbeknownst to him, the drink contained a hidden ingredient: 3 ampoules of DIM, a central nervous system drug with anesthetic and sedative effects. Mariana reportedly proposed using this substance, which she had stolen from the hospital where she worked. The girl's plan entailed sedating Diogo to access his banking information and manipulate his fingers to unlock his phone. Mariana allegedly waited in a car outside while her friend executed their plan. She sent multiple texts to Maria checking if the drug had taken effect since it was acting slower than anticipated. Inside, tensions rose as Diogo grew increasingly unnerved without understanding what was happening. Attempting to calm him, Maria promised an erotic dance but insisted on tying him to a table first. After several minutes in this restrained position, Diogo panicked and pleaded with Maria to release him. Her demeanor turned aggressive as they began to struggle. Using her martial arts skills, she overpowered Diogo, bringing him down and restraining his neck with her arms, yet cutting off his air supply. According to Mariana's account, Maria eventually summoned her into the apartment. Mariana found Diogo on the floor and questioned Maria about deviating from their original plan, merely stealing his keys and taking his money. Upon discovering that Diogo was unresponsive, the nurse administered resuscitative measures. Upon awakening in a highly agitated state, he attempted to attack Mariana. Perhaps recognizing another conspirator against him, he tried defending himself. Reacting to Diogo's aggressive response towards her friend, Maria intervened by grabbing him from behind once more, bringing him down and constricting his neck again. In light of these events, Both women's actions have been scrutinized as part ongoing investigations rooted in available evidence and testimonies provided by those involved. Diogo's life tragically ended at the hands of the girl he loved. His body lay in the living room of Maria and Mariana's house, where they immediately set about their planned robbery. They first cut off his thumb and index finger to unlock his phone, access a mobile payment app, and transfer money. This process took several days due to a daily transaction limit. The crime occurred just as 9 out of 19 restrictions began, with remote working becoming commonplace. Diogo was supposed to go to work the next day. The girls attempted to prevent his coworkers from noticing his absence and raising concerns. They sent a message from Diogo's phone to an IT colleague, stating Diogo could not go to work and needed a replacement. This message raised suspicion because Diogo wasn't known for making such requests at short notice. When asked if everything was all right, Diogo's phone responded affirmatively. Conversations between this hotel employee and others continued through Friday into part of Saturday, but the messages increasingly seemed uncharacteristic of Diogo. One of these messages reached Diogo's supervisor, stating Diogo wouldn't return to work as he had met a woman from France and would be moving in with her. This struck the boss as odd, since Diogo was known for his reliability and wouldn't abruptly leave his job. Seeking clarification, the supervisor tried calling Diogo, but received no answer. Another message claimed Diogo wasn't in a condition for phone calls. The supervisor responded that hearing directly from Diogo would be reassuring. The reactions from Diogo's loved ones to these impersonated messages led Maria and Mariana to adjust their strategy regarding his disappearance. They decided to fabricate a scenario suggesting that Diogo had taken his own life and then plotted to dismember his remains for disposal. Maria later confessed their plan was inspired by the TV series Dexter, which depicts a forensic expert who eliminates criminals while erasing traces of his crimes by dismembering victims. These actions highlight how communication breakdowns and erratic behaviors can raise suspicions and lead authorities closer to uncovering criminal deeds, even when efforts are made to mislead those searching for answers. After executing their reprehensible plan, they placed Diogo's body in trash bags, storing them in the trunk of their vehicle. They then proceeded to an ATM and a shopping mall. Security cameras captured them hugging and laughing. Upon returning to their residence, they began the gruesome task of dismembering body. Diogo's torso was eventually placed in a black bag, with the remaining parts disposed of in a container. During these events at Mariana's parental home, Diogo's friends initiated a campaign to report him missing and contacted the authorities. The authorities waited the mandatory 48 hours before officially declaring him missing. Subsequently, the girls departed from the house. Maria drove Diogo's car towards the cliff near Cabo de San Vicente Lighthouse, with Mariana following in her own car. At approximately 2 p.m., Mariana discarded Diogo's torso off the cliff, abandoning his car nearby to create an impression that Diogo had ended his own life. Unfortunately for them, Maria did not anticipate that instead of falling into the sea, the remains would become lodged on a rock. The girls then departed together in Mariana's car. They drove approximately 7 kilometers to the Pico do Inferno waterfall in Tavira, where they disposed of what remained of Diogo into the water. Shortly after this incident, Diogo's vehicle was discovered in a parking lot near Cabo de San Vicente Lighthouse. Reports indicated that 2 laptops were found within the car. Forensic police arrived promptly and conducted thorough land and sea searches. This led to the discovery of a young man's torso, partially enveloped by a black garbage bag near one location along the coast. Simultaneously, at another coastal site, Pico do Inferno, a French couple made a horrifying discovery: Diogo's head. After extensive efforts from law enforcement officers, his hands and feet were also recovered. The investigators handling this case found several aspects puzzling, considering that Diogo appeared to be an unassuming individual who avoided unsavory company. Based on collected data about him, further probing by authorities revealed that Diogo had received significant compensation following his mother's death. They uncovered substantial transfers from Diogo's account to Maria's account through monetary transactions tracking methodically carried out by investigators. The detectives' next step was to locate Maria and clarify why Diogo's funds ended up with her. The girl then attempted to persuade the police that she had killed the young man because he was attempting to abuse her. She asserted this as the reason she left the hotel before the incident. However, an examination of the text messages between the victim and Maria revealed that this was not true. She and Diogo had grown closer after Maria stopped working. During her first interaction with the officers, Maria claimed sole responsibility for planning and executing the actions leading to the fatal shooting. She emphasized that Mariana had no involvement in the crime. However, Mariana's account contradicted Maria's claims. The nurse stated that Maria confided in her a plan to steal Diogo's money, but intended to take his life as well. She wanted him to suffer enough to disclose his bank account password. The collected evidence proved sufficient for convicting both girls. Investigators had phone records, the deceased cell phone, and ATM surveillance footage at their disposal. Maria and Mariana were arrested on April 1, 2020, and appeared in court in June of that year. The judge meticulously followed Maria's recounting of events, where she insisted on pleading guilty and denied any involvement of Mariana. According to her version, Diogo's body remained for 2 days in a car parked in a garage, and it was there that his remains were dismembered when Mariana's family slept. After hearing Mariana's detailed account of events, the judge repeatedly asked about her whereabouts during the dismemberment executed with surgical precision at the joints. The courtroom's attention turned towards Mariana. She anticipated these questions and stated that since everyone knew she worked at a hospital, they assumed she dismembered the corpse herself. To clarify matters further, she suggested using internet resources for verification. Given the seriousness of this cold, calculated, reckless, and brutal crime, both individuals received custodial sentences, as determined by the judge. A few months later, on February 24, 2021, the trial began. During her testimony on February 26, 2021, confirmed that she initially wanted revenge on Diogo for the alleged attempted violence, but stated she did not intend to take his life. The defendant admitted her intent was to humiliate the victim and verified that her friend had no relationship with the young man and was unaware of the alleged attempted violence. Maria also asserted that her actions were not motivated by compensation. The girls appeared in court together, however, they did not look at each other throughout the trial. Rumor suggests that after their arrest and subsequent jail time, they decided to end their relationship. The trial included testimony from several witnesses, including forensic expert Teresa Costa. The expert explained that the amount of dipam found in Diogo's blood was significantly less than expected from 3 ampoules, suggesting either Diogo had not taken the prescribed dose or had ingested it many hours before his death. On April 27, 2021, the court issued its decision. Maria was found guilty of aggravated murder, accessory to desecration of a body, robbery, unlawful access, and fraud. Additionally, she was convicted of carjacking and possession of an illegal weapon. She received a sentence of 25 years in prison and was ordered to pay Diogo's father €265,000 in compensation. Mariana was acquitted of murder but found guilty of desecrating a corpse and complicity in fraud. For this, she received a sentence of 4 years in prison. She was released because none of the offenses involved pretrial detention until final sentencing. The court concluded that Mariana's attempt to revive Diogo demonstrated she did not intend to kill him. In reaching this decision, the judge took into account Mariana's confession where she expressed full responsibility for her actions. However, this verdict was not well received by the Portuguese public, who viewed Mariana as equally culpable in the heinous crime against Diogo as Maria. Following the verdict, Mariana exited through the back door where her father, present at all hearings, awaited her. Both refrained from making any statements to reporters. On the early morning of July 17, 2007, at about 1:20 a.m., the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department received a chilling 911 call. The call surmised a landlord confessing about a fatal altercation with his tenant. When deputies arrived at the Nature's Trail mobile home park, they were greeted by a bloody crime scene. The park was located off Morris Bridge Road at Thono-Tasassa in Hillsborough County. Jonathan Burns, who was 43 at the time, co-owned the park while also living within it. He repeated the story to the deputies of how he got into an altercation with his female tenant, which led to her tragic death. Burns claimed his tenant attacked and stabbed him and showed 2 knife wounds to his abdomen as evidence. Deputies found the lifeless body of the tenant, who was identified as 41-year-old Tanya and Ottman, lying on her back on the ground outside her rented mobile home. She had been stabbed 4 times in her chest, along with a large laceration to her neck. A potential blood trail was located in the area of a trash bin, which was only about 29 feet away from the dead body. The blood trail ended inside the Burns home. Upon searching the home, investigators also discovered the murder weapon inside in the form of a bloody knife. As Burns was taken to the hospital, Tanya's body was taken to the medical examiner's office to perform an autopsy. Doctors from the Tampa General Hospital, where Burns was taken for his injuries, concluded that his mid-abdomen knife wounds needed surgeries to heal. Other than knife wounds, both of his arms were covered with scratches along with small lacerations on his fingers. The results of the autopsy performed on Tanya's corpse concluded that she died from fatal stab wounds to the chest that penetrated her heart and lungs. If Burns' account was to be believed, it was a classic case of self-defense. However, there were some anomalies in this version of the story that raised suspicion in the minds of the investigators. Forensic tests performed on the murder weapon and the blood found on the ground at the crime scene suggest that both of the items matched Burns' DNA profile. However, contradictory to Burns' story, it was concluded that Burns' blood was not found near Tanya's body, and Tanya's blood was not found near the dumpster. Detectives further learned that Tanya regularly used a walker and wheelchair to cope with her disability, and she was mostly unstable to stand on her feet. This condition made her incapable of attacking someone with the intent of serious injury. As investigators were having a hard time believing that Burns killed Tanya as a desperate measure of self-defense, they wanted to prosecute him with the murder charge. However, when the case was presented to the state attorney's office, the report concluded that there was insufficient evidence to refute Burns' version of the events. Unfortunately, without any solid evidence against the man responsible for Tanya's death, investigators came out empty-handed and the case went cold. It would take 14 years for the mystery to be solved. Last year, in 2021, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department Cold Case Unit began reviewing the case in the hopes of finding new clues. After closely looking at all the circumstantial and physical evidence, a detective went to Burns on January 14, 2022 and interviewed him about the events surrounding Tanya's stabbing. Once again describing the details of that fateful night, Burns told the detective that he had been drinking heavily that night when he heard Tanya yelling at him. At first, he walked to the laundry room to close it, then made up his mind to confront her. He claimed that he walked over to her mobile home and Tanya punched him in the stomach. Said he did not notice anything at the moment, but soon panicked, realizing that he was bleeding. He further said that Tanya was not armed with any type of weapon and never took his knife, yet he said she had somehow stabbed him. Apparently, detectives could tell that Burns was lying. However, as they started to strategize as to how to build a strong case, they got an unexpected breakthrough. More than a week after that interview, a witness contacted the sheriff's office, saying that she had information on a cold case from 2007. During an interview with a detective, the witness said that Burns had approached her in the mobile home park just after the detective left on January 14, 2007, and told her that he knew he did something wrong. He further claimed that he was confessing because he wanted to face it. The witness also said that Burns told her he knew Tanya was disabled at the time of her demise. The witness said Burns provided her with a signed letter containing the details of the incident, which she passed on to the detective. Just 2 days later, the police department reviewed one more call from the witness. The witness said that this time Burns had approached her and told her he wrote the letter in an attempt to prove that he was acting in self-defense, as he figured he would get less time for a self-defense case rather than a first-degree murder. However, the witness also shared that Burns told her that he did not regret killing Tanya, as she only got what she deserved, indicating a hatred towards the deceased woman. On January 28, 2022, the witness gave the detectives a second statement, allegedly written and signed by Burns, but it contradicted the first statement. There were many discrepancies between what was contained in the letter and what he was telling the witness verbally too. In February 2022, The witness contacted the detective yet again and said that Burns had given her yet another statement after she confronted him with the contradictions between the letter and his verbal account. During the confrontation, the witness's son was also present at the scene, and they both asked Burns how he was stabbed. Burns confessed to the witnesses that he noticed Tanya while walking to the laundry room. Intending serious harm, he returned home to get his knife before walking over to talk to her. Burns said an argument led to them fighting over the knife, and when Tanya tried to go home, he stabbed her several times and cut her throat. He then stabbed himself in the stomach after the incident to frame a self-defense scenario. Burns went on to provide the witness with a third written statement saying it contained the truth. Burns ended the letter with an admission that he already had hatred in his mind towards Tanya, which prompted him to deliberately hurt her that night, and ended up killing her. The details in the third statement were consistent with evidence collected at the crime scene. According to the affidavit, and investigators matched a latent fingerprint on one of the statements to Burns. In a statement, he said, "This was a terrible tragedy that I am responsible for. I wish I could change it." Whether the remorse was fake or not, on February 3, 2022, authorities took him into custody and charged him with Tanya's murder, dragging him to the path of justice he should have faced long ago. In December 2018, a group of university peers brought 20-year-old Sander Deer to the emergency room. He was unconscious, notably pale, and his skin was cold and unresponsive to any stimuli, which left the doctors completely perplexed. Here lay a fit, active young adult without any history of illness, yet his body temperature was merely 27 degrees Celsius, indicating a comatose state. Medical examinations revealed that he had hyponatremia, an alarmingly high level of sodium in his system. Typically, an adult ingests about 5 grams of salt daily, equating to about 2 grams of sodium. However, Sander had 160 grams of sodium in his body, surpassing the 2-month average intake for one person. The medical team questioned these so-called university friends about what had happened with Sander. They asked about his activities the previous night. The friends simply shrugged their shoulders, averted their eyes, and acted as if they knew nothing about Sander's condition. Clearly, something was amiss here. Despite the relentless efforts of the medical professionals to save him, 20-year-old Sander succumbed to multi-organ failure, a condition where critical body systems cease functioning. The autopsy revealed startling findings. The pathologist examined the contents of Sander's stomach to understand why a seemingly healthy university student suddenly died. To their astonishment and dismay, they discovered there was no food or water in his stomach over the past 2 days. Instead, peculiar items such as aquarium goldfish and heads of mice and eels were found inside him. This indicated that he had endured horrific experiences before his untimely death. The case of Sander garnered immense attention from online communities and media alike, rapidly becoming a topic of international discussion. Conversations erupted around universities potentially concealing the shocking misdeeds of their students and the impunity enjoyed by offspring from affluent families. This situation shone a spotlight on a student fraternity known as Rus. Established over 7 decades ago, with its symbol being a Flemish lion, this secret fraternity consists solely of male students majoring in law, engineering, and business, with around 30 active members, mostly hailing from prominent backgrounds. The family's Rus is considered one of the most prestigious groups at the esteemed Catholic University of Louvain in Belgium. Almost every student aspired to join this exclusive brotherhood. Each year, they accepted only 2 or 3 new members, adding to its exclusivity. Rumors abounded about the fraternity, enhancing its allure and making it even more enigmatic and elusive. It symbolized a kind of student aristocracy with significant influence within the educational institution. In the meantime, the student fraternity Rios resumed its activities. They prepared a unique selection of items for their annual initiation tradition for new members. This initiation menu included unusual starters such as grasshoppers and cockroaches, followed by a main course featuring live mice and fish. The dessert was a combination of coffee with an illicit substance. A disconcerting image showcasing the fraternity's initiation ceremony circulated widely. In the photo, principal members of the group were dressed in warm outerwear like coats and cloaks, while 4 initiates faced challenges on their knees. In one startling display, an initiate had a pistol pointed at his head. Another faced the barrel of a rifle. This photograph raised numerous questions. What other types of ceremonies did this clandestine group conduct? What exactly happened within the fraternity's walls? Considering many members sons of politicians, lawyers, distinguished doctors, and business leaders, one wondered, to what lengths would they go to protect their offspring if a truly grave incident occurred? Sadia wasn't actually aspiring to join the Rios Brotherhood. Born in Belgium, he was acutely aware of his fortunate circumstances. His father had come from Senegal, seeking asylum in another nation before Sadia's birth. Like many immigrant fathers, he sacrificed greatly to ensure his two sons could lead respectable lives. He understood that due to their skin color, his children would have to work doubly hard to earn the same respect and career opportunities as native Belgians. Mr. Diaz's father worked long hours at a factory, spent nights mastering the local language, and either found or sacrificed sleep to assist his sons with their schoolwork. His only dream was for his sons to succeed in life. From an early age, Sander conscious of his future, he realized that success wouldn't come easily. It required persistent hard work. Since kindergarten, Sander had a close friend named Ferry, who lived just a 5-minute walk away. They were inseparable. They shared interests such as biking and manga, and they dreamed of attending university, securing good jobs, saving money, and eventually relocating to Japan. They even made a pinky promise to remain lifelong best friends, and one day travel to the land of the rising sun together. However, Sander was never fated to see the birthplace of manga and anime. Beyond Ferry, Sander had numerous friends. As a teenager, he excelled effortlessly in everything he tried, whether it was solving complex mathematical problems or playing football for the first time. He amazed his friends with his natural talent. Though people often envy such gifted individuals, Sander was beloved for his charisma and approachability. His knack for conversation and ability to connect with everyone made it easy for him to make friends. After completing high school, Sander enrolled at the University of Leuven, becoming the first in his family to attend such a distinguished higher education institution. This achievement filled his father with immense pride, surpassing any dream he had ever envisioned. Although the university was just a 30-minute drive from home, Sander opted to stay in a dormitory. He chose civil engineering as his major and dedicated himself from the start to earning a master's degree in the field. Sander appeared wise beyond his years and was driven by a desire to make his father proud. His ambition was to graduate, secure a well-paying job, and enable his father to retire, repaying the sacrifices made for his children's future. By 2018, Diaz was in his third year of the 5-year program. He was already focused on securing employment post-graduation, so he steered clear of the party scene. His concentration was firmly on finding a lucrative job to support his family and pay bills. Aware of the potential challenges his skin color might present in landing a desirable position in a predominantly European tightly knit industry, Sander was under no illusion about the difficulty of his task. Armed with high academic achievements, interpersonal skills, and unwavering diligence, he recognized the importance of establishing vital connections. This realization led him to consider joining the Roy Brotherhood, a group synonymous with prestige, social networking, exclusivity, and, crucially, the connections needed for his career. In a world where not just merit, but also influential connections are highly valued, this seemed like a strategic move. Many members of the Roy Brotherhood hailed from well-known families. Sander's decision to apply surprised his friends, except for his older brother, who saw the potential career benefits of such societies. His childhood friend Ferry believed in Sander's natural sociability and friendliness, but was initially doubtful about these fraternities. Ferry even tried to discourage Sanders from what he saw as a hazardous step. If only Ferry had known the tragic outcome that would befall Sander, he would never have ceased his efforts to dissuade him. For Sander, the decision to join Roy wasn't made lightly. He carefully considered both advantages and disadvantages before deciding to proceed. With only 2 years remaining in his program in 2018, Sander was among the 10 students who successfully navigated the stringent selection process of Roy. Among these 10, only 3, including Sander, advanced to the final initiation stage. The initial phase involved the fraternity's permanent members filtering out candidates who didn't align with their interests, character, or communication styles. Now narrowed down to 3, the real ordeal commenced, a grueling 2 months of evaluation by the elite student group, culminating in an extensive initiation ceremony spanning 2 to 3 days during this period. The new recruits were subjected to relentless and sophisticated ridicule without any breaks, completely at the mercy of the fraternity's members. Sander was aware of the harsh trials that lay ahead. He had heard tales of the brutal initiation rites. Nonetheless, he was willing to endure all the discomfort and repulsive challenges for a promising future. Just like the other 2 candidates, Jia understood the process would be tough, involving mockery and pushing them to their limits. However, no one anticipates risking their life in such situations. Sander had discussed this with a campus friend, a member of a different fraternity, who was unaware of Rouse's specific initiation practices. This friend portrayed the initiation as merely a test of physical stamina, commitment to future fraternity brothers, and discipline. Although unpleasant, he believed it was a necessary and ultimately worthwhile experience. Sander found the mandatory gatherings intolerable, especially as he was compelled to consume excessive amounts of alcohol. More distressingly, as part of the initiation, he was required to drink the urine of fraternity members. He, along with the other novices, faced relentless verbal and psychological torment. However, Deer endured the most severe hardships. He was derided for his skin tone. In October 2018, a few months before the concluding ritual, the Brotherhood organized a significant event at the Student Union building. The aspirants were made to kneel, while established members took turns forcing them to gulp down potent spirits or several liters of beer continuously. Naturally, after ingesting such volumes of alcohol, the novices could barely stand, yet were still tasked with cleaning the venue. In their disoriented state, they staggered around mopping up their own and others' regurgitation. That evening, all 3 novices were obliged to clean, but the brothers devised a different plan. They determined that Sander alone should tidy up after the celebration, because historically those with dark skin served whites. This was a particularly harsh declaration. Deer felt utterly powerless at that moment. He was resolute in attaining his objective. He knew this situation would eventually reach a conclusion. A representative from the student association tried to reprimand the young men for their remarks. But what could he possibly do against 20 wealthy, noble, influential, and pampered youths? They were unafraid of anyone and conducted these acts openly without any sense of embarrassment. The fraternity members saw themselves as superior to all and simply warned the staff member not to meddle in their affairs. Sander endeavored earnestly to gain acceptance, considering his future prospects. But at just 20 years old, he was still somewhat naive. Despite this dreadful event, Deer persisted in attending fraternity gatherings. Some might question why Deer continued to seek camaraderie with these individuals. His reasons were multifaceted. Firstly, he played soccer with some of them and interacted amicably. Secondly, Sander was acutely aware of the extensive sacrifices his father had made for his education and vowed to meet those expectations. He harbored hopes that the indignities would cease once he cleared the final hurdle. In Rose's 70-plus years of history, only 2 members had been of African heritage, and presently only one was surviving. A dark-skinned student had been inducted in 2015, and Sander was poised to be the second to undergo the ultimate initiation rite. The final initiation, also termed baptism, was about to commence. Everything the novices had endured thus far seemed insignificant compared to the ordeal they were set to face. On December 4, 2018, at 4 p.m., the initiation commenced. Sander, along with 2 other candidates, donned lengthy flowing white robes and ventured into the city carrying bouquets of flowers. Their objective? To sell as many flowers as possible. The one who sold the fewest would endure various penalties, such as drinking sour milk, birdseed, and inevitably forced alcohol consumption. Sander finished last, selling 30 roses fewer than his peers, which led to his punishment, consuming such an excessive amount of alcohol, that his speech became severely impaired in the second phase of the initiation. The novices were positioned on their knees and asked straightforward questions by 7 p.m. The fraternity members remained indifferent to Dia's struggle in articulating responses. Predictably, he was outperformed by the others and subjected to further punishment. At the end of this stage, 1.5 bottles of gin were forced upon him. His body, not accustomed to heavy drinking, began to react violently. His stomach contained nothing but alcohol, and his complexion turned ashen. He was unable to stand, speak, or move autonomously, teetering on the brink of dehydration and repeatedly losing consciousness. Astonishingly, all these events unfolded in a public setting. One fraternity member recounted that the second trial occurred right on the sidewalk in front of a cafe in the city square. Yet none of the bystanders intervened. They neither alerted the authorities nor called for police assistance. At 9 p.m., the third challenge commenced, aptly titled, "Endure the Night." The novices were hauled back to the dormitory, where 18 fraternity brothers resumed their relentless hazing. The task was to consume as many pints of beer as feasible. By the trial's conclusion, all 3 participants had become unconscious. They were breathing, but unresponsive to any attempts to rouse them. Remarkably, their unconscious state did not exempt them from ongoing abuse. In line with the fraternity's customs, if someone fainted at a gathering, they were urinated on, a manifestation of perceived frailty, and an opportunity for others to exert dominance. Proof of these acts was captured in a video taken at 11:40 p.m., which they subsequently attempted to erase. With the first day's competition at an end, the 3 new initiates were dragged to their quarters and unceremoniously deposited on their beds. For amusement, their water supply was disabled, possessions defaced with ketchup and chocolate, and their door locked. This action meant that should any of them regain consciousness after consuming such a lethal volume of alcohol, they would remain trapped inside. They didn't even have access to water to alleviate their thirst. This was just the initial day of the initiation at one of the nation's most esteemed universities. Yet the most distressing experiences were still to come. The following day, December 5, 2018, around 10:30 a.m., the fraternity members prepared for the final stages of the grueling initiation. They woke the 3 initiates, placed them in vehicles, and drove out of the city to a secluded village roughly an hour away. A fraternity member owned a small cottage there, hidden by thick woods, an ideal location to conceal their activities. En route, they made several stops to acquire items necessary for the ceremony. The students bought aquarium fish, eels, live rodents, as well as bird and dog feed from a pet store. Next, they visited a supermarket and obtained fish sauce used in Asian cuisine for its flavor-enhancing qualities. It's high in sodium, with about 1,670 milligrams per tablespoon, around 70% of the advised daily intake, and isn't typically consumed in large amounts. They also purchased duck eggs, sardines, clams, shrimp paste, mussels, among other products. During one of these stops, they encountered an academic who noticed that one of the students apparently needed assistance. She voiced her concerns to the fraternity members and even suggested calling the police. However, the students convincingly reassured her that he was merely intoxicated and in shock. They assured her that the initiation had ended and they intended to sober him up with a cold bath. Dismissing her concerns, the group proceeded to the cabin in the forest. The details of what happened next were reconstructed by police using recovered deleted video footage and scarce evidence. However, the full truth remains unclear. Over several hours, the 3 initiates were forced to dig a substantial trench into which they were subsequently placed. Struggling to keep warm, they found themselves surrounded by 18 young adult men, other fraternity members, who filled this trench with freezing water and livels. In Belgium, in December, the average temperature varies from +3 to 7 degrees Celsius. When initiates began to cold, permanent members of the fraternity urinated on them above, as a twisted way to warm them up. At this point, Sander was suffering from dehydration and remained inebriated from the previous night's events. Even if he had the will to stand and leave, his physical state made it impossible. Under normal circumstances, to formally reject the initiation process, one simply had to ring a bell placed away from the trench, therefore forfeiting their place in the fraternity. The initiates could have accessed this bell at any time, however, in this case, the bell was either intentionally or inadvertently omitted, leaving Sander without a way to signify his refusal of the initiation. His inability to stand or speak due to his condition rendered him powerless. The three inebriated and weary boys sat in the icy water subjected to the senior fraternity members' acts of urination and defecation. They were then coerced into biting off the heads of live mice and eels in the water and followed with fish oil. After enduring over 6 hours in such brutal conditions, Sander's body began shutting down and he started losing consciousness. He was extracted from the water, clothed in dry garments and placed beside a fire. As he curled up on the grass in a fetal position for 2 hours, initiation rites carried on around him instead of receiving medical attention. The students documented the situation with photos and videos, while Sander emitted distressing sounds indicative of excruciating pain. The excessive intake of sodium triggered severe elevation in Sander's blood pressure, resulting in a nosebleed, and he became entirely unresponsive. At 8:57 p.m., a senior fraternity member eventually decided to contact emergency services. Following their advice, students transported an unconscious Sander to a hospital but placed his body in the trunk to prevent soiling the car's interior. Upon arrival at the emergency department, fraternity members withheld crucial information regarding Sander's recent diet and alcohol consumption from the medical team. After leaving him in the care of the hospital staff, they departed with the intention of resuming the initiation upon his discharge. This action left Sander with no real chance of recovery. While the medical professionals conducted tests and endeavored to unravel the cause of his condition, Sander's organs began failing due to the severity of his state. He was transferred to Ant P University Hospital for its superior facilities. At Ant P University Hospital, Sander's heart ceased functioning. He slipped into a coma, and subsequently, the 20-year-old tragically lost his life. The primary cause of death was identified as toxic levels of sodium in his body, a direct result of excessive fish source consumption. The hospital informed the police, prompting an immediate investigation into the circumstances surrounding his death. By 10:40 p.m., the other two initiates who had continued with the ritual were also hospitalized. Upon learning of their children's dire condition, the parents hurried to the hospital. Meanwhile, fraternity members hastily worked to erase any evidence of the initiation. They filled in the trench used for the trials, cleaned up a room smeared with ketchup and chocolate, reinstated water supply, and purged their phones of incriminating messages, photos, and videos. By the time police arrived at the scene, there was no physical evidence left. However, investigators were later able to recover deleted data from mobile devices. Despite this recovery, significant hurdles were encountered during the investigation. The children involved belonged to influential families whose parents quickly sought legal representation. Though evidence implicating 18 fraternity members in Sander's death grew stronger, continuous obstruction from high-powered parents protracted the investigation. All 18 students wiped their social media profiles and limited their communication, speaking only through their attorneys. Following Sander's tragic death, Rio's fraternity was dissolved. The university imposed disciplinary measures on all involved, requiring them to complete 30 hours of community service and write an essay on tradition's role in student organizations. Remarkably, none of the participants were expelled from the university. The 18 individuals involved in the incident completed their education without significant repercussions. In response to this outcome, teachers aware of the situation authored an open letter advocating for harsher penalties for the group, but no additional measures were enforced against these students. The formal legal process concluded in July 2020. Following this, attorneys representing 2 members sought further investigations, seemingly as a tactic to reframe the entire incident as a tragic accident and attribute blame to the deceased student for purportedly weak health. It wasn't until May 26, 2023, that the Court of Appeal delivered its verdict, finding the 18 fraternity members guilty of involuntary manslaughter and degrading treatment. Each was fined €400 and sentenced to perform community service. Additionally, they were collectively ordered to pay approximately €30,000 in compensation to the family to avoid impacting their future prospects. The students' identities were withheld. The leniency of the verdict for those responsible for the death sparked widespread dissent, leading to protest actions in various cities. Despite these demonstrations, no substantial changes have been reported as a consequence in this case. The perceived lack of justice remains a poignant aspect of this story. Today's case will take us to the city of Miramar. The beautiful city is located in southern Broward County, Florida, and boasts a population of more than 120,000 people. Miramar is famous for its tropical weather and breathtaking scenery. All of these, coupled with its numerous tourist attractions, make it one of the most popular tourist destinations in the United States. Evelyn Marie Fisher was born to her parents, Charles and Ethel Fisher, on March 23, 1947, in Sardis, a small community located on the south side of Chilliwack, Canada. Evelyn attended Chilliwack Senior Secondary School, and after graduation, she proceeded to study at the Riverview School of Psychiatry, Nursing. Within a few years, she completed her studies and became a fully licensed psychiatric nurse. While working at a hospital in Vancouver, Evelyn would meet the love of her life, John Bamforth. This was in 1969. John was a bartender at a bar that Evelyn and her friends visited regularly. "The first time I saw her, I fell for her, you know?" John said of Evelyn. It wasn't long before John found his way into Evelyn's heart, and the two started a romantic relationship. Everyone who knew them could not help but notice that they were a match made in heaven. She was just great to be around. "I never had any regrets about being with her," John said. A few years into their relationship, John got offered a better job in Grand Cayman, and due to this, he had to move out of Vancouver. Not wanting distance to be a barrier to their relationship, Evelyn made a sacrifice. She quit her job at the hospital where she worked, packed her bags, and traveled down to Grand Cayman to be with John. After settling down in the new place, the two eventually got married and spent the next couple of months enjoying a blissful and incident-free time together. With each passing day, their love for each other kept growing stronger, and it seemed as if they both had their whole lives ahead of them. But after only 2 years in Grand Cayman, Evelyn had grown tired of the place. She just could not see herself living the rest of her life there. She eventually spoke to John concerning this, and also told him about her desire to move somewhere else. John had not expected this, but he knew that if she continued living in Grand Cayman, she would be unhappy. So he gave her his full support. "She left me and she went to Miami, and 3 days later I quit my job and followed her," John said. In Miami, the couple found accommodation at the Haven Lakes Estate Mobile Home Park, located in Miramar. They also both got jobs and began their lives afresh. Evelyn was happy and content, and so was John. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had gone by. At some point, a female friend of the couple moved in with them. It's not clear when exactly or why she started living with them, but she was welcomed with open arms. On January 22, 1980, John kissed his wife goodbye, left the house, and made for his place of work. The friend of the couple also went about her business, and Evelyn was the only one left at home. The day was just like every other day in their lives, and none of them had any idea that something terrible would soon happen. At the time, Evelyn had undergone knee surgery and had to take time off work to recover. There was really nothing to worry about, and it was expected that she would be back to full health in no time. On the night of that same day, the friend of the couple returned from her outing. It had been a long day, and she couldn't wait to be fast asleep in her bed. However, when she tried the front door, she realized that it was locked. There was nothing strange about this because she knew that either Evelyn or John had locked the door since it had already gotten dark. At that point, she had no idea if only one or both of them were home. Not wanting to disturb whoever was inside, she searched through her bag for her spare key, soon realized that she had not taken it with her when she had left the house. It slowly dawned on her that she could spend the whole night outside if she did not attempt to let whoever was inside know she was around. She knocked on the door and waited, but got no response. It was dead silent except for the occasional honk of motor vehicles in the distance. She knocked again, this time calling out both John and Evelyn's name, but still she got no response. Soon she was banging on the door as loud as she could, but no one came to open it. With each passing second, She got more anxious and knew deep down that something was terribly wrong. There was no way no one inside the house would not have heard all the noise she was making. It was all so strange. She also tried other doors leading to the house, but found all of them locked as well. She soon decided that it was best to involve the police. She immediately placed an emergency call and told the dispatcher what was happening. In a matter of minutes, officers from the Miramar Police Department arrived on the scene. They proceeded to join her in knocking on the doors and even went as far as knocking on the windows of the house, but still no sound was heard from within. After doing this for several minutes, officers decided to force entry into the house. It was the only way they could be sure no one was inside. The front door was soon broken down and they all proceeded cautiously into the silent house. There was nobody in the living room and nothing seemed out of place. From there, they made their way to the bedroom. The sight that awaited them, there was nothing they could have been prepared for. Lying on a blood-soaked bed was Evelyn. It was like a scene straight out of a horror movie. The friend of the couple gasped at the sight before her eyes. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Evelyn was motionless, and upon closer inspection, it was discovered that she was dead. It was obvious that whoever killed her had used an object to smash in her head. Police officers immediately secured the scene and began to perform a thorough sweep of the house. Meanwhile, John had gotten off work and was on his way home. To him, nothing seemed off and he was in a good mood. The night air smelled fresher and felt cooler than ever. From a distance, he saw the police vehicles parked in front of his house and was surprised and at the same time alarmed by this. He knew instantly that something was very wrong. He quickened his pace, and as he got closer to the house, he noticed the police tape at the front door. At that point, fear gripped his heart. Not knowing what to expect, he made his way over to the tape and into the house. Inside, he was greeted by the unfamiliar faces of police officers. And that's when I saw what I saw, which was furniture disturbed, cushions disturbed, and then I walked back to the bedroom. Half the bed, at least, was soaked with blood, John said. Evelyn's body had already been moved to the hospital for an autopsy. The police officers then filled him in on everything that had happened, and he could hardly hold back his tears when he was told his wife was dead. He was allowed to make a cup of tea to calm his nerves, and after that he proceeded to the station with some officers for questioning. At the station he told detectives everything he knew, and after what seemed like a long time he was allowed to go back home. The result of the autopsy conducted on Evelyn was out a few days later. It showed that she had been sexually assaulted and then killed by whoever assaulted her. Detectives were able to collect DNA from her body, but since the technology at the time was not yet advanced enough to run an analysis, it was stored for the future. Detectives began their investigation immediately, but there was not much for them to work with. John, on the other hand, was crying himself to sleep every night. He blamed himself for not being at home on the night that his wife was murdered. He believed that if he had been with her, she would have been alive. I had a lot of guilt at the time because I wasn't home when I should have been, John said. In February 1980, Evelyn's body was taken back to her hometown in Chilliwack and she was buried there. After the burial, some of Evelyn's family members blamed John for her death. Others even assumed that he killed her. It was all too much for the heartbroken John to bear, and he sank into depression. The whole tragedy caused a significant change in his character, and to deal with the pain, he began drinking and taking drugs. He also eventually moved permanently to England. From that moment to today, I've been a different person altogether because it changed the way I look at life, John said. It changed how I feel about other people because I was very trusting before. Now I'm not, he added. 2 months after the death of Evelyn, in March of 1980, detectives suddenly got a lead in the case. Here is what happened. A woman was sexually assaulted and almost killed in Volusia County. This is an area which is about a 4-hour drive from Miramar. The assailant was soon identified as a 33-year-old man by the name of Ronald Richards. Upon further investigation by the police, it was discovered that Ronald was living in Miramar. Due to this, Volusia County officials reached out to the police in Miramar to assist them in apprehending him. Ronald was eventually arrested and convicted of attempted murder and sexual assault. For the crime, he was sentenced to 50 years in jail. Miramar police, however, couldn't help but notice the similarity between Evelyn's murder and the crime Ronald committed in Volusia County. They began to suspect that he was also Evelyn's killer. It seemed very likely because he lived only 12 houses away from Evelyn and also had a weird habit of jogging at night. A closer look also revealed that he had a dark past. Back in 1975, before the Volusia County case for which he was jailed, he was convicted of manslaughter against his girlfriend. For the crime, he spent 4 years in a prison in Ohio and was released on parole in 1979. When Miramar detectives discovered all these details about Ronald, he was immediately moved to the top of the list of suspects in Evelyn's case. However, they did not have any concrete evidence to prove that he was really Evelyn's killer. And as time went by, the case went cold. The case was reviewed several times over the years, but nothing came out of these reviews. In 2021, Detective Jonathan Zeller decided to submit the DNA evidence that was taken decades ago from Evelyn's body for testing. After several months of waiting, the results of the DNA analysis finally came out, and it was what detectives had suspected all along. The result led them to no one else but Ronald. It was a major breakthrough, and detectives were elated that the case was finally solved. "It's a very good feeling," Detective Zeller said. "It's also a good feeling for everybody that was involved in this case. For the family, in particular, for Evelyn's husband," he added. Detectives did not have to worry about looking for Ronald because he was locked up in a prison in Ohio for a different crime. On November 30th, 2022, he was charged with the murder of Evelyn. "We accomplished a very important thing getting this indictment," Detective Zeller said. "This is the first hurdle, and the next step is a trial or no trial because maybe he dies in prison. I don't worry myself with that," he added. John was also updated about the progress made in his late wife's murder case, and he was grateful for it. At almost 80, he had given up hope that the case would ever be solved. Despite the fact that Evelyn's killer was finally found, the pain her death brought remained with him. "I'm not a vindictive person, but I would certainly want to see justice for Evelyn. I don't believe in this closure thing. One never has closure." "You never have closure, as you can tell," John said. "But certainly, justice for Evelyn is the most important thing. At the moment, Ronald remains locked up, but in the future, he will be transferred to Miramar to formally face the murder charge. In addition to this, detectives also believe that he is a serial killer and that he could have had more victims than they know about. The murder of Evelyn remains the oldest solved cold case in Miramar's history. Evelyn's case is no doubt a tragic one, but thanks to the relentless efforts of the authorities, her family has been able to get much-needed closure. However, the hole her brutal murder left in their hearts will forever remain, since Ronald, who committed the crime, is currently serving a prison sentence. The case of April Jones. April Jones was born on April 4, 2007. The idea for her name came from her birthday. Unfortunately, she was not born as fortunate as other children, as it was revealed that she had cerebral palsy, a condition that affected her mobility. One day, April had been playing outside with a friend for approximately 20 minutes, but she did not return home around 7 p.m. as expected. Her parents had last seen her riding a bicycle. They went out to look for her and found her 7-year-old friend, but April was not with her. The friend explained that April got into a car with a stranger. Her friend was able to describe the man who had abducted April. He was wearing a green jacket and had blue or green eyes, brown hair, and a beard. Significantly, the friend mentioned that April had entered the car on the driver's side. This suggested that the car had a left-hand steering wheel, which is typical in the UK. The police responded promptly, arriving at the scene 8 minutes after the emergency call. They interviewed anyone who might have information about April's disappearance, but the family could not recall any unusual events that day. Earlier, April had attended her swimming class and was allowed to play outside with her friends, which was a typical routine. The news of April's disappearance spread rapidly through the neighborhood, and many locals left their homes to assist in the search. While the community's efforts were well-intentioned, they made the police's job more challenging, as the officers had to go door to door to gather information, but many residents were out searching. By the evening of October 1st, the authorities had released additional details about April's disappearance, including what she was wearing. a school polo shirt and a purple coat. More than 100 people had gathered to support the police in their search efforts. Their expertise can be very useful in locating her. Not only local residents showed up, but also a large number of volunteers from England who crossed the border into Wales to offer their support. Several people from South Wales also traveled up to assist. The search would not be easy, as the area around the town was surrounded by mountains, waterfalls, gorges, dense forests, uneven ground, and thick woodlands for miles. Additionally, it was a chilly, overcast autumn evening and it was raining heavily outside. To ensure the volunteers' safety, the police had to carefully organize their efforts. Several volunteer search teams were now covering an area of about 60 square kilometers around 3.30 in the morning, 8 hours after the first police contact. The volunteers had been diligently navigating the harsh Welsh countryside. Despite conducting searches throughout the night, there was still no trace of April as of October 2nd, 2012. The police in Wales have now issued a child rescue notice, a nationwide alert for police agencies in the UK requesting that they ensure their officers have a description of April and the man who abducted her. This was the first time the entire nation had heard the child rescue alarm. The media was now putting tremendous pressure on the police. 14 hours after April had disappeared to provide every piece of information they had. It also questioned the way the police handled the probe. After taking over the investigation, Detective Superintendent Andy John began providing the public and media with as many updates as he could. He also placed barricades and instructed his officers to stop any approaching vehicles. Posters with an image of April, who was missing, were displayed in the hope that it would jog someone's memory. People living nearby, as well as those residing farther away, had been providing the police with various reports, as is common in investigations of this nature. Numerous locals identified a man who did match April's kidnapper, Mark Bridger. In general, a man from the area named Bridger was a Land Rover driver. His eyes were blue, he had short facial hair, and above all, he drove a left-hand drive car. Several witnesses claimed to have seen Bridger or his car in the vicinity when April vanished. They found Bridger's last known address and repeatedly tried to contact it, but neither he nor April Jones were there. Bridger had no prior history of legal troubles. Given the large number of volunteers involved in the search, it was impossible to verify the claims made by some residents that Bridger had participated in the initial search for April's disappearance at night. With the limited information available to them, and reports from the surrounding community about Bridger's apparent disappearance, the police focused all of their efforts on finding him. Helicopters hovered above the scene, and the police conducted a thorough search of all possible locations for him. They learned that Bridger had just moved into a brand new cottage named Mount Pleasant. Upon their arrival, there were no visible signs of life, and the property was devoid of any automobiles. They went into the cottage and called April's name, but she didn't answer. It was unclear at the moment if Bridger had been hiding from the authorities. Police helicopter had earlier seen him walking his dog near April's home, having apparently tried to disguise himself by shaving his head and beard. Police cornered and questioned him. The policeman questioned, "Where is she?" Bridger just answered, "It was an accident. I crushed her with my car. I don't know where she is." Officers reported that Bridger was very emotional throughout the arrest. The arresting officers read him his rights, which included the following. "You do not have to say anything, but anything you say may be used as evidence." Oddly enough, Bridger was eager to converse, though he was not required to speak. The officers reiterated that he was free to do so. He informed them, "I've been looking for her all day and night on foot. My car is in the garage. It is a left-hand drive Land Rover Discovery. I didn't abduct her. I tried my best to revive her, then panicked. I only knew her name this morning, when I saw the news on the television. I just wish I could remember where I'd put her. There was no life in her. She was just on the seat. I want to say sorry to the family." They took Bridger to the closest police station. In the meantime, back in April's hometown, police units, search teams, volunteers, and mountain rescuers kept searching every square inch of the Welsh countryside for April. Still, despite everyone's best efforts, they were unable to locate her. Along with the emergency services staff who worked just as hard and determinedly, hundreds of volunteers from across the nation stayed out all night, slept for a few hours, and then resumed their search. The police had received over 600 texts from people volunteering their services and proposing locations to search. Because of this, the police had a large number of volunteers to assist them in their search. And because of their local expertise, they were able to check over 20 distinct areas extensively. The people can occasionally obstruct this kind of investigation. Still, local expertise is essential in remote places like this one, and the police needed all the assistance they could get. At this point, detectives had taken Mark Bridger into custody and were questioning him. Unusually for a man of his standing, he spoke without hesitation. On the contrary, he talked candidly about what had transpired. Right away, he said, "I don't know where she is. Yesterday, I came down to see my daughter's teacher. She had a parents' evening and I then parked up opposite my girlfriend's house, which I believe is not far away from April's mother and father's house. Stupid, I'd had a few to drink and there were two girls on their bikes. I remember the dark-headed girl came behind the car. I looked to see where the other girl was, and I couldn't see this other little girl. And the next minute, the bike was there." Bridger acknowledged that he was in the vicinity at the time and acknowledged hitting April with his automobile while intoxicated when she was riding her bike. Mark Bridger insists that he never intended to harm April, even though he acknowledges that he was aware of his error. Instead, he maintains that he took off with her in his car. He needed to bring her to the hospital right away, and that's what he realized. "It's okay, Mark. The color had gone out of her. Okay, her lips were purple. Paul and Carl are friends of mine and I've killed their daughter." Effective then, without hesitation, Bridger acknowledges that his actions that evening caused April Jones to die. He even goes so far as to say that her parents were friends. However, Bridger's memory tends to deteriorate following the submission. He has been relatively open about his involvement thus far. Actually, these officers may have never had an easier time getting a confession from some. Bridger can't recall anything about what he did with April's body, though. Following her confession, despite the police's repeated attempts to question him, Bridger's unexpected episode of amnesia persisted. "And I'm in my house, and she's not there. Being upstairs, and I can't find her. I wouldn't have ditched her. I know that I wouldn't have. I'd have put her somewhere." With Mark Bridger, the cops have been quite cautious thus far. He'd been entirely honest with them. They can make him clam up with aggressive interrogation, but now they start to question his sincerity. The police were aware that there was very little likelihood that Bridger's memory would be blank at the critical moment when April's body vanished. The pressure increased as the cops questioned him, even though it is evident that he was lying. He persisted in telling his story and got even more upset. In fact, the cops started to wonder if April was dead at all. Was there anything that Mark Bridger was saying that they could genuinely believe? The police decided to give Bridger a platform to give us account of what happened on Tuesday. The day he was hauled in, however, the police used it as an opportunity to get more information out of him. "You tell me that when you get out of your vehicle, you look underneath the vehicle and you see April." Yes. Although Bridger insisted that he had run over April, the police received evidence from April's 7-year-old companion that April was okay, and had cheerfully gotten into Bridger's car and was grinning. Who would lie like that to a 7-year-old? In actuality, they would not have any cause to, nor would they choose to. We have a witness that was present. This person says that April got into the Land Rover via the driver's door, which on a normal car would be the right-hand side. But that's really the passenger side door on your car. That is a complete fabrication and lies. Can't have happened. Bridger shifted his tone. It was apparent he was unaware that the police had a witness, albeit a 7-year-old one who saw it all. It was clear that the information contradicted his account of events, and he was upset. Regardless of his emotional condition, Bridger remained resilient to the various methods of inquiry, and his version of events held steady. He showed no signs of backing down. The detectives did something. They brought in Dr. Joe Sullivan, one of the world's foremost authorities on criminal body language and conduct. Dr. Sullivan did more than just watch the Bridger interviews. He also went to his house, He wanted to know everything there was to know about this individual in order to create a psychological profile. What he found astounded him. Bridger kept knives, handcuffs, and a shotgun, both hidden and on display at his house. Moreover, he was employed at a slaughterhouse. According to Dr. Sullivan, Bridger was a fantasist who thought of himself as a character akin to Rambo. Stated differently, he was not part of the real world. In defiance of Dr. Sullivan's guidance, the police chose to approach their inquiry in a paternalistic manner. After all, Bridger was a father of 6. Bridger was not going to alter his claim now. Their only chance was with the forensic specialists thoroughly searching Bridger's house. The teams at the house did manage to devise a solution, though. They may have found anyone's blood. They found little specks of it in the restroom. It's possible that Bridger cut himself shaving. It was just that the police were ignorant at this time. After submitting the samples to the laboratory, it can take up to 24 hours to receive the findings. After the police took him in, disregarding his advice, Dr. Sullivan told the officers what he believed Bridger to be. He was unlikely to experience an enormous amount of empathy or have any major sense of guilt about what he had done. Of course, he will inevitably try to present himself as someone who does have those characteristics. But the sense that I had from the information we had gathered even at that time was that this is a man who is not going to respond to an appeal to his better nature. According to Dr. Sullivan, there was little need to attempt to appeal to Bridger's better nature. He didn't have one, and he wasn't going to respond to any police appeals for regret, sympathy, or guilt. Now that the police had taken Dr. Sullivan's advice to heart, Bridger was under increased strain on suspicion of murder. They detained him again right away. It was a shocking shock. Bridger turned completely pale. The police had also found explicit photos of children on his laptop. The reason for his second arrest was that he had offensive pictures of kids. The net was getting closer. Bridger now thought the police had more information than they had disclosed. April's parents were unconcerned, even though Bridger seemed to be losing control of the situation. 3 days after April had disappeared on that fateful Monday night, that the police had given up on locating April alive. It's not an abduction case anymore. It's a murder. Naturally, the police kept this knowledge from Bridger. Still, they also made the decision to advise the numerous volunteers who had put in a lot of effort to locate April that it was time for them to head home and leave the situation to the experts. This suggestion met with stiff resistance as hundreds of exhausted volunteers, many of whom were crying. As they departed the site, they had little to show for their efforts. On Friday, for days after April's disappearance, police search teams were out in full force, scouring the area for any clues. Forensic investigators found no proof that Bridger had killed April. Importantly, there was also no evidence supporting Bridger's account. Inspection of his vehicle, a Land Rover, revealed no marks, blood, hair, or skin, contradicting his claim that April's body should have left scratches or traces inside the car. Bridger tried to clarify by saying he did not witness any blood on April after the alleged collision. The child had apparently been run over, yet showed no visible injuries. But his narrative and the game he had been playing with the police was about to be exposed as a farce. On Friday night at 6:15 p.m., the lab contacted the detectives. They had matched April's toothbrush DNA to blood spatters found in Bridger's bathroom. They also discovered April's DNA on Bridger's fleece collar and jogging bottoms. After gathering sufficient evidence, the police filed charges against Bridger. They had found sexualized photos of minors on his laptop, which he denied viewing for personal satisfaction, despite his internet search history. Bridger had been in custody for 3.5 days by Saturday. As the allotted 96-hour questioning period neared its end, the Crown Prosecution Service had to decide whether to press charges. Just over an hour after the final interview, Bridger remained unfazed upon hearing the charges. There was no remorse or emotion from him. As the prison van arrived, angry bystanders hurled objects and insults at Bridger. Over the next 2 weeks, forensic investigators found increasing blood traces of April at Bridger's house, as well as several broken bones in his fireplace, though it could not be conclusively determined if they were April's due to decomposition. On May 30th, 2013, A jury found 47-year-old Mark Bridger guilty of April Jones' kidnapping and murder. The judge labeled him a chronic liar and pedophile, stating that April was likely not his intended target, but tragically happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Without hesitation, the judge sentenced Bridger to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Bridger maintained his claim that April's death was a horrific accident when his car struck her, but had long lost any credibility. April Jones was a typical young child full of potential whose life was tragically cut short by a single sick individual. Her family, while devastated, expressed relief that Bridger would never be free to harm another child. April's remains were never found in Bridger's house, though 17 bone fragments were recovered, none conclusively linked to her. Her parents pushed for changes to how search engines handle illegal content, leading to new measures by companies like Google and Bing. April's family and friends will always have a void in their hearts that cannot be filled. Wish for them to be able to reconstruct their lives to the best of their abilities. On April 26, 2013, April's funeral service was held in her hometown. May April Jones rest in peace. Born to her parents Doyle Matthews and Vanetta Matthews, on April 27, 1956, Mary Robin Matthews doted on her family. Her childhood was spent with her two sisters, Danetta and Monica, in a religious home in Kingman, Kansas. Robin, who preferred to be called by her middle name, was known as a vivacious and carefree girl who was beautiful inside and out. Not only was she very friendly, but she also enjoyed the company of people. At a very young age, she met her future husband Douglas Walter, who also grew up in Kingman. In 1974, the couple got married, and Robin officially became Mary Robin Walter. Shortly after the marriage, the couple conceived their only daughter, Pamela. With dreams of being successful, Robin and Doug moved to Great Bend, Kansas, 2 years later. They settled in a mobile home in the rural area of Great Bend. Initially, Doug had planned to pursue a career in insurance but eventually gave up that profession and instead went to work at his uncle's service station. Meanwhile, Robin enrolled herself in college to pursue nursing due to her fondness for helping people. Along with her studies, she also took up a job at the Great Bend Manor Hospital. For 4 years after moving to Great Bend, Robin was enjoying life at ease. On one side, Robin was raising her daughter alongside her husband Doug, who was exceptionally supportive. Then on the other side, she was really excelling in both her studies and work. However, she had no idea that her life was going to hit an abrupt stop very soon. January 24, 1980 was a regular winter morning for the Walter family when Doug headed off to work. The first red flag came that same morning when Robin missed her afternoon nursing class, which was extremely unusual for her. The situation got weirder when Robin did not pick up their daughter. Then 5-year-old Pamela from the babysitter's house at 3 p.m. like she was supposed to. Unaware of these events, Robin's husband Doug went to a private club to hang out with 2 of his friends after finishing his work hours. It was 6:40 p.m. in the evening when Doug returned to their mobile home in Nelson Trailer Park, located near the Great Bend Municipal Airport, with a friend. Inside the home, the men discovered a grisly scene, as 23-year-old Robin's lifeless body was discovered in a pool of blood in her own bed, lying face up. In a state of shock and with a broken heart, Doug reported the incident to the local police station. Deputies from the Banton County Sheriff's Office sent the corpse to the coroner's office for an autopsy. While they began scanning the house for clues, they found the murder weapon, which was a .22 caliber pistol, which originally belonged to the Walters. Autopsy reports revealed that Robin had been shot 12 times in her neck, chest, abdomen, and arm. It was concluded that the gun was loaded and emptied twice during the shooting. When Doug was questioned by police regarding his assumptions about the person responsible for his wife's death, he could not come up with an answer. He was unable to think of someone who could be so cruel to Robin, who was loved by everybody. He also let the investigators know that due to their living in a safe neighborhood, they never locked their doors and always left the keys in the car. They could have never anticipated the evil that was lurking around the corner. The investigators were also baffled by the apparent lack of motive for the murder, as there was no evidence of sexual assault or robbery in the home. After a thorough investigation, Detectives zeroed in on a person of interest but could not make an arrest due to the lack of evidence. But they did not publicly name the suspect at the time. Therefore, the case went cold, and remained so for over 40 years while Robin's family mourned her loss. For decades later, in April 2022, while recovering from COVID, Detective Sergeant Adam Hales from the Barton County Sheriff's Office reopened the Gold case. After taking a fresh look at the case, Detective Hales discovered some incriminating information, some of which had been overlooked in the original investigation and some of which was added at a later date. As additional investigators joined Detective Hales on the case, the team started interviewing multiple witnesses across the country who were involved in the original investigation. The Kansas Bureau of Investigation also joined to assist in the investigation. In October 2022, after building a case based on the newfound evidence, detectives submitted the case to the attorney of Martin County Courthouse for review. After approximately 4 weeks of review, an arrest warrant was obtained for the murder in a second-degree charge on the suspect, who was finally identified as Robert Hanks. Hanks was a neighbor of the Walter family at the time of Robin's murder. It was still not clear why Hanks became a person of interest in the first place, but he definitely had a long criminal history. Just a year after the murder, Hanks was arrested and charged with rape, aggravated battery, aggravated robbery, and aggravated burglary. He was convicted in 1983 and served about 10 years before being paroled in 1993. Detectives concluded that Hank, who was 25 at the time of Robin's slaying, broke into the Walter home and gunned down Robin on the fateful evening of 1980. On December 8, 2022, Barton police arrested now 68-year-old Robert Hanks from Oxford, Kansas. This arrest is the oldest homicide arrest in Kansas history. Hanks is being held in the Barton County Jail in lieu of a $500,000 bond. Sadly, many of Robin's family members could not see this day. Robin's mother passed away in 2012 and her father soon followed in 2015, while Doug passed away just a year earlier in 2021. Robin Walter's daughter, Pamela Walter Cooper, told the media that the family had always suspected Hanks of her mother's murder, even though he was not convicted of it until this year. She further expressed that she is curious to know if he is remorseful for his actions. However, even if that is not the case, she personally had forgiven him a long time ago. We want to look at the chilling case of Gary Lee Haney, a case that had previously seemed to be lost in time. In the late 1970s, a terrifying discovery occurred on the outskirts of Spencer Island, in the middle of the rapidly expanding suburban environment of Marysville, Washington. This peaceful location, well known for its stunning variety of shorebirds and ducks, ended up serving as the unexpected location for a terrifying occurrence that would forever haunt the neighborhood of Marysville. As the natives gathered on the Spencer Island in search of consolation in the peace that bird viewing offers, an unwary duck hunter approached the island's shore, unknowing of the tragedy that waited for him. It happened on January 3, 1979. In the early morning, the previous week's temperature had been below freezing, and by January 3rd, the air finally felt a little bit warmer. A few residents of Marysville decided to have some serene moments at Spencer Island. Among these residents was a desperate duck hunter, sophisticated DNA profile that may be utilized for investigative genetic genealogy to solve their and resolve cold cases. Through this collaboration, a number of unsolved cases have been successfully identified and solved. By January 2021, Offermink had received a portion of the femur for DNA extraction. DNAsolves.com provided funding for the entire endeavor, in the anticipation that the technology will one day lead to the identification of the Spencer Island John Doe. In other words, it made it much simpler to narrow down probable descendants when the search was reduced from 1,000 persons to 100. A DNA profile was successfully created in May 2021, and the collected DNA was sufficient for forensic-grade genome sequencing. Spencer Island Doe's race was finally verified as being Caucasian. Anyone trying to trace their own family history or locate long-lost relatives follows this same procedure. Investigating police constructed family trees from numerous stop matches and discovered a male who had gone missing in Everett, Washington in the late 1970s. Finally, the Spencer Island John Doe was identified. He went by the name Gary Lee Haney. The 29-year-old had vanished in the late 1970s, but either no one reported him missing or the records were mismanaged. In any case, the skeletal remains now had a name thanks to the DNA match with his half-sister. The chief medical examiner formally identified the descendant as Gary Lee Haney on February 10, 2023. The cold case was ultimately solved after 44 years. On September 23, 1950, Bernice Schaefer, Gary Lehaney's mother, gave birth to him. When Gary was still a little child, Bernice divorced his father and remarried in 1955 to an Air Force officer by the name of Sheldon Lehaney. Gary was adopted by his stepfather, who also legally altered his middle name. This young man and his parents were able to explore the globe. Gary was a fan of the Beatles and reportedly had excellent hand-eye coordination when playing the piano. Famed Gary's 71-year-old cousin assisted in putting together a variety of recollections and details regarding Gary's life. He maintained records for the large, dispersed family. A couple black and white pictures showed the dark-haired Gary clutching a large dog's leash. His mother is with him and wearing a stylish outfit, and his stepfather is dressed well. The images depict the boy's life, including a photo from his school. The family relocated to New York from Kansas. The Haneys were always away when the family would gather for a celebration every year. Thane has a faint recollection of Gary behaving slightly differently because of some sort of mental condition. The youngster actively hallucinated as an adult, which may have been caused by schizophrenia, but it also could have been autism. Gary's biological father, Joseph Candamati, passed away at the Misery Veterans Hospital when Gary was 16 years old. 3 years later, his mother passed away. Gary Haney never got to meet his half-siblings neither. His stepfather likewise completed his military service and began working as a commercial pilot for Boeing when Gary's real parents passed away. From the early 1970s through at least 1990, Sheldon Lee Haney resided in the Everett, Washington area. Gary may have lived with his stepfather since he was the only living relative he had. Sheldon Haney occasionally had a wandering lifestyle after retiring. He liked traveling by road to Bayo, California in Mexico during the winter, although it's obvious that he had little responsibility. Perhaps the weather was too cold for the man. Is it possible Gary was an independent? Thane then recalled that his uncle had visited him in Texas somewhere in the middle of the 1980s. His nephew, Gary, was never brought up or addressed by him. According to certain documents, Gary was residing in a boarding home, and according to Social Security, he passed away on Christmas Eve in 1976. However, given that no living relatives listed him as dead, disputed this fact. Investigators suggested that Sheldon and Gary may have quarreled or that he may have moved out on his own. In any event, Sheldon Haney couldn't locate his grown-up stepson. However, it should be emphasized that the paper record-keeping back then was not as comprehensive as it is now. Recent investigators who looked into the matter did not discover a missing person report. As a result, it's likely that the documents were misplaced before being converted to digital format. Sheldon Haney passed away in 1997 without knowing where his stepson was. Despite careful examination, after so many years, there was still no conclusive proof of foul play. Their research led detectives to the conclusion that Gary might have been carried away by the river current and eventually ended up where he was discovered, or he might have drowned close to where he was discovered, with suspected explanations ranging from drowning to a head injury, or a medical issue. The precise cause of death is still shrouded in mystery. Thane has no idea what his cousin looked like as an adult other than the pictures from their childhood. He planned to erect a monument or gravestone where Gary was discovered. It seems that after 44 years of detours and turns, the answers to this case have only raised new queries. What specific details surround Gary's passing? There was no known cause of death and no hint. The Spencer Island Doe at least have a name and some sort of resolution. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.